There's something nice about being beside the seaside. It's apparently that bracing sea air. A friend of mine lives down in Brighton, and she loves to go for a run on the seafront. She absolutely loves it. It's very good for her. Also, Rupert races to 1 million. It's a record on Instagram. Tell you about that one a little bit later on. And Colleen Rooney goes for a walk, holding her dog under her arm. Put it on the floor, dear. They walk. They've got legs. OK? Don't hold a dog under your arm. Otherwise, I'll have you down as an animal hater. You put it on the floor. It walks. Mind you, I've seen some very stupid people in this weather. Little tiny dogs. They shouldn't even be outside. Little tiny tiddly dogs out there. And they go, and people still go, isn't it lovely? And all the rest of you think this thing's going to be dead by Christmas. Will Amazon make workers obsolete? I do hope not. I've just ordered a load of stuff. I bought a projector for my garden patio, and it was quite nice, actually. I haven't actually put it on. Anne Widdicombe, you only got to mention old Anton Dubek, and she's there, isn't she? Whoa, love him, she goes. And, of course, because he was a judge the other day, she's going, yeah, love him. He's not interested, love. Get over yourself. The heartbroken daughter of Des O'Connor has recalled their emotional hours together. Everybody misses him. 88. Fantastic. And what was the other one that we had? What was the other one? Jordan North, as I say, as they hit. And Summer, you know, the one who went out with the baking boy, Paul Hollywood. She's still dragging that torturous non-event of a career out there. She's on holiday somewhere because she doesn't exactly have a job. She was a barmaid, but nobody wants her. And she's got her boobs out, but she's covering them. And they go, oh, she's on holiday. I thought, how cheap and tacky. But there you go. That kind of sums it up. Dawn Neeson, talking about I'm a Celebrity, a haunted castle, plus plenty of tiny irritating critters, or as we call them, Ant and Dec. Because they're not good in this one. I don't know why. They've not been good, but it's Ant's birthday today. Think he'll be having a drink to celebrate? I shouldn't think so. And Joe Swash might be going into the I'm a Celeb camp. Let's hope not. I think we're very bored with Joe Swash now. That career's washed up, isn't it? Definitely. Plus the biggest divorce rise in 50 years and the warring neighbours. What have I always said? Don't argue with your neighbours. This one is over a parking space. So far, it's cost them both £110,000. 110,000. That's a lot, isn't it? You know, over a parking space that's worth 4,000 quid. Why do people argue? I get on well with all my neighbours. I get on well with everybody. All the people in the studio, well, except two. I get on well with all the people in the studio. You'd have to work out between the three of you, won't you, which two it is? Oh, I wonder which one he likes, Steve. Oh, I don't know. Do you think he likes... I don't know. Does he like me? Does he not like me? I brought some more apples in this morning. We had apples the other day. They were nice. Corey liked that apple. It's the first time he's actually had an apple in a long time because they're so expensive, you know. And so I bought some more apples, thinking, bit of it. Do you like apples, Luke? You listened back to the show. HR, hello, help. You didn't seriously listen back to the show. Well, we're doing a show. What do you mean? You weren't here, so you listened back to it. Oh, my Lord. That's a little bit scary. That's like me saying, Luke wasn't with us today, so I was sort of following him on SatNav to see where he was going. That's equally scary, isn't it? That's as bad as Jake going, oh, and don't forget I'm with you Boxing Day. You know, I go, yeah, that's really good. That's very exciting, but just don't keep mentioning it. You know, and then Corey, I left him but we always walk together down to the bus stop every day, which is quite nice. And sometimes he holds my bus up for me. Basically throws himself in the road in front of it. One of these days it's going to backfire. And he sort of, does that. Ta-da! Stop. Because my other producer, Chris Humphries, he used to run across the road to stop the bus. I was like, I can't run. I look ridiculous running. I look a bit like sort of an ostrich. Not very exciting at all. But we do that occasionally, and I get on the bus, and then we always have to do the waving bit. I look as though I'm sort of, the youngest naughty child being seen off to school, where he stands by the side of the road, and as the bus goes past, we both wave at each other. Meanwhile, the rest of the people on the bus try and avoid me like the plague. They're going, oh, God, he's on the bus again, he's waving, You have to do that, though, don't you? I was debating the other day, because I've tended to discover over the past... I'm now getting bored with being inside, so I'm sort of going out as often as possible. And I was so bored yesterday, I was ordering stuff on the train on PayPal from America and not having it FedExed over or any of the other carriers. Because it takes about 6 weeks. If I order stuff, is that a nice apple? Enjoying that one, are you? He likes Pink Ladies. So I got him some Pink Ladies. The rest of you just got bog standard Braeburns, I'm afraid. But I do have a choice of biscuits for you this morning. I have a choice of biscuit, because I know Corey is partial to a little biscuit. You like to dunk, yep. So you can either have a choice of the chocolate biscuit assortment or shortbread biscuit assortment. And as Corey is the producer, I'll let you decide. You can just pick this up on the podcast tomorrow, Luke. You'll sort of catch up then with it. But you're going to go shortbread, and the classic, okay. And then you can dunk in there. Excuse me 1 minute, everybody. I have to. I need to look. Oh, Godfather, honestly. Do you know, it's like being. You can imagine what it must have been like being Father Christmas, can't you? Everybody sort of trying to get stuff done in time. There you go. Look, shortbread finger, Belgian chocolate chunk shortbread, shortbread round, shortbread triangle, and home baked style toffee shortbread round. Look at that, eh? These are. Thank you. And it's nobody's ever noticed before. It's. Do you know how much these are? How much? Well, no, I'm guessing. The thing is, it's a game. Okay, I say, how much is that? £8. Good guess. Jake? £9. £12. £3. £3. Marks and Spencer have reduced all their box of biscuits, including the milk chocolate biscuits. £3. £3 for a box of biscuits. Seriously, I nearly bought the stock. I know he said, I'll take them all. But £3 for that. I think that's really good. You couldn't make them for that price and print the box. I think that's really good. So, but you'll hear this on the podcast tomorrow. Luke will be so excited. He'll be mentioned on the podcast tomorrow when he hears it. Going, that was me. I was there in the studio, which is good. They've got a Christmas song devised for dogs. Or as I prefer to call it, the cast of Towie. Now, they made me say that. I wouldn't normally say something like that, because I watched Towie again the other day. It's gone all peculiar. They can't be socially distancing, because they were down in Brighton, Bobby Cole-Norris, there's a drip of the first order, and it was done before he had all his hair sort of matted. Oh, God, that's dreadful, poor soul. But anyway, he lives in this sort of strange world. Oh, Gemma Collins has got some perfume out, as I say, or as I prefer to call it, upmarket toilet duck. It's the same kind of thing, cut out the middleman and spray that on yourself. I can't imagine why you'd want to buy anything with Gemma Collins' name on. I walked outside the front door, was it yesterday? Yes, I had to. It's the only way you can get to the bus stop. Because they're not allowing the buses inside now, ever since we've been socially isolating. And so I walk out the door, and there's a bloke who's working on the square, Leicester Square, because we're in the middle of London. Psh, all you poor people who are not living in the centre of London, we are at the centre of the universe. And he said, listened again this morning, Mr. He always calls me Mr. Allen. People always call me Mr. Allen. I don't know why, except the people I work with. All right, Steve? All right, mate? How you doing? All right? Yeah, apples and pears. Go on, let's dunk a biscuit. Way. How much were they? £12 a box. Can't believe it. Only £3. I'll take 10. That's the way it goes. And he listens to the programme every morning. He said, like the bit about Gemma Collins. I said, it's the gift that keeps on giving. Every morning you get Gemma Collins. Joe in Melbourne says, do you like onions with liver and bacon? Do I ever? Liver and bacon. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I know a lot of people don't like liver. They can't stand the taste of it or the smell of it, but I love it. My mother used to make it. It was delicious. And with mashed potato and you'd have some vegetables and onion gravy. Delicious. Do you want to come and take that box, Luke? Can you manage to? Okay. Oh, get a mask on first. Oh, okay. Okay. You want to do that? I have to go through the protocol. I couldn't get my mask to work properly yesterday. I sort of put it on, and it didn't feel as though it was sort of fitting right. I've not found one yet. I've got people have very kindly sent me in masks.
Thanks.
You're welcome. There you go. £3, eh? It's a bargain, isn't it? His voice is on the podcast. I know. Somebody said the other day, they mentioned his voice. Who is it? Somebody mentioned your voice, didn't they? They said you've... No, they didn't say you sounded like Sean Connery at all. He just exaggerate. I'm so sorry. No, Little Bo Peep, I thought they said. Hello. Oh, that's David Beckham. Because we do all the voices on this programme. We do all the voices. We love doing it. So, Pink Ladies for Jake this morning. I specifically went out. Honestly, the trekking I had to do to find Pink Ladies. You know, I mean, really, it's an apple. There's so many different... You've got Braeburns, but he wanted Pink Ladies, so I bought him Pink Ladies. That's what they call it. I don't know. I don't even know whether you don't. It's different flavoured apples. What is it? All apples taste the same? Don't please show your ignorance and say yes. I couldn't bear it. Yeah, I mean, have you ever had a Granny Smith? Well, hey, who hasn't? She was popular. Yeah, Granny Smiths, Brayburns, Russets. I mean, they're, goodness, though. Yes, you have baking apples as well. We call them cooking apples, but baking apples will do. And, there must be about 18 different apples. Golden Delicious. And then there's the ones that I bought yesterday, the Brayburns, which are very nice, very crunchy. No, apple pie is just apples, isn't it? You can put all sorts of different apples in there. iPhone. An Apple iPhone, yeah. You pick up the apple and you go, hello, it's not working. Hello. Anyway, it's nice to have your company this morning. I hope you are well. Steve, I've got the neighbours from hell. Only this last Saturday, 3 a.m, bang, bang, bang. Imagine having neighbours like that at that time in the morning. Mind you, nothing worse than living in a property where the walls are so thin you can hear everything. You can hear everything next, and some you have to put your fingers in your ears and do la-las, because you don't want to hear next door, do you? Most of the time. Steve says, Alex, do you not get a limo to drive you to work? I do. Yes, I do have a limo, and had my usual driver this morning. I have a lot of the same drivers, but the one this morning is the one I can't hear because his plastic covering covers seriously. And I've got to get him a microphone or something because I can't hear a word he says. We have a one-sided conversation coming in because he says it, and I have to go, yeah. And it makes it seriously, it's very, very difficult. Gemma Collins says she's an icon. I know. That's one of those things on the top of a typewriter, isn't it? Very small and very ineffectual. There you go. Steve, you're very cute. Bringing the producers gifts every day. Well, it's kind of like buying their loyalty. That's all it is. It's, I have to do things like that. If I didn't, we'd have a mutiny. They'd be outside the studio, oh, do you think somebody could get me the papers? Get them yourself. That'll be the next thing. But nobody's ever said that to me yet. Well, not that's continued working on the programme. I like to sort of chuck that in as an afterthought. Oh, I've got some other things. I've got some crispy thins this morning. Yeah, you haven't had crispy thins? Well, of course you don't, because you don't know luxury food, Corey. That's why you wouldn't know what to do. You see, I mean, basically, I'm spoiling the boys. Because they're living on a pauper's income, and so they're used to going around the shops. At the end of they are the people you will see with the mask on, going around the shops, going for the, oh, should we get this because it's past its sell-by date? And you can get sort of, packets of things for 10p and 20p, and that's what they do. A friend of mine goes around the markets at the end of the day, buying up cheap vegetables and then putting them in a liquidizer and making a soup. I like a soup. I bought some egg mayonnaise the other day and put it inside my Warburton's Thins. Had 3 of them. I didn't care. Just egg mayonnaise, yeah. It's eggs. Do you pardon? Toasted? No, Steve. I do beg your pardon. Have we met before? I mean, you must know it's me because it says my name on the front of all the trails and everything. It's Steve Allen Show, diddle-doo-doo-doo-doo, kind of thing. Yeah, you don't toast the egg mayonnaise, you toast the Warburton's Thins. No, of course you don't toast egg mayonnaise. See, I was like, do you toast salad cream? No. Of course you don't. What you do is you toast the Warburton's Thins, it separates, you put half it down, you do a big dollop of the stuff, and you put it in the middle, and you put the lid on it. I was going to do it with some ham, but then I thought, no, there's no point in sort of, exciting yourself too much, Steve. Do it sort of bit by bit by bit, which I quite like. But there was a woman sitting on the bus the other day. She was eating a pasty on the bus. Very common. So I told her. I said, you're very common eating that pasty on the bus. Anyway, when I woke up, I was in A&E, and that was quite an adventurous afternoon. So, have you started doing your Christmas shopping? And don't look at me like that. Everybody started doing their Christmas shopping. Even the producer said to me the other day, he said, oh, have you decided what you want? So I ran off a list of Bentleys, and and he kind of looked blankly at me. So I'm assuming I'm not going to be getting a car for Christmas, which is a shame. He said, oh, I've already got some ideas. I thought, oh, God. It'll be something I gifted him some time ago that's coming back to me again. I bet you anything. I've got to sort out my brother's Christmas presents this year, because we might not be having a Christmas. We might not be going, to family. I might be sitting at home with sort of a sort of Christmas dinner for one, or one of those Christmas sandwiches. That's a bit sad, isn't it, really? You know, and the fire will be flickering and then gradually it will just disappear completely and I'll have to light another match. And they go, oh, look. Be like the little match girl. You know, you light that and then you see people eating all this food and presents and everything. It'd be like a sad Peter Andre Christmas or an even sadder Gemma Collins one. You can imagine what she's like. Give us the turkey. No, the whole turkey. To walk away then, weren't you? You were just you stood up and you walked away. I gave them the biscuits. Well, Corey couldn't get the wrapper off quick enough. He must be as good at opening biscuits as he is at pass the parcel. Do you know when all the kids do it and they go, pardon, dun, 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 dun. The music stopped, so you quickly sit down and then, or you sort of unwrap another bit of the parcel. We used to love pass the parcel. It's simple games. Just take an object. We wrapped up the cat one year and you just sort of wrap it in loads and loads of bits of paper and then you pass it around a bit. Cats seemed to enjoy it. And it was quite nice. It was a simple game, and at the end of it, you could win a prize. Nobody plays games at Christmas, do they? People are more interested in what's under the tree, but I love games at Christmas. My ideal is going to somebody's house for Christmas. Perfect strangers. I just knock on the door and walk in. I go, I'm here, you know, just to make sure I'm going to get my lunch. And I go, and what games are you playing? And if they say we're not playing games, I leave. I only want to go to somebody's house when they play games. I do board games. I mean, sometimes when I'm happy, I do the games as well. But no, I can do them when I'm bored. Favourite game? Oh, I like all sorts of games. All sorts of things. Monopoly, I suppose, would be top of the list. Because it's quite a nice game to play. I don't do Cluedo. Thought it was boring. Very dull. Very middle class. A bit boring. Sorry? Charades? Well, that's not a game, is it? You don't need a board game to play charades. Have you ever played that one where you flick the little bits of plastic up and it's got sort of half a head? You show somebody a picture and they go, right. Sorry? It's called what? Guess Who? That's right. And you have to then work out who it is. Thank you. Obviously my fault I didn't get that one. And battleships I used to like. B7. Nothing. B6. Nothing. Well, it's got to be somewhere, hasn't it? I used to play battle. You could make that one up yourself. And then they did electronic battleships. We never had that one. It was too expensive. There it is. Look at that. Oh, that's the Guess Who one. Very clever, isn't it? I used to have a couple on my programme years and years ago, about 40 years ago, and they used to invent games. That's what they did. They invented lots and lots of games. And you'd have to try and work out which one was going to be the bestseller at Christmas. We used to have... Did you ever have the one where you had to answer a question or something and you were holding a ticking bomb? Do you remember the ticking bomb? It's what? It's called the yes-no game, is it? Oh, right. Oh, I can't remember what it was. I just remember the ticking bomb thing. That was quite good. No, I don't think it was called the yes-no game. I'm sure it was called something else. It was Pass the Bomb. Pass the Boom. That was quite good. And you could still get all these things now. They're not very expensive because they've been making them for donkey's years. We used to play pick-up sticks. You ever play pick-up sticks? That was a good cheap game to play. You know, you used to have all these sticks, all different colours. You'd hold them, then you just let them go, and then you'd have to... Each colour was worth a different value. And then if you moved another stick while you were trying to get... That's it. That was quite good as well. And we used to play Newmarket with a pack of cards. I can't remember exactly how you played it, but we did rummy, gin rummy, stuff like that. Pardon? Go fish. Was that an instruction? Go fish. Go on, you go fish. Is that like go to Coventry? Go to Coventry, Steve. Go fish. No, we did magnetic fishing. That was very good. We had a pretend aquarium and the sort of these bits of plastic dead things were in the middle and they had a little ring through their nose and you had a little fishing rod with a bit of line and a magnet at the end. That was quite good. And we didn't do Hungry Hippos, no. I did see it. We didn't have the money for things like that. We did actually. If we wanted to do Hungry Hippos, we just went to the zoo and fed it. I did Operation. That was very good, wasn't it? And it would go beep, beep. You had to sort of try and pick things out with sort of tweezers. But that was quite a good little game. But there was Mousetrap was the one that they didn't want to do. They said it takes too long, Steve, to set it up, so we're not going to play Mousetrap. So we played Monopoly. Very popular, Monopoly. Very popular. And they do it for all around the world. All different places around the world. Oh, did it cause argument? Well, I'm not surprised, actually, because you were playing it in the hot tub, weren't you? And that's why, you know. Right, my £10 note is all soggy. Come on, who's responsible? Sitting in a hot tub, aren't you? There was a house for sale the other day down by the coast, and they said it comes with its own hot tub. And I hate hot tubs. I can't think of anything worse. They're not really... I mean, I never understand why families want to go and sit in them. I mean, good Lord above. That's just too much. So let's all go and sit in the hot tub. OK, should we have a drink? That's not going to make it better. I promise you it's not going to make it better. Get the neighbours. I know, imagine the neighbours. Some people only do it to see what the neighbours look like in their swimming costumes. They do things like that. Yeah, come on, bring the local vicar in. Go on, bring your wife round. She's a bit of a sort. Come on, bring her round, come on. We'll all sit here. I tell you what, Vicar, you go into the bar and mix some drinks for us and we'll sort of entertain your wife in the hot tub. Yeah. Because some of them have got lights in and disco music and everything. Why you'd want to sit in a puddle in the middle of your garden listening to music, I've got no idea. It's like people who have the music blaring out from their cars. It's always the biggest pile of rubbish music you've ever heard. It'll be something it'll be rap or something like that. I've never heard anybody blasting out the Carpenters, you know, at a decent volume. They don't do stuff like that. I mean, I've got, as you know, all my Christmas Carol CDs are in the car. In fact, I ordered some the other day, which arrived. I sing along to all of them. I do the descants. Do you know what that is, the descant? No, I didn't think you'd know what the descant... Do you know what the descants are, don't you, Corey? Yeah. Hark the herald angels sing. You would sing it. Hark the herald angels sing, glory to the newborn king, peace on earth and mercy. And then it would go through the verses until you got down to Hail the heaven-born Prince of Peace. But if you were singing descant, the choristers would go, Hail the heaven-born Prince of Peace, hail the Son of Righteousness, light and life. And you would be singing it at the higher pitch. And you could do it for a Come All Ye Faithful as well. Doesn't work for all the carols, but I used to sing the descants because I was a fairly high-pitched boy because they hadn't dropped. And it was a lot easier to sing I just loved singing in the choir. I loved it. Even nowadays, my godchildren say, you've actually got quite a nice voice, Uncle Steve, provided you're just singing somewhere else. But, no, I love singing along to that. I can go down the motorway in the car singing with gusto. You know. Yeah, I do all the Christmas songs. I've got all the CDs and albums and everything. I don't do Chris Rere's Driving Home for Christmas. No, I don't do that. It's the only one I don't do. I do, Oh, I Wish It Could Be Christmas Every Day. And then... what was the other one? So here it is, Merry Christmas. I used to play that when I used to do nightclubs, and people would be having, you know, a small sherry, and then they'd all sort of get down and start singing along and jumping up and down. It was really quite dangerous, but at the same time I loved it. No, I sing in the car all the time. It starts off with... do you know what it starts with? Not the, so this is Christmas. It starts off with, Merry Christmas, John. Merry Christmas, Yoko. And then they go, so this is Christmas. That's that boring thing. And what have we done? Nothing. Another year over. Yeah, whatever. Open up another packet of biscuits, Mother, and bring the vicar's wife round. She's up for a good time. I mean, I think if I worked in a church, I think I could have the best of times at Christmas. You get to hear all the carols. You get to see the church decorated out, all candles everywhere. You don't have to be particularly religious to go to... I've started watching this religious channel on the television, some of whom are very good and some of whom aren't very good at all. And people they go for hours talking about, you know, God said this and God... We're all obviously reading the wrong Bible, because I've never read any of the stories that they did. But I'm fascinated by this, and I do like, even though I appreciate the fact they've got sort of different ways of doing it, the Mormon Tabernacle Choir, because they do a big Christmas show every year, which has had people like Hugh Bonneville. I mean, some really big stars from this country, Jane Seymour, have gone over to the temple in Manger Square, and they do their sort of... I love it. I love anything like that. You know me, an absolute nutter for Christmas. That's why I'm looking forward to Dawn back as the Vicar of Dibley. Yes, please. Let's have more of that. Oh, what are you doing there? Oh, what was that? That was interesting. Should we do a check on the news headlines? At 4:30, biggest selling Christmas single is it the White Christmas by Bing Crosby? I'm looking through the list, actually. That's number 5 in the list. Number 4 is Christmas Baby, Please Come Home, Darlene Love. And that's a Phil Spector on an album of Phil Spector, the big sound. And it's got everything, actually. I mean, a real tinsely production, if there is such a word as tinsely. Number 3, Last Christmas by Wham. Love the video. Video I thought was great. In the snow, George Michael rolling about. And Andrew Ridgeley not rolling about. He's doing a book, isn't he? Andrew Ridgeley's got a book out, I'm sure. So that's All I Want for Christmas Is You, Mariah Carey. And number 1, this is one, when we were talking to Callum, not Callum from round here, but Callum from downstairs. And I could have seen him in one of these parkas with the big white thing. I thought they looked quite good, actually. I thought we could stick Jake in one of them or something. He could wear one of them. For the East 17 Stay Another Day. You know, they wore these big white parkas. Baby, when you hear... And that's on the 50th best Christmas songs of all time. You done what? You've already done it? Oh. Why does he keep chipping in? I just merely mentioned something and immediately he's got an answer for it. Yeah, that's Time Out's rated. But they're all good songs, aren't they? What's number 49? What's number 49? Merry Christmas, I Don't Want to Fight Tonight, the Ramones. I've never even heard it. Never heard of it. Pet Shop Boys, It Doesn't Often Snow at Christmas. No. The Soul Saints Orchestra with Santa's Got a Bag of Soul. Oh, bet he has. I don't know that one either, no. One More Sleep, Leona Lewis. Oh, Greg Lake. They said there'd be snow at Christmas. That's the I Believe in Father Christmas. That's a nice one. Frosty the Snowman. Dinah Ross. It's the most wonderful time of the year. Oh, I love that one. Mary's boy child, Jesus Christ, was born on Christmas Day. Hark now, hear... Well, Harry Belafonte had it originally, then Boney M did it. Hark now, hear the angels sing, a new king born today. Hey Sis, It's Christmas by RuPaul. How can that be above those other songs? This is just ridiculous. Drag queen singing... I've never even heard the song. Slade's Merry Christmas, Everybody, which is ironic because Slade toured, but not with Noddy Holder. They haven't toured for ages. This sounds quite nice. The Midnight Sleigh Ride. I think that's the one that goes dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. In Dulce Jubilo by Mike Oldfield. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, that was quite good. And I'm Gonna Be... Oh, no, it's a different song. It's 2,000 Miles by the Pretenders. I think I remember that one, but I can't sing it for you. Kelly Clarkson, Underneath the Tree, my favourite position. And that was always very good. Wizards, I Wish It Could Be Christmas Every Day. That was so good. Oh, when the snowman rings. Jingle Bell Rock by Bobby. Is that the one that goes, Jingle Bell, Jingle Bell, Jingle Bell Rock. Jingle Bell, sing and jingle bell. I'm actually quite good at this. River by Joni Mitchell. River. That's it. I don't know anything else. Oh, that was good. Bing Crosby and David Bowie. They never met. They both recorded separately for Come, They Told Me, Per-Rum-Pa-Pum-Pum, and Newborn King. And Surf Jan Stevens, O Come, Emmanuel. Chuck Berry singing Run, Rudolph, Run. The turkey never turned up. Rudolph, run. 8 Days of Christmas, Destiny's Child, don't know them. Paul McCartney, I know. It's the most... Oh, no, it's... Having a wonderful Christmas time. You see, we're having our own festives. You know, you might be going, I'm sorry, we had this. Santa Claus Goes Straight to the Ghetto, sang James Brown. Blue Christmas. I'll hear the blue Christmas. I liked Elvis Presley. There was something nice about him, wasn't there? I wish I'd seen him live or had him in. The Jackson 5. Santa Claus is coming to town. Oh, yeah. Driving Home for Christmas, Chris Rea. Very popular song. Very popular. Is that your favourite? I thought it might be, yeah. Elton John's Step Into Christmas. Step Into Christmas. He's never done another one, has he? Baby It's Cold Outside by Dean Martin. I don't remember that one either. Yeah, I know the words obviously go, Baby It's Cold Outside, but I mean, that's about it. Oh, that's that the one? Simply Must Go. Oh, right. Riveting. Sleigh Ride. Is that the one that goes, just hear those sleigh bells ring-a-ling, ting-ting, ting-a-ling too. Come on, it's lovely weather for a sleigh ride together with you. Well, there's probably different versions of it, Luke. Merry Christmas, baby. Ike Tina Turner, which was lovely. Happy Christmas. Yeah. Rocking around the Christmas tree at the Bringo party up. Brenda Lee. I hated Band Aid. I really hated it. You know, do they know it's Christmas time at all? Yes, exactly. The words didn't make any sense at all, did they? Au revoir, be good, don't talk to strangers. Well, failing that, you could. Christmas Wrapping, The Waitress. How can that be number 7 in the charts with a song that we've never heard of? Christmas Wrapping by The Waitresses. Fairy Tale of New York, The Pogues and Kirsty McCorks. It's got rude words in it. You remember? White Christmas, Bing Crosby. I loved Bing Crosby. Darlene Love, The Christmas Baby, Please Come Home. And then Last Christmas, Wham. Mariah Carey, All I Want for Christmas and Stay Another Day, E17. And what was the next thing? Is it the 12 worst Christmas songs? The 12 worst Christmas songs ever inflicted on humankind. Mariah Carey and Justin Bieber, All I Want for Christmas. So in other words, a re-recording of the song. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays by NSYNC. Spin Me a Christmas by Aqua. The Cheeky Girls, Have a Cheeky Christmas. Hated the Cheeky Girls. Touch My Bum, Don't Be Shy. Yeah, let's call the police. Drummer Boy. Was quite good. Come, they told me. But sung by Justin Bieber and Busta Rhymes. Madonna's doing Santa Baby, knock on the chimney tonight. Christmas Conga by Cyndi Lauper. Don't remember that one. Millennium Prayer by Cliff Richard. It was good. Mistletoe and Wine has got to be in this list, doesn't it? Christmas Tree, Lady Gaga and Space Cowboy. Christmas Wrapping, The Spice Girls. What's the matter? Christmas Wrapping, so I don't know it. Merry Christmas. No, I don't know it. No. Yeah, are you going to play it to me? Here we go. This won't make any difference at all. I can tell it won't. So... Oh, God, it's ghastly. Dreadful. No, I don't know it. I don't want it. Band Aid 20, Do They Know It's Christmas Again? And number 1, Bo Selector, Proper Crimbo. Do you remember that one? Proper Crimbo. Lee Francis again, yes. With the One Trick Pony Act. Had all sorts of different people on there. Proper Crimbo. I just thought it sounded quite funny, the Proper Crimbo bit. But the rest of it was rubbish. Don't forget, Steve. Popular song, don't forget. Grandma's Been Run Over by a Reindeer. Remember that one? No, I didn't either. And also, okay, clue on this one, Boys Next Door, and you can play along at home. Do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do-do. Da-da-da-da-da. All across the... When a Child is Born, Johnny Mathis. The most performed Christmas song must be the Austrian carol Silent Night. I learnt it in German when I was at prep school. Stille Nacht, Heilige Nacht. And we learnt it, and I remember thinking, what a boring carol. But I remember learning it at school and then thinking, actually, it's quite good. Did Chaz and Dave do a Christmas song? Oh, I should imagine they must have done. Too many separate performances of Silent Night. And I quite Peter Andre did a Christmas smash hit. Unfortunately not. I don't think Peter Andre would ever dare venture into the Christmas market. He couldn't bear the embarrassment. The New York Carol, Steve, says Monica, my favourite Jewish cabbie. The New York Carol. I don't know the New York Carol. Perhaps we need to find the New York Carol. We do that one as well. And Bowie and Bing. Come, they told me, per-rum-pa-pum-pum. Lovely, which we could. And Steve, you said you were driving on the motorway and singing with gusto. Am I right in thinking gusto is in your support bubble? Of course. Listen, I'm perfect. Stephen in Birkenhead said, do you sing Fairy Tale of New York? I'll be Kirsty if you're Shane. I think not. And Steve, talking about toilet duck, I've been hearing Thames Water and LBC remind you not to flush your wet wipes. Staff must have heard you recently telling us you flushed them away. No, Alida, you obviously heard incorrectly. No, we don't do wet wipes. I've never bought wet wipes. I buy the toilet ones, which are specifically meant for flushing away. You're still singing the same old tune from ages ago. Steve, listening to you is like being down the pub with a hilarious friend, says Giles. I've never been down the pub with a hilarious friend. We used to do it when we used to go to different people, and they go, listen, why don't all the men, of course I sat down, go off to the pub and have a drink? You know, I'd be there, small Cinzano and tomato juice, please. Little Worcestershire sauce, don't push it. And then we'd all go back, you know, completely sozzled, just about ready to be sick after all that tomato juice. They go, lunch is ready, and you think, oh, God. It got people out the house. Otherwise, people just sit around, don't they? Your team sound very, very young, says Paul. It's an act, believe you me. They're not half as young as you think they are. It's people in radio are technically supposed to be young people, you know, because they work in radio. And they go, okay, I mean, the problem is I don't know anything about them. I don't know where we got them from. Could have been a lucky bag. Somebody might have delivered, you know, a parcel from Amazon or something, and we opened it up. Yeah, very lucky. But we opened up the parcel and went, what's that? Okay, well, that's a Corey. Okay. And that's what? That's actually a Luke. Oh, lovely. And you take them out there, blow them up, and then the next thing, they're producing on the programme. But I don't know where they came from to here. Do you know where you came from before you came? No idea, do you know? Were you found under a Christmas tree in the middle of... Was he in a basket? Oh, how sweet. A swan. Yeah. I don't think it would have been a swan, actually, no. I think it would have been a stork. Yes, it would have been a stork, yes. It certainly wouldn't have been a swan. Since when have you heard of swans delivering children? No. That's like saying it's not Father Christmas, it's the angel Gabriel who brings you your presents. Honestly. They make it up as they go along. They really... Look at this, late again. I watched this jewellery channel on the television. It's only because... they've got a bloke who does overnight on it, who, whenever the camera goes in close, while he's sort of demonstrating what a ring looks like on his finger, or through his nose, his fingers are so gnarled that, you know, they need a good manicure, and they really look terrible, because we're on high definition on television. And he was flogging some tat the other day, and it was a case of, this is the rarest gemstone in the world, $24.99, and I'm thinking, yeah, really rare. And also, the thing you've got to be careful on those jewellery programmes, on some of them, when they say, and here's a pendant, they don't sell the chain with it. The chain you've got to buy separately. It's a bit of a swizz, really. They don't tell you that. And they don't tell you all the time whether it's heat-treated or whether it's just fake. I mean, some of them just look so tacky, it really is. But obviously people like buying that sort of stuff. I call it sort of only one up or down from something you find in a Christmas cracker. You know, the thing that little girls get free in a magazine, like, you know, Loving magazine, for sort of girls up to the age of sort of 12 or 13, and they used to put a ring in there or something like that. Bit the same. Jez says, were Corey and Luke born or defrosted? I don't know. Did you see that film? I can't remember who was in it. And it was about a bloke who was frozen in time. You know, this sort of cryogenics, where they would freeze you, and then if you were ill, and then... so you died, and then they would freeze you, and then hopefully in the future they would bring you back. Cryogenics. No, the film was... I can't remember. It was a film with Mel Gibson in, I think, where some kids found a freezer in a shed, and he was in it, and they brought him back to life again. That's the whole idea of cryogenics, is... I mean, as if that's going to happen. Forever Young. That's right, he was a test pilot. Because the funny thing is that you'll have been in this suspended animation, and there are a number of people around the world frozen. There are companies who will freeze you or freeze bits of you. And so imagine you sort of come back in 50 years' time, as if it's ever going to happen. And then you're not going to know anybody. You won't have anywhere to live. You've got no friends. They're all dead. And you've got no job either. What's the point of that? But it was called Forever Young. I remember thinking at the time I thought it was quite good. But I think actually... that in believability terms, it wasn't very believable at all. Stephen in Birkenhead says, aren't one or two of your team there vegans? One. Well, he's sort of vegan, vegetarian, piscatorial, or something. He does most of it, actually. He's fixitarian as well, which is a bit like working for Screwfix. It's something like that. It's very similar. He says, do they know that Waitrose are now selling vegan Galaxy hot chocolate? He's seen, but he hasn't had. He has to save up the money for it. Because you get special sections in the supermarkets now for people like Luke. People you don't want to hang around with, you know. You've been cordoned off. They go, so vegetarian, vegan, it's down there, I think, third aisle. It's got its own security on it. Go down there. Because it must be more expensive than all the other stuff, mustn't it? I think vegans and vegetarians are made to pay for it. I didn't do a thing the other day on the programme. I was going to. It was in one of the newspapers on soups that people drink, thinking misguidedly they're going to lose weight. And some of them from very well-known slimming companies, and they gave it 2 out of 10, which means, as far as I'm concerned, that's don't waste your money. You know, it's like juicing. Oh, I'll just drink juice. No, you won't. Emmy Lou Harris, says Jim, did a great version of Little Drummer Boy. Dora Bryan sang All I Want for Christmas is a Beetle. Yes, I think I heard that, actually. Off to See the Wizard is the best Christmas song. Is that from The Wizard of Oz? I don't think it was a Christmas song at all. Definitely not. And slightly off topic, but talking of Giles, have you watched Giles Brandreth and Sheila Hancock on the Canal Boat series? Taking over from Timothy West and Prunella Scale, says Anne. Sadly, only 2 episodes. I have seen it. I think Giles is amazing value. Really good. Also, Rolf Harris had a Christmas song called Six White Boomers. It's about kangaroos instead of reindeer delivering presents in the Australian outback. Yes, I remember the song very well. It's on an album. And Dan. Best version of Sleigh Ride is by Charlotte Church and the boy soprano Billy Gilman. Maybe you can tell which is which, but my untrained ears can't. Basket, says Monica, my favourite Jewish cabbie. Do you have a Moses on your team? I wish we did have. I learned a Christmas carol in German, O Tannenbaum, wie grün sind die Blätter. Oh Tannenbaum, da 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 da. Pipes of Peace by Paul McCartney. Sort of, what a funny little tune, isn't it, really? And somebody else was talking about the Killers, Don't Shoot Me, Santa Claus. Remember that one by the Killers? I remember the group The Killers, but I couldn't tell you any of the singles that they brought out. Most people used to bring out a Christmas record because it was. There's a Coldplay one, is there? Do you like Coldplay? Do you? Yeah. Corey's got a very eclectic mix of music. If I went round, I wouldn't know any. I wouldn't go round, of course. Nowhere to park the car, unless I wanted to come back and find it on bricks. And so later, they always lay a special place at the table. They go, and this is where Steve would have sat had we had A, enough food, and B, invited him, so never kind of works that way, which suits me fine. Somebody always said to me, how do you get on with your producer? I say, keep them at arm's length. Keep them keen, keep them mean. Or was it the way round? Keep them mean, anyway, whatever it is. You have to do things like that. They would say, oh, you must pop round to our place, have sort of some mulled wine and a warm mince pie. I don't think so. I've heard of things like that happening. You wake up and you're working in a bordello in Baghdad, so I never risk it. I never risk things like that. Oh, pop round, Steve. Unless I've actually seen the cooking facilities, I don't go to friends' places. I need to actually see a certificate from the local council just to make sure that it's all fine. Steve, remember Only You by the Flying Pickets? I do. Looking through the window of love, like a story of love. Can you hear me? Da 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 da. I love the Flying Pickets. Only You. And I'll tell you what I watched the other day on YouTube. No, this morning. I watched the Jersey Boys. Walk like a man, fast as I can. Walk like a man. I watched on YouTube. Just said I watched it on YouTube. How can I watch it on stage? There's nothing. Nobody's working. No, I just watched it on YouTube. I haven't seen it on stage. God, blimey, honestly. It's like talking to a brick wall. There used to be a puppet on television you remind me of. Ollie Beak. And he used to work with Pussycat Willem. Pussycat Willem, who was a glove puppet, apparently. And Ollie Beak was an owl. He's now hunting. See, this is the advantage to having the internet. You can hunt all these things out. And, yeah, there you go. There's Ollie Beak from the 5 o'clock club, and I can't remember the name of the dog, but Ollie Beak was very good. I used to love the presenter. That was Muriel Young. Muriel Young went on to be very big at Granada. She was big. I'm telling you. When I say big, I mean she was much respected. Much respected. Steve, whilst we're talking about Christmas songs, can you ask the Spikers if anybody remembers the Cat and the Mouse Christmas Carol? Now, do you know? I have a feeling I know this. And I'll tell you how I think I know it, Ian, because I think the Mormon Tabernacle Choir do it when they had David Archuleta, and I'm sure he was singing about, might have been The Cat and the Mouse or something like that. I used to sing it at primary school in Romford and loved it, but no one else recalls it. Even my sister, who went to the same school and also sang it in assembly. The Cat and the Mouse. Okay? I'm pretty certain it's the one that David Archuleta sang. And the dog was called Fred. Do you know, honestly, life was so much simpler in those days. Do you not think so? I think so. Matthew says, I think that Monica is referring to the Fairy Tale of New York, but got the title wrong. Listen, I can't believe she got anything wrong at all. But that was with... It was Kirsty Young, wasn't it? The Pogues, and the Pogues as well. Lovely. Lovely. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Well, I think we've sorted Christmas out this year, haven't we? If you were one of those people who was going, oh, I can't stand Christmas, you now hate it even more, I should imagine, which provides endless amusement. Shane says you should bring out your own Christmas CD. Do you know, we nearly did. It was one of the suggestions for Make Some Noise. The Steve Allen Christmas CD, and put together a list of our favourite carols and songs and things like that, because I think it'd be quite a nice idea. Everybody else has done it. Perhaps I should also bring one out as well. Monica, my embarrassed favourite Jewish Gabby, says, busted, but thank you for the faith in me. Listen, we have faith in everybody. We have faith in everybody. I've decided there's been so much misery for... God knows how many months at the moment. The one thing we need is a little bit of positivity. The one thing we need is sort of something nice to happen to everybody, like let us have Christmas. But I have a feeling we might be having Christmas. It might be a bit shorter than usual, and then I think we might actually go back into lockdown again, because the coronavirus death rates are up again. I can't understand. Well, I can, because people are not adhering to all the rules. But the amount of deaths have gone up again. And we're supposed to be in another lockdown. I mean, what's going on? Is it because people can't be bothered? Is it because people think, oh, it won't affect me? Then the next thing is they're in hospital. And the next thing is they can't breathe. And the next thing is, the ultimate, you know, people lose their lives. And we don't want that. We want everybody sort of to get through it as quickly as possible. Steve, Kirsty McCall sang with the Pogues. Christmas in New York, sadly done. Hit by a speedboat, I remember it very well indeed. Because wasn't it Shane McGowan was the lead singer with the Pogues? Didn't he have his teeth done or something? Didn't he have the most awful teeth, I think? And then somebody said, oh, you can get your teeth done. And so he had his teeth... Do you not remember that one? I remember that. Very well indeed. Yeah, he didn't actually have any teeth. And then they gave him a new... Look at that, look. A new set of teeth, which I thought was quite a nice idea. Bless his heart. They're very expensive. Have you ever had... I remember doing a programme once on LBC about... we had a dentist on who was advising... What? LBC, you thought it was quite funny? Well, we were very much news and information station and magazine type format. So we'd had programmes. I mean, I've done programmes with cobblers and also dentists and nutritionists. Absolutely. Gardening, car maintenance, DIY. Oh, yeah. No, we didn't do candlestick, man. That would be silly. That would be silly to do that. We didn't do that. But we did do alternative medicine. Michael Van Straten had the biggest post bag you could ever see. Christine Walkden was one of the many gardeners who you now see on the television who was offering advice. She could get through, in the course of an hour, more than 40 calls. She was fast. She was fast. In fact, we used to have a record to see if we could sort of, you know, get as many calls through to as possible, and she would whiz through them. She would be very fast. You know, nowadays, I don't know what the average per hour would be. 5, 6, something like that, calls in an hour. About 6 or 7, 40 she could get through. She could get through 40. We would whiz through them. Yeah, I mean, she was fast. She was very fast. And the biggest question at Christmas was, I had a poinsettia. How do I keep it for next year? And it was a case of cutting it back, covering it, and sticking it in the airing cupboard and leaving it there, you know, over through sort of January and everything else, and then bringing it out next year, and it would grow again. Because everybody wants Christmas poinsettias. White, red, pinks, beautiful, really lovely. But yeah, and we had somebody on, and he was a cosmetic dentist. And I was totally out of the loop. And we had a lady on, and she said, oh, I've been to a dentist, and he's given me a quote for having my teeth done. And bear in mind, this was about 30 plus years ago. And so he said, yeah, she said, I've been given a quote of £35,000. And he said, yeah, that would be about right. And I looked at him and I, £35,000. And of course, if you have all your teeth done and they take your teeth out and then they screw in new teeth, you're looking at over £1,000 a tooth. It's really quite expensive. That's why Jordan, she's had the cheap version done. She's had them filed down to points looking like Dracula, and then they stick a crown over the top of it, and of course they all fell out. And so, but yeah, you could spend 35, 40, 50,000 pounds now on having your teeth done. Very, very expensive, very expensive. But we did that. But my favourite, well, I mean, they were all my favourites, but Gerard Sauer used to do car maintenance, and somebody would phone up like Corey and go, oh, I've got this car, blah, 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 and it's doing this. And Gerard would go, without consulting a book, he'd go, yeah, this car in, what year was yours? 65? Yeah. This was a main problem. When you take it into the garage, tell them to look at so-and-so, so-and-so, and he would be spot on every single time. He was almost like the miracle man with the magic wand. He knew everything about your car that you didn't know, and he'd say, tell them to look for this. They might not notice this, but I promise you that's what it is. Amazing, isn't it? There's a golden oldie, which I think you'd love, Steve, called Petula Clark's Where Did My Snowman Go? Oh... that sounds quite... We love Petula Clark, as you know. Dennis in Grantham says, have you heard Frank Kelly's version of 12 Days of Christmas? If it's rude, I've probably heard it. There was an Australian bloke, and it was about a kid writing to Father Christmas. I can't do any of it on the programme. It is totally unrepeatable. Steve, having gallbladder removed today, should be home in time for tomorrow's spike. Yes, I think they might keep you in a bit longer, just probably an extra day, just to make sure. A friend of mine's got something similar, and she's going to be in for a day, but they've made provision for 2 days. Having it done privately, believe it or not. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. I agree with Thames Water are playing safe, saying even toilet wipes are not all flushable. Mine are. Mine are, Alida. Mine are, because I'm perfect. Perfect. I would have loved to have bought your Christmas favourite song CD. So, Steve, could you create one for next year? I've not got as far as next year yet. I've not got as far as... I like Gaudete by Steel Ice Band. Gaudete, Christa Cultus ex Maria Virgine, Gaudete, with Maddie Pryor. Gaudete. It was sung... It was an old English Christmas song, sung without musical accompaniment. Bill. He says they don't make them like they used to. Well, probably just as well. But that's when people did sing unaccompanied. And Steel Ice Span featured... I think they're still going. I'm pretty certain they are still going. Poem. Gosh, poem. This one was selected by Jake this morning. It's called The Being of Being is Being. Can I have the jingle, please? Poem of the day... Do. I'm so sorry. We've run out of budget. I said to them, is it possible to bring in the orchestra to do it? They went, no. There wasn't even any negotiating, ladies and gentlemen. It's by Nicholas Gordon. So, the being of being is being. Ready? The being of being is being. The being of nothing is none. And if you find this to be nonsense, at least it'll do you no harm. Now, nothing is nothing for certain, and something is something for sure. Since something cannot come from nothing, it must be eternally for. And though it is hard to imagine, since time is our air and our sea, no nothing will ever be nothing, though we will not always be we. I didn't get the last bit either, but there you go. We made an effort. Goodness sake, I tell you, it's tough being me. Not easy. The dog's name was Fred Barker, says Tony in Spain. España. Viva España. And another one here. Bing Crosby, David Bowie did sing with Bing Crosby. Check Sky Arts, discovering Bing Crosby. Yes. I thought they were like the Michael Jackson and Paul McCartney. They never actually met. They never met. It was the video was made, so it looked as though they met. For me, the best Christmas song is Oh Holy Night. Oh, I love Oh Holy Night. I haven't heard it by the Reverend Al Green, but I've heard it by choirs O holy night, the star brightly shining, it is the hour of our new Saviour's birth. And if you hear that sung by a big choir and chorus, it's well worth it. I've suddenly realised I'm obviously quite religious. You have to be here. It sort of helps to be in touch with the Almighty most of the time. But, no, the boys, I don't know whether the boys are going to be here for Christmas. I don't think they are, actually. I don't think they're not. Oh. Perhaps when they come back, we won't recognise them because they'll look like little dubbies when they come back, having eaten all that Christmas food. Depends whether they can go home to parents. You're not sure at the moment, are you? You know, got to wait and see. And I don't know when the government are going to tell us. Hopefully soon. We have to wait for ages on these things, don't we? So Colleen Rooney goes for a walk with the dog and her photographer and tucks the dog under her arm. It drives me mad. I hate people who don't, respect dogs. Put them down properly. Dawn French is back as the Vicar of Dibley with three short specials to air in the run-up to Christmas. Corbyn voted back into the Labour Party. The move has reignited the anti-Semitism row. I mean, it's almost like, a little child at school, isn't it? You've been very naughty. You sit on the naughty step. OK, you can come inside now. It's just ridiculous. It really is. And it provokes a lot of anger and a lot of hatred and a lot of people feeling very uncertain about everything. The prime suspect in the abduction of Madeleine McCann, he's not a prime suspect. They've already established this. He's nothing to do with it. Why do they do shoddy journalism? He's not the prime suspect. This is Christian Bruckner. He's not if he was the prime suspect, they'd have interviewed him. Nobody's interviewed him. There's no evidence to suggest anything at all. Rupert Grint. You know Rupert Grint from Harry Potter? He's beaten Sir David Attenborough's record for the fastest time to reach 1 million Instagram followers. And he's in the Guinness Book of Records. He played Ron Weasley. He debuted on the social media platform on November the 10th. And he reached the milestone of 1 million Instagram followers in how long? 4 hours, 1 minute. 4 hours, 1 minute. Sir David took 4 hours and 44 minutes to reach 7 figures. And in his debut post, Rupert held daughter Wednesday and joked he was 10 years late to Instagram. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? Well done him. Well done him. Fancy calling your daughter Wednesday. Wednesday Grint. I mean, I don't mind that, to be honest with you. I don't think Wednesday goes with Grint. Jackie says, you only need 2 top and bottom screwed in and false ones fixed on, much cheaper. I know, but if they're doing the whole mouth, it's a lot. You tend to forget all the teeth around the side. And do not forget, says Mandy, the classic Wombling Merry Christmas. We wish you a wombling Merry Christmas. All the voices of Mike Batt, the very multi-talented Mike Batt. So did we find the Cat and the Mouse Christmas Carol? Did you find... Yeah, Cat and the Mouse Christmas. I wonder if it's the same one that David Archuleta sang for the Mormon Tabernacle Choir. If it is, I shall know it when I see the words. That's right, needed a cup of tea this morning. I'm absolutely right. The Cat and the Mouse Carol with David Archuleta singing it. Look, honestly, sometimes it's a gift. You remember the daftest things. That's just why I'm a radio presenter. And he was singing it as the Mormon Tabernacle Choir did their Christmas concert. They do Joy to the World, Silent Night, and Angels from the Realms of Glory. Now, there might be some bits of the Mormon Tabernacle Choir that you won't quite get your head around. They have a thing about bells, hand bells. They weave them into lots of things. Plus, they have people dressed up as ballet dancer angels, but when they do their Christmas carol things, they dress up in Victorian costume. It looks very good indeed. But David Archuleta sings about the cat and the mouse, and it's really good. He's a super singer. He really is. They bring him on there. He looks the part. He's got a fantastic voice, and I think he was the winner of America's Got Talent or one of those things, but he's also a Mormon. And they have an orchestra, and all I keep thinking, when I watch orchestra, I think, why can't I play in an orchestra? Because I can't read music. Oh, now what? Have you spilt it down, you? Oh, you are hopeless, honestly, Luke. God, I bet your use as a critic. You're the sort of person, you've got all the drinks on the train, he gets, you go, You've done it with a coffee order before. Honestly. Dave's still isolating, apparently. Dave came back from America after they did the American, or as I call them, the Biden election, and, just to annoy the Trump follower somewhere. There must be somebody somewhere. And he's had to isolate, I think, for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. So they're being very good and very safe, and some people are being very good about it. I wouldn't like to say in the country everybody's been very good about it. Steve, is Kevin Bloody Wilson the Aussie guy you were thinking of? Yeah, have you ever heard him? You don't want to hear it, seriously. Please do not play any of it on the programme. It's not just risky, it's downright rude. It's a bit like going to see, who's that bloke who and he wears a flying helmet all the time. He's a very rude comedian. No, not Big Al. This is, I can't think of him. He wears a flying helmet. Roy Chubby Brown. Have you ever heard his act? Oh, my goodness me. I tell you, you couldn't do that today. Well, no, he is doing it today. Well, not today, necessarily. He's still going, yeah. Roy Chubby Brown, yeah. In fact, when they did him live, he came out on a video. Most of the people sitting in the front row of the audience were elderly people who were doubled up in laughter. He was it was almost rude beyond belief. Rude beyond belief. You can't believe it. But I mean, I suppose, everything is funny nowadays. Steve, you don't need to read music to play the triangle, says Anthony. Do you know, I tell you what I'm doing, I'm just explaining. But I always wanted to play the tambourine, because that's quite an art, isn't it? Watch Elton John's band and watch the bloke playing the tambourine. It's an art form. I promise you. Brilliant. Just realised, I was sitting here going, Steve, I should rush home and listen to that. And you suddenly realise, it's me. I'm the one making it. So over in the holiday camp for retired celebrities and their partners, it's what are they eating? Everything. And to be honest with you, I'm surprised that but they all sign one of these affidavits, which means that they can show all these things. I mean, yesterday, poor Beverly Callard had to force down fermented plums, fermented tofu, although as a vegan, she didn't have to eat any unusual animal parts. That's a good one. So in other words, if you're vegan, you can do, I'm a celebrity, get me out of here, and they can't make you eat it. Don't tell them you're a vegan until you go in there, Luke. Okay. So Vernon Kay had to munch on deer testicles, and Jordan North, who had to scoff a sheep's penis and goat's eyes. But they did it, and they got 10 out of 10. See, I think that it's just rank cruelty. I just don't think it's right. I mean, we understand they do it, but Ant and Dec, ha, 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 ha. Well, I don't think that's funny. I've lost the will on that one. I don't think that's funny at all. But they've got some late entry showbiz stars. I mean, their budget on it must be enormous. They've just brought in Ruthie Henschel and Russell Watson. They will go in. Russell says he's ready for anything. He's beaten 2 brain tumours. I think he's great. And I love Ruthie Henschel because she's show busy. And she says, I'm a very competitive person. I'd like to win. There are strong characters in there. And, but she's a wild card. See what Dawn Neeson says, shall we, today? Let's get the paper out. It's so funny because you can always guarantee that every time Tony Beak appears anywhere, Anton Dubek, Anne Widdecombe bigs him up like there's no tomorrow. She must be really holding a torch. Oh, she really must. Also, there's such a good story about... I can't tell you what it is. It involves a box of Krispy Kremes. That's all I can tell you. And once no, don't even Google it. No, don't even Google it. It's not worth it. Then hold hands up. Keep them there. And that's it. Yeah, all right. We're not doing police action, spread them kind of thing. But yeah, it's an interesting story. But it's in court. So that's the reason I said don't sort of look at it, because you'll be going, that's an interesting story. And it is. Yesterday was Bobby Ball's funeral. And a lot of people who were actually at the funeral were wearing red braces. Rock on, Tommy. And lots of people were paying homage to him. I mean, very, very tough for Tommy Cannon, who also had to turn up. He's 82, but he turned up the other day on television talking about Des O'Connor. And so, I mean, he's really really terrible. Strange to think, though, that both Cannon and Ball didn't talk for a while. They sort of fell out. Then they both discovered religion, and things sort of changed again. So he was only 76, Only 76. And there was no doubt about it. He was a funny man. Not all the time. Not all the time. But then, comedians are like that. They have highs and lows. But they had the funeral yesterday and the car stopped at all the right places, including Blackpool Tower. And very sad. Very sad. I don't like it when people go, especially not coming up Christmas time. Although, as I remember saying to my brother, you always remember, don't you? Because my mother died in the November, so in this month. And you'll always remember it. You never forget it because it's Christmas time. It's Christmas time. What else we got here? The future of Little Mix was in doubt after Jessie Nelson confirmed she's taking an extended break. All we know is it's something to do with a private medical thing, and we don't know what that is. But there again, it's unfortunately there are two trains of thought here. One is she's in a group that they tell you everything. In fact, the other week they were telling us they have sex, get over it. And you're thinking, we really don't need to know this. A lot of their fans are very young. We don't want to hear that kind of thing. But she's taking this extended break. So their album, which is called Confetti, landed in the charts at number 2. But her signature was missing from thousands of them that were sent out. So whether she goes back to the group, I've got no idea. We don't know. We don't know anything about it. We don't know what the illness is. We just know it's a private medical thing, and that's it. Temperatures are going to drop this week. Brace yourselves. Thermal knickers out. -7. -7. That's, for us, it's pretty nippy. Heavy rain will batter the west of England for the next 2 days before you get the 24 centigrade drop. Scotland brace for travel chaos and flooding after the Met Office issued a yellow weather warning. And temperatures will plummet from 17 degrees centigrade tomorrow to a bone-chilling -7 on Friday in northern regions. Thank God for that. I don't live in northern regions. Thank God for that. I don't mind people in the northern regions suffering. I've had it cold before. Don't worry. I've been there. No snow. No snow is forecast yet. We haven't had snow at Christmas for a long, long time. Long time. Don't forget, Steve, George Michael died on Christmas Day. I know. I got a phone call to say that George, and we turned the programme around. And we talked to people who'd worked with him, fans. He was very generous, very, very generous. One of those people that a lot of their generosity went unsaid. And it's only because afterwards people then say, this is what he did. See, what about the poor animals being eaten for entertainment value on the show? I know. I mean, what can you do? What can you do? Generates a lot of money, and that's all I'll tell you about it. So Dawn Neesum's column today, talking about the I'm a Celebrity, of course, back with a record 12 million viewers, a haunted Welsh castle, and plenty of tiny irritating critters, or as they're known to us, Ant and Dec. Relocated to somewhere unimaginably cold, dark and depressing. Think 10 Downing Street, but slightly less wet. Due to coronavirus, the days of Mylene Klass in a hot and steamy jungle shower scene are long gone. Instead, we got Mr. Tess Daly, Vernon Kay, flashing his dad bod, and somebody called Jordan North demonstrating how everything goes south even though you're only 30. I know. His body seems to have given up. Like everybody desperate for something decent to watch on telly during this never-ending lockdown hell, I so wanted the revamped camp location to work. It doesn't, she says. It's like every British camping holiday you've ever been on, just with people who get on your nerves even more so than your own family. It is, you see, I mean, even though it's Ant McPartland's birthday today, and I think he's 46 or something like that, they're now getting to that age where it's a bit difficult to be the, hello, it's all jolly and all this kind of stuff, because we've seen it before. All they do is sort of remind you how much they're earning, how much you're not earning, and, we've got all these sorts of dreadful things. And there's one here, you've got Samo Farrow, obviously a big-name signing, who obviously misinterpreted the fact that the castle's a ruin as an instruction on what to do to his career. Surely an amazing athlete like this and him can't really need the money. Well, that's what I said. I said the same thing. What's he doing it for? That's like doing Loose Men and putting on, who's that boxer? Khan. Amir Khan. And you think, perhaps he needs the money. What's he doing it for? They're not exactly known as being sort of chatty people. I don't think so. Perhaps it's the fame. It's an addiction. It's an addiction, fame. It really is. I mean, I've never craved fame. La, da, 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 da. Come to me, my pretties. No, it's never interested me. I can't think of anything worse. Your life is never your own. Never your own. All of a sudden, people, bump into you in bars. You go, oh, you've had a drink, have you? And the things you can discover. We've just discovered where we used to live in Hong Kong, and part of it is modern, and part of it looks the same. But we had a balcony. I remember we had a balcony. That's all I remember. It was a bit bigger than that. Bit bigger than that, the balcony. Because I've got a picture of my brother sitting on a chair on the balcony. We were number 8 Tun Shan Terrace. It's all very exciting. And so Corey's made it his mission to do. Why? I've got no idea. Probably going to write to the people. Oh, what were they like when they were here? Steve, you've been talking about all these comedic greats recently. Do you not consider yourself to be an all-round entertainer? No. No, I'm a radio presenter. I'm a speech radio presenter. That's all it is. And that's what we do. We entertain with speech, the power, the gift of speech. Monica says, Dartford, Woolwich and Greenwich, wake up. Cabbies need to earn for their morning coffee and you'll be late for work. Late for work. That's an old... It's like, here comes the bus. Do you know, I was waiting for the buses the other day in Richmond. I was sort of standing there, munching on my bacon baguette, thinking what a great world it is. And I was watching the buses as they come along, thinking, where's mine? Because you get a lot of buses now, school bus, and it's full of ghastly school children all sitting next to each other. Nobody's self-distancing or anything like that. Some not even bother wearing masks, which is very dangerous because, school children go down with coronavirus as well as adults. And we had 3 buses, the 65 to Richmond, all bang after the other. H37s to Hounslow. We have such a lot of different buses. And then we had 3 buses in a row, which were only for school children. And I remember thinking, my old place is up for rent. Is it? No. Number 8, Tun Shan Terrace. Good Lord, it's 25,000 Hong Kong dollars a month. Can you show me the sitting room? I wonder what they've done to it. Oh, you know what they've done? That they've knocked through, yes. I remember the bars on the window. I think it was an apartment. It might have been a prison. I'm never too sure, actually. And the kitchen, we did have a kitchen in there, and it didn't look like that. It was stone. It was stone. Is there a balcony? A picture of the balcony? No. I think what they've done is they've actually sort of knocked rooms through and things like that. How funny that our thing would be actually up for rental. I think that's absolutely amazing that in this day and age you can find these sort of places that you used to live. This is back in it would have been the 60s. Would have been the 60s. Well, that's Hong Kong dollars. In pounds, is it? 2.5 grand. Well, I'll tell you for why. It'll be the views. You overlook Happy Valley Racecourse. Oh yeah, but we were quite high. You couldn't exactly float down there, but it was that was what the views were. The higher up you go, the better the views, and presumably the more expensive. Perhaps I should have bought it. Steve, a couple of weeks ago, you mentioned that your family used to be stonemasons. No, I didn't say they were stonemasons. No, I said my father bought a stonemason business years and years ago. He went through a phase of buying different things. We had a block of flats. And he bought, for some reason, I've got no idea why, it was a stonemason. Most of their work was tombstones. And he bought that. We had all sorts of different things, apart from a company that made printed circuits for computers. Only a small company, because in the early days they weren't mass-produced. Sales of new petrol and diesel cars and vans will be phased out by 2030. What are we up to now? 20 years? Might not be here, won't make any difference, actually, by that time. Don't really care. Dawn Neeson, in her column again, says a woman who identified as a man gave birth to a child. He's now in a court battle not to be identified as mother on the birth certificate, which is what we talked about yesterday on the programme. And Nick Ferrari, most of us find transgender politics tricky, but I bet there's one thing the baby will be called when it's older, says Dawn. Confused. Exactly, because here is Dad, but it's really mother, because as I explained some time ago, and this is where it gets very confusing, even though somebody can identify as a man, technically the bits inside are women. Men can't give birth, much as though they might have tried over the years. I promise you they cannot give birth to children. You can have a child by insemination, but you can't actually physically give birth to a child. Also, after ensuring that poor kids don't go hungry during lockdown, school holidays, Man United's Marcus Rashford has launched a book club so they can also escape into the joy of books. At last, says Dawn, a footballer's doing something useful between the covers. They don't get a good press, do they? Poor footballers. And also, she said it was fascinating to watch the 4 new astronauts arriving at the International Space Station on the SpaceX NASA mission. Yeah, amazing advances, science and all that. But mainly because there are now 7 of them. They're not wearing masks and they actually are hugging each other. Anybody know where to apply for the job? Yeah, they hug. I see kids on the trains hugging each other. Kids. You feel like saying, you know that you can... But, you know, I'm sure somebody's explained it to them, I'm sure. Steve says, Connie, I met the Flying Pickets twice in Austria and always wanted to know how they got the Flying Pickets to Austria for 2 concerts. I've got no idea. They had quite a number of hits, didn't they? Quite a number of hits. And was there not one of them who was... he was in Coronation Street, I'm pretty certain, but he was a flying picket as well. They were an a cappella group, and I like a cappella groups. Also, if you've been offered any cheap Apple products, you'd be well advised to contact the police, because if they find you, you'll be in receipt, if you bought it, under the counter. Or, know what I'm saying? You'll be in receipt of stolen goods, because masked robbers tied up. I mean, it's almost like something out of Tintin, isn't it, really? They tied up the driver and a security guard on a motorway slip road and stole £5 million worth of Apple products. Police are now appealing for witnesses to the raid, which took place at 7:45pm and 8pm at junction 18 of the M1. So everything was sort of disappeared, but they tied the person up to get £5 million. And now where are they going to offload that stuff? Where are they going to offload it? Markets? No. They've all got serial numbers on there. If you're caught with it, put this way, if you, just supposing you inadvertently, although if you buy something in a pub off a bloke or in a market, there is the danger that it might be, half-inched. In fact, they used to make jokes about it. In the markets, they go, fell off the back of a lorry, don't say nothing, got it here today, gone tomorrow kind of stuff. But if you then take it into the shop, if it breaks or something happens to it, they're going to have you. So if it breaks, you might as well just throw it away, because you can't go and get it repaired. People do things like that, and they do tend to forget. What else have we got? What else have we got in the paper today? Nigella Lawson plagued by trolls for posting pictures of brown slop online. I quite like her. I feel a bit sorry, though. I mean, all she seems to have are friends who come round to eat her food. They don't seem to come round for anything. I should think they come round for a bit of a chat, actually. Steve, love the 65, even friends with it on Facebook. However, I live in Ham, so I'm subjected to the 371, not just the same. No, in Ham, you can... Petersham. You can't get the 65, can you? It does go past the end of your road, so you're all right there. Steve, in 20, 30 years, we're like Mad Max driving around in your Bentley trying to find fuel. Well, it's not going to affect me in the slightest, I don't think. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. Taxi ride to the space station, says Monica. Taxi ride to the space... Can you imagine if you were ever able to do that? You just go, I'll just go to the end of the road. I tell you what, I'm going to go to the moon today. I think I'll go and have a look and see what it looks like. They've just opened a new Tesco Express or something. I could go there and have a bit of a time. There is one council in West Lothian, and they are short of lollipop men and women. They've got 17 vacancies to be a lollipop person. And they've got 82 sites that should be supervised. So that's good, isn't it? Some candidates were put off by the pandemic. It doesn't say what the money is. I don't know. You just to stand there with a thing going lollipop, I'm assuming, and then you say, come on, kid, no, not now, wait till the traffic stopped. You don't want to do that. And you're not supposed to talk to them either. You're not allowed to talk to them. We had some lollipop men and women who got fired, didn't we? Because they actually spoke. They dared to speak to the children. Hello, which is what you would do, because they're only little children. They don't know. It's just a lollipop man. I've got some good news for you, though, for Christmas. This is for parents. Okay, Santa's trackers at the North American Aerospace Defence Command will continue to work despite the coronavirus pandemic this year. Volunteers at Peterson Air Force Base in Colorado will work for a 65th year to field calls on Christmas Eve to tell the mostly young callers where Santa is flying. You could actually phone them up. However, COVID regulations mean the number of NORAD staff on the lines will be limited in 2020, which is the 65th year of the service. Preston Schlachter said, "We understand it's a time-honoured tradition, and we know undoubtedly there's going to be some disappointment, so we're trying to keep it as safe as we can for everybody involved. Some callers will be able to speak to a member of the military, but others will get a recorded update on the current location of Father Christmas." They've been doing this since 1955, when Air Force Colonel Harry Shoup, the commander on duty at NORAD's predecessor, which was the Continental Air Defence Command, fielded a call from a child who dialed a misprinted telephone number in a newspaper department store advert thinking she was calling Santa. A fast-thinking Colonel Shoup quickly assured the caller that he was, and the tradition began. We used to have Santa on LBC, and he would take calls on Christmas Eve. Today, most of the early calls come from Japan and Europe, and as the day goes on, the callers from the US and Canada climb. So the good news is it's going to be taking place, which is good news. You can pick, it's like if you write a letter to Father Christmas, you get one back now. Right, get your... What? Yes, absolutely. You literally write a letter, just write to Santa, care of the North Pole, pop it in a post box, and the post office will direct it to the right department. Santa, the North Pole. What do you think? 32 Acacia Avenue, the North Pole. He doesn't have a postcode. He's Father Christmas. His postcode is FC1. Make of that what you will. And that's it, yeah. So just put down Santa Claus or Father Christmas, the North Pole, and the post office, some kind person at the post office will then direct it to the right department, and Father Christmas sends replies to people. I've heard. That's what I heard. I mean, they have done it in previous years. So whether they do it this year, that's what... I don't know. What do I look as though I write to Father Christmas? Because I don't know if you send money. I don't know. I just know that if you wrote to him, they would direct it to Father Christmas, and then he would... No, Father Christmas doesn't send money out, does he? He's got elves to look after and pixies and people like that. But it's mainly the elves who make the toys, I think. If there's any young people listening, if there's any adults listening, forget this bit of the programme, OK? Yeah, so, you know, Father Christmas's elves, at the moment, they're up to here and further. They are sick to death of painting trains and roundabouts and dolls and all the rest of it, but they've got to do it. And you must remember, children everywhere, that when you sort of go to bed on Christmas Eve, if you want him to visit and come down your chimney, if of course you're one of those unfortunate children whose parents can't afford to live in a house and you live in a flat, there is no chimney, so people always leave the window open a little bit. Father Christmas can nip through anything. Sorry, I don't think he goes on a nicking spree, although that would be marginally more entertaining. We was robbed by Father Christmas, would be the plaintive cry. And then what you have to do, you have to leave a mince pie, a carrot and a glass of milk, because if you leave booze... By the time he gets to the third house, to be honest with you, he doesn't know whether there's a door or a chimney or anything. He's got no idea. Just leave him outside and book it on Amazon. You know, let's get them to sort it out. And then get a Deliveroo. And we can have some KFC and all these other things. Yeah. Shane in Sydney says, I'll take the lollipop job. It's not a real lollipop. It's only a pretend lollipop. But you have to stand there. I mean, you get to wear a fluorescent jacket, so that's quite nice, isn't it? It's going to be a long, cold Christmas without you. That's Dana, isn't it? And Steve, I'm getting old. I thought real apples had been stolen. And the penny dropped when he said, what if they break? It's not good. Firstly, they'll stop selling petrol cars, followed swiftly by banning the sale of petrol at garages. The end of luxury barges is coming, says Roger. And it's somebody says here, if you're daft enough to buy one of these stolen computers, as soon as you plug into the internet, of course, the serial number comes up and the motherboard will be visible to Apple as well as where it's located. That's like, you know, when you have a telephone. If I vanished today, highly unlikely, and they had my phone, they would know that my phone would send out a signal, and they could find me. So you're quite right. If you buy a stolen Apple computer, the moment you try and register it, they'll pop round with the help of the police. So that's So that's bad news for you, isn't it? So please don't waste your money. Instead, why don't you sort of pass it on to the police? So much easier. Steve, do you think the Apple products theft was an insider job? Insider? Cider. Hopeless, isn't it? Honestly, you might as well talk to yourself. There's a bloke here, and he's a British Tarzan. His name's Lewis Williamson. He used Neanderthal-style tools and materials to create the primitive forest home. He's 20, and he lives... I mean, to be honest with you, I couldn't live like... Not in this weather. This weather's terrible for things like that. It's cold, it's miserable. And Will Guyot says, are you on Christmas Day this year? I am. Christmas Day, Boxing Day, New Year's Day. That's as far as I remember I'm on. Things might change. We haven't actually got there yet. And we shall endeavour to entertain you over the festive period, which is quite nice. Metro, I'll run through the front pages of the papers, the other side of 6. So Jessie Nelson has taken an extended break from Little Mix. Whether she goes back to the group, I've got no idea. But she left the NTAs in January and Little Mix in September, but she hasn't signed the album, which they'd all signed except her. So that's the one that we have to look out for. Also, what else have we got here? This is George Clooney admits he didn't realise how empty his life was until he was snapped up by his wife, Amal. He's been Hollywood's most eligible fella since his 93 divorce. George Clooney. I can't remember any films he's been in. There was nothing that particularly interested me. Also, Harry Styles' mum is claiming the credit for her lad growing up to be a frock star. Anne Twist stuck up for Hazza after he posed in skirts and dresses in American Vogue. The trouble is, it's just to get publicity. That's all it is, it's publicity. That's the only thing. Somebody talking about... it's great that they're having a Loose Men episode of Loose Women to mark International Men's Day. I think that's Thursday, tomorrow. They'll be discussing male mental health. Men will be more relaxed talking to another guy than with women. Are you sure? They've tried it before. They've tried it before when they've sort of done a male version of Loose Women, and it didn't work at all. It really didn't. It just looks ridiculous. You know, Loose Women, but they need it. As Alison Hammond, is she one of the Loose Women? Do you think they're ever going to put her on the panel with Ruth? And Ruth will have to sit there and pretend she likes her, having already dropped 1,000,001 hints that, you know, they didn't appear on a reality show, her and Eamon. Who's this? David Roper, the ex-EastEnders star. He's 76. 76. He's written a book, The Baby Trail, and An Actor's Life for Me, which is good news. There's also... what else we got? I'm trying to find... There was something that came up in it. That looks quite interesting, actually. This is... so what was Ethan Hawke like to work with? This is an actress saying, you know, he was great. And also The Force, very strong. There's a Lego version of Star Wars. Although there was that little girl the other week, wasn't there, who 6 years old, and she wrote to them going, where are all the girls? Where are all the girls? You know. Steve, why is Coca-Cola associated with Christmas? Because they were the ones who put Santa in red. He was in green up until then. I know these things. Heavens above, I'm a radio personality. Excuse me. Yes, it was Coca-Cola who actually put him into red, and then immediately he appeared in red and everything. Up until then, he was green because it was that time of year that we sort of... It wasn't anything to do with the baby Jesus. Christmas was going from one season to the next, and that's why we had presents and mince pies and stuff like that. It was all so that you looked forward to the coming season. You were hoping it was going to be good. And Santa was a bit like Robin Hood wearing leaf green, which I personally thought in Sherwood Forest was a wee bit camp, if you ask me. Robin Hood followed by all his merry men, that big fat Friar Tuck, somebody called Little John, excuse me, and then there was the lone woman in the proceedings, Maid Marian. What was she on half the time? Just noticed, looking out of the window, all the lights in Leicester Square are on, in the trees. I was standing up a minute ago and I said to Cora, I said, would you like some Satsumas? So he said, I think we're doing a programme. And just at that moment, the music started again. So all of a sudden, he had to leave the studio without any Satsumas, which is all the more for the rest of us. But yeah, so the lights have gone on in the trees outside in Leicester Square, even though they boarded the square up all the way round, and presumably the fountain will come out and everything as they put all this new equipment in. It's a 2-year job. I mean, seriously, we're going to be looking at 2 years. I remember when we had a fun fair in Leicester Square, then we had the Christmas market, and then we had all the first nights in the... We don't even have those anymore, do we? God, dear, life has changed. Life has changed. Anyway, it's nice to have your company. I'm Steve Allen. This is Early Breakfast on LBC until 7 o'clock this morning, when Nick Ferrari will be here. So you can rejoice. Dawn is back as the Vicar of Dibley. 3 shows coming up for Christmas this year, so there is a little bit of sanity out there in all the madness. Nigella Lawson in all the papers today telling you how to butter toast. I can't seriously believe that somebody needs to tell you how to butter toast. But we've had people telling you how to boil an egg before now. Next we'll have people telling you how to put milk on cornflakes. Ridiculous. Also, happy birthday to Kim Wilde with the kids in America. And Ant McPartlin. Least said about that one, the better. Dominic Cummings facing brand new humiliation. He's been mocked in the Beano. Oh dear, poor soul. Although I suspect there could be a book around the corner. Plus, families might be allowed to get together for 5 days over Christmas. I'm hoping it's a bit better than that, but, you know, if we get 5 days, we get 5 days. Is it going to make any difference? Probably not. And Joe Swash might be going to the I'm a Celeb camp. Let's hope not. He's already been on it before. He doesn't exactly contribute anything. You've just had one of those chocolate thins, haven't you? There's no good sitting there, you know, with it in your mouth so you can't speak. I know you've had it. They're nice, though, aren't they? They're very nice. I'd never seen them before. Oh, I'm on a fast, Steve. I was quick. Yeah, what? Because I could tell. I can tell that whether he's eaten something or not. You could have had some satsumas to wash it down with. Because that's the trouble with sort of but they are a little bit addictive. But there's something about salted caramel. I told you I bought a candle the other day, and it's Parma Violets smell. Of course you wouldn't like it, would you? It smells delicious. Don't you like the smell of Parma Violets? Soapy? No, it's Parma Violets. Not... They do an Aventus candle. Do they? Oh, right. Where did you see it? On a market? On the internet? Oh, I've never heard of that before. Was it on eBay? I wouldn't buy anything on eBay if it was something like that. Wait a minute. They sell it. John Lewis. Creed Aventus. £100? £100 for a candle? There you go. Out of stock. Thank God for that. Saves me having to worry about buying £100 for a candle. That's a lot of money. It's cheaper to buy the aftershave and just spray it in the air. You get roughly the same kind of an effect. So, the front pages of the papers. You want to know what's going on, don't you? Yes, you do. No, yes. 3 new Vicar of Dibleys to watch. So, Dawn French set to cheer up the nation, which is lovely. Also, Eddie Van Halen was battling a brain tumour and lung cancer at the time of his death, his son said. Jane Seymour was destitute before she landed the role of Dr. Quinn, Medicine Woman. Did you ever see Dr. Quinn, Medicine Woman? I thought it was quite good. It was an American series. Pages and pages and pages on the I'm a Celeb people in Welsh Wales. And you've got Russell Watson has told how he refuses to let his health battles hold him back. He still needs medication, but he's going to take part in it. They're all stripping off for the shower thing, aren't they? But strange enough, this time round, all the boys are doing it first. There's been no pictures of the girls stripping. Why would they want to? Why would they want to? I'm dying to do this story about the Krispy Kreme donuts, but I can't do it just yet. However, I can tell you that we had Bobby Ball's funeral the other day. Bless his heart. That was quick, wasn't it? They're normally a lot later than that, after somebody's died. Also, thousands of volunteers with no medical background could be trained up to administer the vaccine. I think I'd rather wait for the doctor, to be honest with you, or the chemist. And a donation by Dolly Parton appears to have helped fund the production of a promising new vaccine. She donated $1 million to the Vanderbilt University Medical Center for coronavirus research. I mean, she is worth, I should imagine, a fair bit of money, Dolly Parton. She never stops working. And so she said it's to encourage people that can afford to make donations, and that's what we're going to end up relying on, people who are helping us out, which is good. TV presenter Connie Huck has called for billionaires to be scrapped. She said she wants a cap on earnings with the extra money going to good causes. No. No, I don't think so. No. You can't do that. Otherwise, we should say, I tell you what, the money that we paid you on Blue Peter and all these other things, we think there should be a cap on it. There should be a cap of 30,000. How much more money do you need? The rest of it goes to charity. She'd be the first one to complain about it. Also, poor Jessie Nelson is in all the papers today. This extended break from the girl group. She doesn't feature on the album, so I don't know what's going on there. That's an odd one, isn't it? And here's Normani. Do you know, I never know who half these people are. Apparently she's in a group. Katy Perry has re-recorded her hit Resilient to offer hope during the pandemic. So that's good news. And Depeche Mode's Martin Gore previews Mandrill this week, a track from his upcoming new solo EP. Depeche Mode, good God, I don't know if Depeche Mode was still going, or that anybody was still around from them at all. The Bridge, said to have been the inspiration for A.A. Milne's Pooh Sticks game, has been smashed in a storm. Apparently the wooden crossing near the Winnie the Pooh author's old farm home in Hartfield in East Sussex was hit by a fallen tree. She plays it in To the Manor Born. Audrey goes out and she's playing Pooh Sticks with Richard de Vere. He doesn't know what Pooh Sticks is, and she says, Pooh Sticks? Have you ever played Pooh Sticks? You ever done Pooh Sticks? Yeah, everybody's done. You ever done Pooh Sticks, Luke? No, not a clue, you see. I'm absolutely vacant, completely. That nonplussed, caught in headlights look when you go, have you ever played Pooh Sticks? Thinking we're going to get some sort of conversation going, but not at all. That's where you're on a bridge, and you pick a stick up, and you throw it one side, and the other person throws their stick, and then you rush to the other side of the bridge, and you see which stick emerges the first. It's called Pooh Sticks. Winnie the Pooh played it with Christopher Robin. No, still nothing. No recognition on that one. Earth to Luke. You know what you're affected by? You're affected by that little chocolate thin thing, aren't you? Because it was salted caramel. It's obviously affected your brain. They're very nice, aren't they? I know. Even I thought they were very nice. That's why the first 2/4 of the box were missing. I had to road test them before. So what's the matter? No, they call, yes. It's a moment on the lips, a lifetime on the hips. But of course, you already started with a lifetime on the hips, so it's like an extra lifetime on the hips as well. It is awful, isn't it? All the things that you like eating are all the things that you're not supposed to. They make you fat. Like, 2 crusty bread rolls with thick butter on and cheese and pickle and everything else. I mean, that's apparently really bad for you. Well, poo to them. Poo to them. Why should things be bad for you? Honestly, we get precious little in this life to get excited about. But Pooh Sticks is one of them. Pooh Sticks. Also, taking a peek at curtain-twitching gossip. Apparently, we're all Hilda Ogdens now. You hear some, you go, I wonder what that is. Have a quick look out there. Front page of the Metro today. I don't like it when the papers have false fronts, and you have to take that off to get to the main story. And the main story is billions of pounds in coronavirus spending unaccounted for. Do you know, do we just hand money out to people willy-nilly? I don't know. Jessie is out of the mix. This is Jessie Nelson taking an extended break. It's something to do medical. That's all we know. We don't know anything else at all. Also, the Labour Party reinstates Jeremy Corbyn after 19 days. Jewish groups have criticised his reinstatement. And to be honest with you, I mean, it's almost pathetic, isn't it? And the Labour Party think this is going to help them out. Let's wait and see what everybody else says about it later on today on LBC. The Express today, this is World Cup hero Geoff Hurst says, I'll donate my brain to science. Nigella telling you how to make toast. I mean, it's almost patronising, isn't it, really? And families will be allowed to celebrate this Christmas together under plans to ease lockdown. Boris Johnson wants a 3-day window for the festive season that will let members from a maximum of 3 separate households gather under the same roof. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. I can do that. And then they think we might be going back into another lockdown, which I'm not over keen on. And you won't be either. Plus, the art of bearing a bit in 2020, how to flaunt it. Because lots of people show flesh nowadays, don't they? Well, they certainly are in the jungle, but it seems to be the boys. It's almost as if they've had a complete turnaround. It's freezing cold, so why would you want to stand in the shower? It's very cold in the shower. You know, you're up there in Welsh Wales, it's miserable, damp, wet, and you're standing in a shower. You can understand people doing it, like Mylene, who did it, and sometimes it was a race to get to the shower to show your latest bikinis off. Oh, don't hurry back. He's off to the shower now, just to see what it's like. The petrol and diesel ban, front page of the Times from 2030. And Michael Sager, a jewellery designer, paid Gabrielle Gonzalez Anderson to help source personal protective equipment for the NHS. They're now in a legal battle. Who are these people? Who are these? 21 million handed to the jeweller's middleman. Something not right here. Also, how the dinosaurs got long necks was no tall tale. And they think these sauropods, some as high as 12 metres, and they reckon it was during a period of violent volcanic activity about 180 million years ago. Not that we remember anything like that. It's not so good, is it? The hijackers and the lorry, the Apple lorry. I mean, fancy putting 5 million quid's worth of Apple products on a lorry and sending it off with sort of just two people who got hijacked and tied up. I mean, you know, the lorry was hijacked leaving the M1. There were 48 pallets of Apple products, including watches, iPhone 11s, AirPods and chargers. The driver and the security guard were found in the abandoned first lorry an hour after the robbery when they wriggled free and called police to rescue them. Sometimes you worry, don't you, really? I mean, how do people know about these things? Monica says, good cheddar with Branston's pickle on a fresh roll. Getting hungry now. Yes, I agree, actually. And you're right, Steve, says Mike. Dolly Parton doesn't stop working. She works regularly from 9 to 5. Joseph in Bethlehem, 36 days, 17 hours and 40-something minutes until Christmas. So, in advance, make sure you get everything sorted out this year. Christmas trees should be going up in people's houses and the outside of houses being decorated with the lovely lights. LBC News. First of all, the police say that they're going to stop the £10,000 party fines. Did I then hear that they were putting them back on again? I can't remember. Where are we? I mean, what's the point of having a law and the police go, oh, it's very unfair to charge somebody £10,000. There's another 2,000 people drop dead of coronavirus. What's going on? How are we going to enforce any of these things if you don't have some sort of rules or regulations? There were people who turned up the other day. Was it 150 people turned up for a funeral? I'm sorry, are they, people not of the real world? Are they people who don't mind if they get coronavirus? Goodness sake, honestly. Also, so the police penalties had been put on hold. Now police can resume issuing the instant £10,000 COVID. Thank God for that. You've got all the stupid people out there. Do not comply. Do not wear a mask. Do not do these things. We don't care. Good. Well, I'll tell you what, when you come down with it, and I hope to God you don't, I hope the hospitals go, terribly sorry, you have to go private. A little bit busy at the moment, aren't we, with people like you infecting people. Steve, I grew up with Thunderbird, so I'm a big fan, but you have the Secret Service, also made by Jerry Anderson. Yes. Yes. I have everything. I have everything. I was telling people yesterday about having all the ITC catalogue, Secret Service. And that was Joe 90, wasn't it? Joe 90 was Secret Service, and I think Professor Stanley Unwin also popped up in that thing. Anything to do with puppets, I was a fan of. I used to do Supercar, Fireball XL5. I fly around the universe. Da 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 da. Don't you remember many of those? And then there was the woman who went underwater, Marina, Aquamarina. I think she was part of Supercar. I don't know, she seemed to pop up all over the place, actually. Probably went shopping in Lakeside or something. But she was very popular. I quite like the idea of living on that island. A little bit, none of the Thunderbirds boys ever got married, did you notice? You know why? Stuck on an island in the middle of nowhere. You can hardly bring somebody back and go, watch this. The palm trees will fall over and the swimming pool will open up and we've got a rocket underneath it. Lady Penelope was what? Oh, she was very nice. Parker. She was very sort of, yes, my lady. He was a little bit subservient. He was mad as a broomstick. But he did get to drive a nice car called, what was the number plate? Come on, the number plate. FAB1, Fab1. And I think it still exists. And the voice of Lady Penelope was Jerry Anderson's wife, Sylvia. She was the voice of Lady Penelope. But I used to do the impression of Parker. Well, I mean, I just did it for myself. I wasn't obviously a voice artiste. Yes, my lady. Parker, all this kind of thing. And she was always there. She was terribly regal and very nice. Very clever. Very clever. Puppets. A Slough trading estate, wasn't it? Most of it was made. The Sun, Jungle Joe. Oh, God, boring old Joe Swash. To join the castle camp. Fits, doesn't it, really? The Families, 5 days of Christmas. All of the UK to come together. There you go. That's something to look forward to. Ex-pop star Suzanne Shaw said she let herself go with Doner Kebabs after Hearsay split up. Do you know, I liked Hearsay. I didn't quite understand why they didn't make it. I thought they were quite good, you know, of their genre, which is okay. Also, a Christmas song devised especially for dogs has been released. The festive reggae track features high-frequency noises, squeaky toys and sit commands that raise serotonin levels. The tune is called Raise the Woof. Raise the Woof. Oh, honestly, hopeless, isn't it, really? And producers played more than 500 sounds to a focus group of 25 dogs to compile the recording. I used to have the singing sheep. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, ba, ba. It was like that. It was a little bit like Wallace and Gromit, actually, but they were quite good. And a driver received a speeding notice. How fast was he going? How fast was he going? The speeding notice, he was doing 856 miles an hour. Nobody bothered checking it. Simon Cooper was flashed whilst on the M4 in an Audi, but the 52-year-old plans to plead not guilty. He said the car's only got a top speed of 130. Mind you, didn't they try that years ago when they had the speed guns? You know, the policemen stand there, gotcha. And then they actually proved in court that they were a little bit unreliable as the judge was doing 60 miles an hour and he was only sitting at his desk. They went, here we go, look, there you go, judge. You're doing 60 miles an hour. Oh, case dismissed. Case dismissed. And, Steve, I think you'll find it's the weak magistrates' courts that keep chucking the £10,000 fine out. Blame the weak UK courts. Well, they're bringing it back in again. Four Feather Falls, I've got as well, Greg, thank you. And Marina was Stingray, not Supercar. Stingray. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. I was named after the monkey, says Mitch, in Supercar. Even my best friends don't know my real first name. Well, I could tell them, but I mean, I think that would be spoiling it, wouldn't it, really? I don't like to do things like that. I'm not a spoiling sort of person. So, there you go. So, the monkey in Supercar. About the only thing that didn't look very realistic, wasn't it, really? And, Steve, I grew up with Thunderbird. A lot of people have said that, actually. Also, the thing. I mean, do you think if you've got 5 million quid's worth of Apple stuff, it's painted on the side of this huge Pantechnicon lorry? You know, inside this lorry is all of this Apple product. Please pull us over anytime you feel like it. Yeah, you're driving one of these things. They're big and heavy. I just sort of rammed through the Raiders' car or whatever van they had to transfer the stuff. Later rival Ruthie Henschel has revealed how Prince Charles once played a prank on her while she was dating Prince Edward. One of the only ones whose marriage has stayed together in the royal family. Joe Swash, after his win in 2008, I think really we've had enough, actually. And a picture of poor old Summer What's-Her-Face posing naked, bit like Kylie Jenner. She can't do anything original, can she? The former barmaid who had a relationship with a well-known person and now thinks she's some sort of celebrity. Jason Manford is going to be hosting the Royal Variety Performance. For the first time, it'll have a remote audience at the Blackpool Opera House on November the 29th. Prince of Wales will record a video. They've got Captain Sir Tom Moore will duet from his home with Michael Ball. Other acts include Take That's Gary Barlow and Sheridan Smith. Not Gary Barlow again, please. Can't we find somebody else? He's very nice and he's very good and he's very talented, but not the Royal Variety again. I remember when I went to see Take That and they did All I Do Each Night Is Pray, and they went down on one knee. Well, you could hear the creaking of the bones from where we were sitting, and we were miles away. Definitely. Here's this story about the donuts. I can't do yet, but I'm dying to do it. Jane Moore, talking about Des, one of the true great. Everybody loved Des. Everybody loved Des. He was just such a nice person. He's somebody who's going to be missed because he was lovely. He came in here and he was so lovely. All right, so he was a little bit forgetful. You know, I never worry about things like that. Heavens above, I've been forgetful in my time. Also, if you think of getting married when allowed, then you might want to aim for a honeymoon destination that doesn't begin with the letter M. For those who opt for the Maldives, that's the most likely to divorce, according to a new poll, followed by Marrakesh, and not far behind, Mauritius. I thought people just lived together nowadays. I didn't realise that people actually still got married. My brother's wife, as you know, is his daughter, not his wife. His daughter is a wedding photographer. 72 she's got booked in for next year. Ones that they've had to sort of throw over from this year. The BBC blasted for using the word Fisher people. Have you ever heard of this? Like Fisher Price. Instead of fisherman, Europe editor Katja Adler went all woke on a radio station the other day whilst discussing Brexit and the fishing industry. Listener John Carrins tweeted, the BBC's all at sea. Ashley Mullinger, who calls herself the female fisherman, agreed, saying she knew of only 6 women doing her job in the UK. Piers Morgan jumped in on the... I've never heard anything so stupid in my life. Fisher people. Like some sort of abandoned race. Fisher people. They're fishermen, OK? And it covers for men and women. LBC News Time, 6:30. To Putting Butter on Toast by Nigella Lawson. First of all, put bread in toaster. You'll have to cut it yourself. We're not using ready sliced. 2, spread the butter. 3, spread more butter. Because the first lot of butter sinks into the bread, doesn't it? Depends how hard your toast is or what sort of colour it goes to. And you put the butter on, it sinks in. A bit like doing crumpets. You can spend forever, can't you, putting butter onto crumpets. And then, do you know what the trick is? This is from Nigella, not from me. A pinch of salt on toast. I've never heard of such a thing in my life. A pinch of... I might have some toast, but I'm not going to put salt on it. That sounds disgusting. But that's what she said, put a little pinch of salt on it. Perhaps that's the upper class way of doing it. Perhaps we've been doing it wrong all these years. You remember poor old Tamara, Eccleston? She didn't know what toast was. I mean, she was that thick. Too late. Yeah, first of all, you spread the butter on, and she puts a lot on. She puts a lot of butter on, and then you spread more butter on. Because presumably the toast will soak up the butter. And that is more than naughty. That's an accident waiting to happen. Especially when you see how big her knob is here, when you actually sort of look at it going onto the bread. I mean, it's huge. Absolutely enormous. But it's the pinch of salt. I've never done pinch of salt. Mind you, I've never done strawberries with balsamic vinegar. I've also never been to the moon, or been down to the Titanic, or been to Machu Picchu. So there's obviously quite a thing, a number of things that I've not done. I've never been in a puppet show. I should be. I should be allowed to do these sort of things. No good holding me back now. I've reached that age, mid-40s. 50s as well. Plus, it's all Christmas presents now. All Christmas presents. A reindeer decoration is amusing shoppers, as it comes with an added bauble. The B&M ornament has a willy moulded underneath. It's got... On an ornament, it's an ornament of a rabbit. Look, you have to. I know. Happy days are here again. B&M says we don't want to sound cocky, but we think we've got the best range of decorations on the high street this year. That is just peculiar, isn't it? That's just not normal. We don't want, accuracy when it comes to sort of Christmas decorations. I mean, to be honest with you, the reindeer looks a little bit, had a very tiny hose, and and you don't sort of worry about it. What's the matter now? It's nearly 7. Yes, nearly 7 o'clock. Well, no, now is the time you can say it. Because people are... I mean, have you ever... I always wanted Rudolph in the back garden, who... They've got one where the head goes up and down before it charges you. And I thought that'd be quite nice. And I bought this projector to go on the patio. I haven't fixed it up yet. And it puts little red and green dots all over the place. Don't go, please. I need the audience. And it shines them all over the place. And I quite... Coffee. OK, good idea. Good idea. Warring neighbours. How many times on the programme in the last 5 years have we talked about things like this? Twice. And I'm telling you that these neighbours have blown £110,000. I don't know about you. I don't know how many of you have got £110,000. This is in a row over a £4,000 parking space. A judge told Helen Mazak and Bernard Cheney there had been no winner in their 4-year legal battle. Mr. Cheney wanted to concrete over part of their flat's front yard to create a second parking space, but artist Miss Mazak, famous for a controversial painting of Boris Johnson, refused to share the cost. The 56-year-old, an amputee, raised aesthetic objections and also argued that she bought the £500,000 garden flat in North London in the belief she'd have sole use of the parking space as it was vital due to her disability. Civil servant Mr. Cheney lives in Belgium but owns the flat above. Okay, so he doesn't live there. The judge ruled he did have the right to park there, but rejected his claim that Miss Mazak must pay half. Mr. Cheney, labelled a bully, so already this thing has degenerated into name-calling. So he must also give his neighbour £5,000 of the £10,000 boost to the flat's value the space will create. And the judge made no order on cost, meaning each party pays their own lawyers, estimated at £110,000. He said neither party can be considered to have been successful. Miss Mazak's 2010 painting of Mr. Johnson hung in the National Portrait Gallery, but she invited the public to deface the work, worth £10,000, before it was auctioned for charity. Never, ever get into conflict with neighbours. Seriously, because there's no winner. There is no winner. The only winner are going to be the lawyers, and they go, and this is our bill, and it's £110,000, and somebody goes, really? Why should we pay that? Because if we don't, we'll take you to court. It's as simple. You can't do these things. It's always better to sort it out yourself. I always like to think that people can do that. Also, royal pals accuse the Netflix show of trolling on a Hollywood budget. Princess Diana was plagued by bulimia. Philip did get on with Diana. Charles did blame Charles for the ski tragedy. She did try to kill herself while pregnant. Charles did resent Diana's popularity. See, some of these things I knew already. Charles was always in love with Camilla, and the Queen Mum and Diana did feud. I can well imagine. And the reason was, as she said in that Panorama interview, they don't like strong women. They don't like strong women. And she said, I was a strong woman. She said, I wasn't going to be pushed around. And that's what they didn't like. They didn't like it at all. And I knew that Charles had never liked it. I think she was married because she was heir and a spare. She was young. Unfortunately, you see, the royal family had it all their own way. Diana, whether you liked her or not, became instantly popular in the eyes of the public. So in other words, when they went on their tours, public didn't want to see Charles. They wanted to see Diana. They'd already seen Charles. Charles was a bit naff. And so he had to walk down one side of the road. She did the other side of the road, and of course they were all calling her name. They weren't calling his name. And so you can imagine he wouldn't have liked that at all. He really would have hated it. Absolutely hated it. But she was the one. She was strong. I don't think she was always strong. I think she learned to be strong. She said to the Queen Mother, apparently, to the Queen, she said about Charles, and the Queen apparently said to her, what can you do? You know, that's the way he's always been. Another one here. Johnny in Watford said, my wife Simona's from the Czech Republic, and they put a pinch of salt on bread and butter all the time when she was growing up. Wow. Good Lord. After putting all that butter and salt on your toast, call 999 in anticipation, says Susan, of the heart attack that you'll be having. Steve, I haven't seen the Nigella show, but I do agree with that. I don't put a lot of butter on, but always put a pinch of salt and pepper on. Well, I've never heard of that before in my entire life. It's obviously popular. Tish in Croydon says, I always buy Lidl's Cornish salted butter. It's got salt crystals in it. Or to put on toast. Have you ever heard of putting salt on toast? I haven't. I've never heard of that. It was like, you know, when I went to a restaurant once and they did strawberries in balsamic vinegar. You dipped them in what for? Cream, custard, squirty cream, condensed milk, evaporated milk, or ice cream. Not balsamic vinegar. Definitely not. That was the most bizarre thing I'd ever heard of. So fingers crossed that you might be seeing the family at Christmas. You could meet again, and you'll be able to mix with about 3 different families. So that's good news, isn't it? Well done to Dolly Parton. And almost extinct white giraffe gets a GPS device. It's the only one. The rest of the family have been killed, I'm afraid. But this particular, by poachers. And so they've got this rare giraffe. It's the only known white giraffe in the world fitted with a GPS tracking system. And here's a man felling a tree This is the one to stand in Parliament Square. It's a 30-year-old spruce. It's certainly got a lot more foliage on it than the one that we get in Trafalgar Square, which, to be honest with you, the lights need sorting out. Why don't they get... Every year I say the same thing. Why do they not get the lights sponsored for the Christmas tree in Trafalgar Square? Because that way you could get some company, there must be somebody who would be willing to sponsor the lights and get the most fantastic cases of lights on it, as opposed to the feeble effort that they do at the moment. I mean, it really is tragic. My lights look better. My lights look so much better. Real Trees going up next week, which is good. And Jane says there were a minority who weren't big Diana fans. Well, I appreciate that. I don't... It doesn't bother me. Everybody's entitled to an opinion. Not everybody likes Her Majesty. I happen to like Her Majesty. So it doesn't really matter. It's a case of, you know, some people liked Diana, some people didn't, some people saw her as attention-seeking, some people didn't. But I'm telling you now, this country spent £30 million on flowers when she died, which sat there in front of Kensington Palace. £30 million worth. Never even got anything like that for Princess Margaret. Nothing at all. Princess Margaret, I mean, practically, it was a very quiet little affair. Definitely. So it doesn't make me sad that people didn't like her. I think she had a tough job. She was dealing with a family and with the hierarchy in the royal family who just didn't know how to deal with somebody like her. And she said as much on the Martin Bashir interview, which now bears second scrutiny. There's all sorts of programmes, isn't there? I love the way that somebody tells me that the Christmas tree in Trafalgar Square is a gift. Yes, we know where it comes from every year. It's not the most exciting Christmas tree. Not the most exciting Christmas tree. Somebody says, why do we sponsor the Leicester Square lights? They're up. They're up outside there. You can see them in Leicester Square. They've been burning all night. They look a lot better than the tree does in Trafalgar Square, which should be arriving very shortly. But it's the lights on it. You should get a lighting company. There's loads of people like Mr. Christmas and people like that who sort of turn up at Christmas time and they have all these new lights, and so many different companies. They'd love to do things like that. I think so. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Anastasia, I think they're actually coming back this week. I think they're coming back this week, I think. And then somebody says, have you never had a lettuce salt sandwich? Don't be so stupid. I've never heard anything so ridiculous. What sort of food is that for? Rabbits or something? The Daily Mail were talking about The Crown. You see, I mean, you know, everybody's bigged it up now. They're going, maybe they got a few things wrong. I think they're allowed journalistic licence. That's what I think they're allowed to do. And that's why. And I have ordered it. So I'm gonna... People keep telling me you've got to watch it. It's, you know, you're going to love it. It's the kind of thing that you would definitely love. Plus here, companies with no experience cashed in on the government's shambolic scramble to provide vital safety equipment to the NHS. I'm absolutely amazed at how many people seem to be benefiting. £12 billion has gone out the coffers for this one. I mean, really, it's bad, isn't it, really? Plus, also robbed of a last loving hug. Most of the people dying in care homes denied family comfort, and people saying I'd have given anything for one final cuddle. Some people have had it. I mean, the thing to do is get a job in a care home. Plus, the comic book baddie Cummings gets a bashing from the Beano. So the Daily Mail have decided to print that completely, so you can sort of see it. That'll amuse people. Troubled Oxford Dean steps aside in fight with Dons. And do you know that Christ Church, founded by Henry VIII in 1546, is one of the richest Oxford colleges? It's got an endowment approaching £600 million. Goodness me. Also, the fury of the Jewish groups after the party rulers readmit Jeremy Corbyn. Now Starmer may deny him the whip. How could? Says one of the papers, Labour let this man back in again. It's only 19 days. Hardly worth bothering. 19 days. You might as well have not bothered in the first place. Absolutely ridiculous. Also, Martin Bashir again. Barely a day goes by where we don't get a Martin Bashir story in the newspapers. And Evergreen, Jane Seymour, says she was left raging after the makers of her new television series refused to let her play the 25-year-old version of her character, Eleanor of Aquitaine. She said, believe it or not, and you can see on Instagram, they don't even need me to do the facial stuff. It works fine. She's 69. And she's right, says Sarah Vine. She looks She said, believe it or not, and you can see on Instagram, they don't even need me to do the facial stuff. It works fine. She's 69, and she's right, says Sarah Vine. She looks fabulous. But they say surely even she can see that playing a woman who's half a century younger is a bit of a stretch, unless, of course, you're Cher, who is pretty stretched already, she says. Somebody says here, Steve, my TV lighting company do the lights. We do Top Gear. You see, I mean, I don't understand why they've never done it. I mean, they really are the worst. Also, white lights. I mean, you could, and they're like giant bulbs. They could do it so much. They've not even got balls hanging on the tree. You know, even the tree in Twickenham has got balls on it and little lights. They look so much nicer. That's what we want to see. But they don't seem to see that. I mean, if you look at the tree that they've cut down to go in Parliament Square, it's 10 times nicer than the one that we get. I know where it comes from. I understand that. And I've been over there to bring one back. And unfortunately, all their Christmas trees look like that. They're a bit what I call sparse. I'd like to see something looking a little bit more interesting. Little bit. Also, Sue Barker's having the last laugh on the BBC bosses who axed her as presenter of A Question of Sport. She was gutted losing the role. I mean, there's been a lot of that recently, hasn't there? What with Eamon and Ruth. And I still need to find out. I can't find out whether or not Alison Hammond does Loose Women. Has she ever been on Loose Women? I wonder if they'll put her back on it, because with Ruth Langsford on there, and she was the one who is apparently, it's been claimed, said that they, that's her and Eamon, didn't come from a reality show. They worked their way up through the business, which is, you know, I understand that. And I've always been the first person to sort of say, you know, reality shows are responsible for putting all sorts of things. We think she's appeared as a guest, but she's not been a regular Loose Women. She won't be now, will she? Not if Ruth's on it. She'll be going, well, Alison's on here and I've got to now chat to her. She's the person who could be replacing us, because we're not totally convinced it's going the way that all the papers are saying it is. We'll have to wait and see. So, anyway, sorry, I do beg your pardon. There's going to be a nationwide Question of Sport live tour. Going to be joined by Phil Tufnell and Matt Dawson, who are also dropped. Well, who owns the licensing for Question of Sport? I mean, it's obviously not owned by the BBC. She said there's going to be a live tour. The live shows are always hilarious. The interaction with the guests and the audience so special. We can't wait for it. Punters who pay a premium VIP package for this show, 166 quid, can meet and greet Barker and her team captains and get a photo opportunity. Wow. Oh, it's interesting. BBC Studios will benefit financially from the tour as it owns the Question of Sport brand. So it's a bit rich, isn't it, that they axe her and the two boys, and now they're profiteering from the popular lineup. Doesn't make any sense, does it? We'll have to wait and see. They say here it's going to be returning with a new host, tipped to be Alex Scott, but which version will attract the largest audiences? See, if it ain't broke, as they say, if it ain't broke. Oh, more on the parking madness in the paper today. And does anybody ever do Sudoku anymore? Do you do, boys, the Sudoku in the newspapers? Have you ever done that? You've done the Sudoku, have you? Oh, you understand it? Oh, right. You're lying. I could tell you're lying. Why are you fibbing? You really do it? Do you? Wow. You do... I can't do crosswords. I used to fail at the Sun Junior crossword, even with the help of Big Ted. It never used to get there at all. I was rubbish at things like that. I find it a bit too sort of confusing, but it doesn't make any difference. Not everybody can do them. In fact, 99% of people can't do them, but they're there, aren't they? And does anybody play chess anymore? It used to be so popular years ago, and you'd open up the papers on a daily basis to find out more chess stories. End of the road for the petrol and diesel vehicles. This is a £12 billion green industrial agenda. Can we get coronavirus sorted out before we start faffing around with So in other words, we're going to be closing down petrol stations, so there won't be anything. You'll just have a point you plug your car into, which you can get at the moment, but they're not always there. Not always there. Steve, there we go. Maggie says, if petrol cars cease, what happens to petrol stations? Well, they'll close. It's as simple as that. What happens to all the big petrol companies? They'll close down. People will lose their jobs. You know, because it's going to be electricity. Never too sure if that's the way forward. I've got no idea. No idea. I still like the idea that we could have somebody sponsoring the lights on the tree in Trafalgar Square. So that's a lighting company, JL Lighting. They do Top Gear. I mean, they must better make it look really fantastic, mustn't they? Goodness sake. If you've seen the tree in Trafalgar Square, if you've seen the lights that we've got round here, it's all lovely stuff. All lovely stuff. Talking of lovely stuff, I have to go. I don't want to go. I mean, I could sit here for another minute at least. But I do have a free podcast every single day. And I'll give you a bit of a heads up on today's free little bit extra podcast. I reveal the 2 most annoying people on I'm a Celebrity. A clue. They're presenting it. A big question, does Greg Wallace have the worst smile in the business? Probably. And fresh new apples for the production team. They've never been so healthy. I mean, it's amazing. They've got a new spring in their step. It's all, Steve, we've never had apples before. It's fantastic. I think less is more. Less is more. But I'm going to put that lametta stuff on, which is nice, which I think looks fabulous on a tree. It drapes it really well. Do it all in silver. Or all in gold, but silver looks better. And have you ever seen it? It's very thin. You just drape it over the branches. It looks really nice. And unfortunately, then you've got to sort of get it off the tree and stick it in a carrier bag to save it for next year. But I reckon on £1 a pack, throw it away. Is yours a real tree? Oh, it's fake tree. Okay. Yeah, you can't afford a real one. Well, I bought 2 real ones for outside. What did I pay for them? I think they're 30 quid a tree. For 2 outside ones, which will be probably about 5.5 feet. Because they go on, they slot into pipes. Pipes are on the thing, and then you slot the tree into it with sort of lights on it. There'll be about 1,000 lights on each tree. Which I think is, I do like a lot of lights, which is quite nice. You know. And then you can watch the aircraft coming into land on the patio, which is interesting, isn't it? Run, which is good. No, hopefully not. The Ripper's brother says he's being kept in the dark on the funeral arrangements. I don't know how they're supposed to do things like that. We had a discussion the other day on the fact that we'll probably be paying for the funeral because he died in prison. Vera's White Cliffs bracelet, that's our Vera Lynn, makes £10,000 for her charity. Who's the best soap star ever? It's not really a difficult one. I thought that was a no-brainer. It was the toss-up for me for 2 people. And I love both of them, and so we'll let you know a little bit later on. Plus the best mince pies, 29 pence each they work out at. Love a mince pie. Love it. I like a hot mince pie with sort of drizzled cream over it, which is quite nice. I mean, really, it's bad for the waistline, isn't it? Have you ever... No, you can't be having that, but you will, of course. I mean, you will, because you will. Plus the electric cars. You know, they were saying the other day, even my driver this morning... He said, what are they going to do with all the petrol stations? I said, well, they'll close them down, won't they? All the filling companies will go out of business because we're going to be doing electric cars. I wish they'd sort out the vaccine. Stop faffing around electric cars. We managed perfectly well, thank you very much indeed, up until now. According to The Sun, is heading to the castle for I'm a Celebrity. Well, they screwed up with Joe Walsh big time yesterday. He's not going out to the jungle at all. They asked Stacey Solomon on Loose Women. They said, is he going out this show? It's the first I've ever heard of it. She said, and I would normally know about things like that. So, obviously, a load of old codswallop. Perhaps they just make things up. I'm recommending, actually, we could send my producers out to the jungle. That'd be a nice idea. Mind you, it helped them. Because there's no food out there. So it's not like they'd be going, oh, let's nip to the local sort of takeaway or something like that. There isn't any takeaway. So you'd have to sort of eat grass or something like that. You could come back a thinner person, Luke. That'd be good, wouldn't it? That'd be good. Well, you could go out there. We could solve... Already the stuff started, I know. Well, even David Dom has admitted he can't dance, because I was going to recommend him for the Strictly... and he can't. He can't at all. 2 left feet. You're a big dancer. You can't. You're like Corey. You've got no sense of rhythm whatsoever. No, you're really not good at dancing. It's like, you know, oh, I'm 6 foot something. Yeah, absolutely not. You live in this bubble full of fairy soap suds and everything else. Can't you freestyle dancing? Yeah, well, just give us a little demonstration of freestyle dancing without it. You don't need any music if you freestyle dance, do you? You should better freestyle to music that you hear in your mind. Off you go. Off you go. Go on, do it. Go on, do it. No, don't do it later. Do it now. I'm not doing any more of the programme till we've seen you dancing. It's as simple as that. We're going to sit here and wait. No, don't play it. I don't want somebody dancing to a jingle. That would be ridiculous. That would be ridiculous. But, I mean, because unfortunately Jake can't dance either. No, you know, left-handed feet. Awful. Absolutely. No, and you can't dance, Corey. No, you can't. Don't be silly. We saw you yesterday. And, I mean, just be honest with yourself. You know, if you've been nothing else in this life, just when Steve says you can't dance, just own it and go, you're right, Steve, but at least I make an effort. You make an effort. Well, it's not about the effort because there is no effort. It's a case of you sort of throw yourself with... If you do it with conviction, well, you've never done it. You've never done it, Luke. I mean, Luke, of course, used to go to stage school. You know, he was Little Orphan Annie. The sun'll come up tomorrow, bet your bottom dollar. And that's Luke. That's Luke. He knows all the songs from the shows, except the one from yesterday, which my friend Ian was very pleased that I knew that the Mormon Tabernacle Choir and David Archuleta had sung, which was about the cat and the mouse. And in fact, it's a great Christmas programme. I always recommend people, if you're into the festivities, watch them singing, because they do all sorts, some quite camp people there, and they do sort of dancing and everything else, and they dress up in Victorian dress in the Mormon Tabernacle Choir. It's great. The choir are all smart, and then the other people. It's a huge show, and it's good. I like it. It's the spirit of the festive season. Spirit of the festive season. Plus, happy birthday, Eileen Collins, today. Nobody will know who Eileen Collins is, will they? If anybody knows, I should give you a box of biscuits. But I think not. Do you notice the biscuits I put down there and some After Eight? Did you notice? Oh, you've moved the After Eight already. Why did you move the After Eight? Who moved them? Was it Luke? Yeah, okay, listen. Every time you tell a fib, Luke, your nose gets bigger and bigger. Daniela Westbrook's very unhappy. Very unhappy, because somebody on Gogglebox took the mickey out of her nose, so she's taking legal advice. Well, how that's going to work, I've got no idea. I'm terribly sorry, love, but people are allowed to have an opinion. It's as simple as that. You know, it doesn't really matter. It's on a programme which is... They're paid to talk about television programmes. And, you know, nowadays, like that, you know. And it's a case of, listen, I'm terribly sorry you don't like what somebody says about you on Gogglebox. But there's loads of things that they say on Gogglebox. They're just making comment on it. They talk about all sorts of things. If you don't like it, dear, kind of tough. Get over yourself. Steve, I'm definitely alive, says Joseph in Manchester. I'm alive with laughter from your show. Yeah, because the Hills are alive, aren't they? With the sound of music, with songs they have sung for 1,000 years. The Hills are alive. I always wanted to go and join a nunnery, just to hear nuns. You can actually persuade nuns to sing The Hills are alive for you and go, do you know, just like the sound of music, except you're all real nuns and they're not. I think that'd be quite nice. What else we got? Prince William wants the truth about Martin Bashir in that interview with his mother, as indeed we all do. As indeed we all do. On the 5th day of Christmas, the government said to me, lockdown for most of January. OK, thank you. I didn't do that as well as I could have done, actually. The publican who says if Christmas is axed, he'll call time for good. He owns 5 pubs. Oh, I don't think I'd ever move out the bar if you had 5 pubs to go to. Can you imagine? 5 pubs, lovely. And also a short burst of exercise can boost your metabolic health. Little bit of exercise. Always good for you. I try and do a bit of exercise in the studio. Nobody notices because I'm doing it below the table that I'm sitting behind. But that's my little bit of exercise. Because you do that, and I think perhaps I should buy one of these machines that they advertise on the television. I'm sure that Will Guyatt could sort of come up with something, although he doesn't look as though he exercises either. Does he really? I mean, I don't think you would ever say Will Guyatt's got a 6-pack. In the fridge, maybe, but certainly not on the body. So, and nobody round here's got it. They obviously go, who can we put to work with Steve who looks like him? You know, but at an earlier age. So they're sort of Steve in these sort of, leave your hair alone. Goodness sake, honestly. Where was my hair? Down to my shoulders. Yeah. I mean, I was sort of blonde. But mind you, the best time was when I used to take the top of the car down. It wasn't actually a car that didn't have a top. It was just that people had broken into it so many times it was easier to take the roof off. And I'd drive down the motorway and my hair would be all over the place. I'd get out the other end. I used to look like some tousled beach bum from Australia, you know. All I needed was the pair of Speedos and I was there. I was like, whoa, God, I used to look good. You know, and you could run your fingers through it. Now, I mean, Corey looks like he's wearing a Busby on his head. It has no shape to it whatsoever. Luke's, well, we don't really know what Luke's is. Luke is like one of those sort of photographs you see in the old-fashioned hairdressers, you know, and it's got a picture of, it's always a black and white picture of some bloke in the window, and you go, I want to look like that, and they go, nobody's looked like that since 1963. It's nothing like the Beatles, no. She loves you. It doesn't look like early John Lennon. It really doesn't, honestly. Have you been drinking this morning? I told you. I said to him, keep him away from the liqueur chocolates. He'll be hopeless on the programme. And then there's Jake's hair, and we don't really go there. We don't know what to do with it. I don't know what you go... When you go into the hairdresser and ask for a haircut, what do you say? Grade 1 to a 2 on the side, and then just chopped off the top. And that's it, is it? Bizarre. Very odd. Honestly. I go in there, and they sort of look, and when they've all picked themselves up off the floor from laughing, you know, they go, so you're in for a haircut, Steve? People crowd around the windows outside of the shop. He's having another haircut. And it is just one. Somebody sent me a Donna Summer DVD, a 40th anniversary, The Wanderer, but there's no mention of who it's from. It just arrived in a jiffy bag addressed to Steve Allen, and it's nice, isn't it? But I don't know who it's from, so thank you very much indeed. Sorry? Probably Fran in Fulham again. Could be Fran in Fulham. He's got this thing about Fran in Fulham. Fran, he doesn't believe that you exist. It's very embarrassing. Fancy being told you don't exist, and you know that you don't. Quite rude, because we all know, Fran, that you exist in his mind. And he's totally of the opinion that this poor Fran in Fulham doesn't exist in the real world. I thought, what do you think, she's a spirit or something? I mean, no, of course she exists. What's the real cost of... Have you, any of you, I shouldn't think so, ever worked out the cost of Christmas? No. You've never worked that out, have you? Have no idea whether it would cost £1,000 or £2,000. I really don't know. How much could you do Christmas dinner for, say, 6 people? You wouldn't know, would you? Not 100 quid? For 50 quid? What, for 6 people? What are you feeding them, a packet of peas? Good Lord above. No. 30? Good Lord above. No. You won't get Christmas for under 200 quid. By the time you bought the turkey, the gravy, the vegetables, the roast potatoes, a couple of oven pizzas... Can't do that for Christmas. That's not the spirit. Honestly, I'm not going... If ever they say, oh, Steve, do you want to come and spend Christmas at ours? No, thank you. No, I'd be staying in bed. I'd be taking a sleeping tablet and sleeping throughout the whole of Christmas. Wake me up when it's over. Or is it wake me up before you go? Anyway, whatever it is, I would be... it's 50 quid, honestly, for Christmas. And then you've got to buy Christmas... Christmas crackers alone are about 25 quid. Box of Christmas crackers. I love Christmas crackers. It's just the contents that are disappointing. The actual crackers are pretty. They're very, very... Oh, here we go. How... Well, hello, because you've had to feed them throughout the year. There you go, there's a turkey there. In our shop, Sandy's in Twickenham, he does the bronze turkeys. They're about £100 and something each for the turkey. You can get cheaper turkeys, but, if you're looking at a proper turkey in a butcher shop, there you go. Tesco turkey breast. Oh, that's not good, is it? You don't want turkey breast. We used to get turkey crown, which is quite good. But again, you've got to pay for it. Somebody's got to feed them. Somebody's got to look after them. So, 20 quid for what? Where is it? Bottom right. £22, a basted turkey crown. It's turkey crown. Okay. Serves 8 to 11, provided you don't eat or swallow. You should be all right. This product is only available to deliver between the 20th and it serves 8 to 11. Well, that's ridiculous. You don't know 8 people, do you? What's the point in having a turkey that serves 8 to 11? But I do like turkey. I do like turkey. I could eat turkey now. I could really eat turkey now. I had, what did I have yesterday? Tuna and sweet corn. I suddenly realised I quite like it. I didn't realise that I quite like turkey and sweet corn. Oh, I've got good news and bad news. Betty says a turkey that serves 8 to 11. Is that AM or PM? I don't know. I've got no idea. And yesterday, because I always catch the end of Tom Swarbrick's programme, because I'm always in the bathroom at the time, and I always catch sort of Tom, and I catch him on the Sunday as well, because he's got Swarbrick on Sunday. And I was just telling the boys, actually, because they said, oh, Tom Swarbrick mentioned you. I said, well, I always remember Tom Swarbrick from years ago. He went to the Christmas party. And here, just if I look outside of this will not, you won't understand any of this at all. But across from me, there's an office full of half a dozen desks, and it overlooks Leicester Square. It's really nice. Oh, by the way, Leicester Square, the fountain is all boarded up now. The fountain's all boarded up with all the boarding, so obviously not going to be a funfair at Christmas, but it doesn't matter. So anyway, so we used to use that. There used to be couches in there, and people could have meetings in there. It was a nice bed, but it'd make a lovely bedroom. If you had a bedroom, you could look out over Leicester Square. I thought that would be the ultimate bedroom. And Tom Swarbrick had come back from the Christmas party, and I walked in to the office in the morning, and he was asleep in there having a little rest, with no shirt on. No shirt. I mean, I don't even take my shirt off when I go to bed anyway. Heavens above, why would you? It's ridiculous. You never know. I mean, my mother always said to me, just in case, somebody breaks in or there's a fire or something like that, always go to bed fully dressed. So I do. And Tom's always, and then strangely, last night he mentioned me, because he must have been in tune on the same wavelength. And he mentioned me last night. What did he say? I have no idea, but luckily, due to modern technology and the fact that we own the copyright, this is what he said last night.
I can have my Christmas here on my own with my little dog because I shall listen to Steve Allen and he will be the best Christmas present.
Do you know, Judy, it's such an institution, Steve Allen on Christmas morning on LBC, isn't it?
It just is, and he makes Christmas, he paints a picture of it all on the lead up to it from about July, probably.
Well, he is Christmas's biggest fan since I think Jesus. I mean, he really loves the thing.
He absolutely does. I mean, whether he'll be able to go and spend the Christmas with he usually has 2 Christmas dinners, doesn't he? But, I mean, I've said that's my Christmas morning.
That is Christmas morning. It then went on to extol the virtues of how tall, handsome I am and, shoulder-length hair and all that kind of stuff. But it's true, actually. I love Christmas. And it goes back to childhood. There's always 2 people who write to me every time we start. I love the way she was saying about, he talks about it from July, because I could talk about it all year. When we went to San Francisco years ago, there's a Christmas shop, all day. Christmas shop, it's on the pier. It's on the pier, and they have a radio station called 97.3. So I took a picture of the Christmas shop and their radio van saying 97.3. Because we're 97.3 as well. And I do love it. I know people say it's for Christmas, but to be honest with you, I've not really grown up with that at all, because I used to love, and I can take you round in my mind to all the different places that we had Christmas. I could tell you about the Christmas tree. I could tell you exactly where it was in the room. I can't remember where we got them from. I think at one point when we were in Berkshire, we went to the Yattendon Estates, and there was a big country house, and you could pick your own tree, and they would cut it down for you and you take it back. We always had a real tree. So we had a real tree until my mother discovered a fake one in her Selfridges, I think. So we ended up with a fake one, which I told you when I sort of saw it after she died, we were clearing out. And I remember looking at it thinking, it really looks awful. They make such better trees now, some really good fake ones. Jake's got a fake one. That should come as no surprise to anybody. And 8 foot, again, that should come as no surprise to anybody. That is basically the size of Corey's sitting room. In fact, you wouldn't be able to get Corey in there at all if you had an 8-foot tree. But no, I do like it. And it does become a tradition on Christmas morning, because I'm quite good at conveying, for those people that don't have Christmas, for those people who, maybe don't have family around, for those people who can't afford to get into Christmas, for those people who, it's a distant memory. But for me, it's as vivid now as it was when I was 14, 15 years old, mainly because in Yorkshire, which is the one that I remember probably the most, it was so bloody cold. It was so cold. And so we had snow. And I can remember doing, that thing where, you wake up in the middle of the night and you look out and it's quite bright, because when it starts snowing, it makes the room light. And I remember looking out the window and I could see the snow coming down. And you pray, don't you? You do a little prayer going, hope it's still going to be there in the morning when I wake up. It hasn't evaporated. And I was never disappointed. But you'd have to walk down the road, and we had a lane that led to there was only 2 houses in our lane. We were the one at the end. And then next to us was a farm, little farm. And you jump in puddles which had little thin bits of ice on, and you could pick them up and you could see through it. It was like, as if you'd sort of made windows for your little cottage. And I can remember having to walk, God, it was miles. miles to walk to the main road to get the school bus. By the time you get there, you've got snow all over your shoe, you've got it all over the place, but I loved it. And so you go home, and the lights from the tree would be twinkling through the window, and it just looked pretty. And it was, those perfect times when you've got your family around you. You've got your mum and you've got your dad. And then gradually, as we all know, you get a little bit older, and then sometimes you don't have your dad, or you don't have your mum, or you don't have either of them. And so what you've got are your memories. So that's why I do that programme on Christmas Day. For all those people who go, it takes me back to a better time. God knows it takes all of us back to a better time. It's been such a chronically awful year. And so I always remember that. And I always remember the decoration. I always remember those blasted lights we'd get out the box. Half of them would not be working, so you'd have to stretch them all out. They go round the sitting room, out into the hall, and halfway up the stairs. You have to go round adjusting each bulb. Nowadays, it's little LEDs. And I'm getting mine out this Saturday. Tree. And lights. Because Lynn said to me, because she's self-isolated, she's not been out at all. She had a birthday the other day. I said, I knew it was your birthday. Presents arrived, flowers and cards and all sorts of things like that. So wished her a happy birthday. I said, it's always another birthday. And so she said, when are you going to do the tree? I said, I'm going to do it on Saturday. I think Saturday. I think there's 100. I forget how many. They're fixed onto the tree. If there's not enough, I've got another 4,000 to put on. I'm not messing out, I tell you. And the more lights on the tree, the happier I am. So I do tend to buy boxes and boxes of lights. Mainly because I like them. But I've got a projector this year, which is normally these sort of, you see these projectors on the television, and it's got a picture of a house in America, and it's got falling snow on it and all the rest of it. Well, I bought one of those. They're rubbish. Absolute rubbish. The light is not bright enough to sort of make any, you can't see it unless it's pitch black and you're in the middle of Savanac Forest. And so I bought this other one the other day, and it was 90 quid. And it's quite a solid projector. So what I'm going to do is test it, see what it looks like. If I like it, I'll give it to my brother. And if I really, really like it, I'll keep it and buy him another one. Then he can have one, and he can drench the outside of the house with sort of lights. Well, it's red and green dots that move. And I've got one as well I bought in the Science Museum. It's a projector, and I have that in the sitting room as well. In fact, basically, I'm just living Christmas all year round. And also, because for sort of Tom Swarbrick, because he's got a young family, that's the best time that there's Christmas, because they're fascinated. You put a tree up, you put lights on it, hang your balls up, and people love stuff like that. Kids especially. But if you've got cats sit there and they get their claws caught in the tinsel and stuff like that. But it's still beautiful. So I am here Christmas morning, whether you like it or not. And it's become traditional for many, many, many years. I did 19 years of New Year's Eve. 19 years of going from one year to the next year, and that was fun. It's always nice when you can do things like that, and you can change people's life, because you get a lot of people who get very fed up at Christmas. They get very depressed because we don't have all the things that we want to have. Maybe you haven't got enough money. I've been in that situation. I've been in a situation where, you look at things and you think, oh, maybe one day I'll be able to afford to buy that and afford to buy this. And sometimes it doesn't happen. So that's why I'm here to remind you just how chronically awful Christmas can be. And it always works. It works for me because it's therapy. It's absolutely therapy. I love it. Anyway, good news and bad news on the Steve Allen Groovy Gang goblets. We've also got nearly a complete Groovy Gang here, haven't we? Nearly. Sort of. We've got an original member, and then, one who is aspiring to be a Groovy Gang member. We haven't quite admitted him yet. You know why? He won't do the initiation ceremony. And I've said to him, there is an initiation ceremony. Jake was all up for it immediately. Yeah, I'll do that, Steve. I'll do that. But Luke, would you like to get up and dance, Luke? No, I won't. It's a little bit like that. Would you like to show us what your dancing is like? No, I won't. He gets very pedantic about the whole thing, whereas me, I get up at the drop of a hat and I do my 25-minute routine. People have been known to sort of kind of give up and lose the will to live after I've started dancing. I'm quite good, actually. Even a friend of mine, she said, we went to a wedding a while ago, about 10 years ago, and but I always remember it. And she said to me, you can throw some shapes, can't you? Oh, yeah, I'm very lucky. I'm very lucky that I have the gift, because I was a DJ. And if you're a DJ, you have to dance. You don't shuffle backwards and forwards like Jake, you actually sort of move. Not as bad as Corey. Honestly, if I could film you and show you Corey dancing, you would be as horrified as his family are. They are praying for lockdown over Christmas. They don't want him going home, whereas that's what he wants to do, because he's got Christmas off, and so he's sort of determined to go there for Christmas. It's the only time he's ever going to get cooked food, isn't it? The only time you're going to get turkey and presents and stuff like that. I don't think your car will make it home, though, will it? It's not very likely. You have to get the train or something like that. Or perhaps somebody can come and collect you. I don't know, your car sounds a bit of a disaster. But LBC, my friend Rich says it only took you 2 minutes today to mention your balls on the tree. Because I still can't decide. I mean, I was in Costco yesterday. I got in trouble in Costco. I got in trouble in Costco. Mask. I had it on, but it didn't cover my nose because, unfortunately, I've obviously got an odd-shaped nose. Corey's all right because it stays, but it wouldn't stay on my nose, and it fell down. And she walks around with a sign: "Put your mask on properly." And she said to me, "Excuse me, sir, can you put your mask on properly?" I said, "I'm so sorry." I was going to go into the excuse about it won't stay on my nose, but she wasn't going to buy that anyway. Yeah, Costco are keeping the rules. Yeah, and very good. And so I was going to buy some balls. And then I just said, because Rich will be putting up a tree this year soon, and it'll be a nice one. I shall expect to see a photograph of it, as per usual. I should expect to see a picture of Tom Swarbrick's tree at home. I reckon Tom's will be a great erection. Do you not think so? I think that'd be very, very nice. Can't beat Jake's 8 foot. I mean, you must have knocked a hole in the ceiling to go into the bedroom or something. That's not just a high ceiling, that's a hell of a high ceiling. My friend Ian, over in America, who Rich knows as well, says the thing that you're great at portraying is that even if you miss someone who is close to you, Christmas is the most wonderful time of the year. And that's why he says you and I love talking about Christmas most of the year. We do. And that's why I knew about the Mormon Tabernacle Choir singing with David Archuleta, the song about the cat and the mouse. And no, he said, only you would know that. I said, listen, I've been watching that Christmas programme for ages and because I just like it. I just think it's nice. I just like the sentiment. To be honest with you, I'm not bothered about the presents. Presents hasn't interested me for years, ever since I stopped getting them. And now I get sort of little presents from people that matter to me. Sometimes, and other times they're stalking, which is okay. I don't mind about things like that. But when you're young, you get loads of presents, and me and my brother would sit there shaking the boxes under the tree to find out which, and then you'd look at it and go, "No, it's not for me anyway. Somebody else." No, we never got anything like that. No. We always used to have a stocking, which was actually one of my mother's stockings, and she'd fill it with nuts, satsumas, a toothbrush, a flannel, bar of soap, all these usual sort of things that boys don't want. And there'll be also pens, colouring pencil, different things like that. And you get that at the end of your bed. The idea being that when you woke up at stupid o'clock, like 2 a.m, your parents were fast asleep, you'd have something to play with. And so we'd play with all the stuff in our stockings, and then you'd wait till it... And it used to... I mean, for us, it was 5 o'clock in the morning. I'd go into my parents' bedroom and go, "Morning, Merry Christmas." My mother would go, "What time is it?" You go, 5 o'clock. "Oh, Stephen, it's too early." They've just gone to bed, a little bit too early for us. But eventually, by 6 o'clock, I had them all up, and we were all downstairs. And my mother used to enjoy champagne and orange juice on Christmas Day. That was her treat. That was how poor we were in our family. We only had champagne once a year, and it was Christmas Day, and it was with orange juice. And me, because I didn't drink until I was about 18 to 20, I just used to have a bit of orange juice. And you'd had to sit there with a pen and a piece of paper writing down what everybody had bought you. Auntie Winifred had bought you a pair of pants, and stuff like that. I don't know why. They used to buy me the oddest presents, sometimes very strange presents. But so that's it. So it's never been the presents. It's always been about just that I could just sit there and stare at a Christmas tree. I could sit there, I could drive through London and look at all the Christmas windows and look at all the trees there. That makes me very happy. And my friend Ian as well over in America, he's exactly the same. And Rich will bear witness to the fact that we always have to go Christmas and go to Wilton's Music Hall to go and watch, Magic Box or whatever. I can't remember what it's called. And we go there and watch things like that. And then they go to a pub, and both of them could drink me under the table. I'm a very lightweight drinker. I mean, 2 or 3, and, I'm singing bawdy songs and taking my shirt off. I remember doing it once in Gran Canaria, and then I suddenly realised afterwards people were taking photographs. So somewhere there are photographs of me practically stark naked dancing in a bar in Gran Canaria. Let's hope they never see the light of day. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, Costco sells some very good 3-layer washable masks that are very easy to wear and don't restrict breathing. I mean, I've got loads of masks. It's just that they can't stay on my nose. I'm constantly lifting it up, so I'm gonna go and have another look. They had some for sale the other day, and I couldn't work out whether or not I was going to buy them or whether I wasn't going to buy them. But in the end, I've got a car boot full of masks, which is quite nice. It's good. It's good. It's all that matters. And it's going to creep up on you really fast as we're heading towards the end of this month, as we've got the 19th of November already. So 10 days here. And then you've got... And so we get paid last Friday in the month, and then you get paid before Christmas. And then I saw a programme on the television the other day, and it was about all the black taxis sitting in a field near Epping, which is where my godchildren used to live. And they're all there because people can't afford to run them. They said there's no point. There's no work out there. No work. You know, then they went down to... Where did they go to? They went to... they went to King's Cross. And they discovered drivers who were waiting 2 hours for a fare. I thought, listen, I've had drivers who waited 5 hours for a fare. 5 hours. So, yeah, box of delights. Thank you, Ian. Isn't it clever? My friend Ian is over in America. I can mention something, and within seconds, the reply comes back. How does that happen? Perhaps he's not in America. Perhaps he's in Pontypridd or something like that. I don't know. It could be anywhere. Who was it was telling me this morning? Oh, that's right. They went to Scotland, and they said there weren't any English flags up there. Oh, why would there be? It's Scotland. They've got the Scottish flag up there. Ian says, I'm a non... Oh, I've lost the blooming thing now. Where's it gone to? I'm a non-drinker now. He said, wow, everybody's going non-drinking. I'm not saying I'm always going to be a non-drinker, but because the producer who's working with me on one of the days over the festive season, he said, I better come in, with a hangover. I thought, not on my show, you won't. Not on my show. You'll be coming in stone cold sober and having had a shave. It's as simple as that, And then you can leave drunk. I always bring in something over the festive season. I mean, either smoked salmon or something like that. Yeah, not for you. So you can watch me eating, which is so much better. Smoked salmon and an egg mayonnaise and little vol au vents. And who knows, if you're very lucky, a sausage in batter with a curry sauce. Sorry? What? No, I don't tend to spoil people. I mean, I share. Because I appreciate the fact that, some people don't have anything for Christmas. They come in, and I like to sort of make sure I look after people. There's no sort of incentive from anybody for doing things like that. I just like doing it. It's quite exciting. If I go out and I see something I like buying, I like sharing it. So today I bought blueberries, I bought a lot. Au revoir. Don't forget, what have you got to do by tomorrow? Thank you. Yeah. Look what I bought the other day. These are organic, farmed fresh blueberries. Very you? You can't have them. What? What does it mean? Well, they're farmed fresh. They're ecological, organic blueberries. Somebody's been and picked them from a bush. Of course, a real person. What do you think? A robot. They do have that, actually. Sometimes when they sort of... They shake the tree. And but not these. These are farmed fresh in Peru. Who'd have thought these have come all the way from Peru? And they're really delicious. So you have to... You probably need to get a bowl and empty some into a bowl so that maybe Luke could have a blueberry. Because it doesn't count... Do you do wine? What sort of wine would you be doing from a blueberry? Blueberry wine? I don't think so, no. I think they're just blueberries, no. Wine from grapes? I don't think so, no. If you had the bibs and bobs? I don't know. We don't have bibs and bobs on this programme. We've never had bibs and bobs. I think you're thinking of Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo, or apple bobbing again. We got more mileage out of apple bobbing than anything else. We really did. But if you want to know what I want for Christmas, I want an end to this pandemic. That's what I want for Christmas. If somebody said you could wave a magic wand, Steve, and we can grant you 3 wishes. The first one would be that we go back to where we were more than a year ago. And it never ever happened. And the second wish would be that we managed to find the vaccine for the pandemic and everybody gets it and it happens while you're asleep. They send it through the air and then it arrives and then everybody gets better and then we can all go back to hugging people and kissing and doing what we do. And you can go and see loved ones in homes and stuff like that. That's what I want. That's what I want. I mean, it's a big ask, isn't it? But if there is a Lord and he's listening, that's what I want. Steve had a super surprise yesterday. My lovely husband, Clive, had secretly ordered me 2 Groovy Gang glasses, which arrived yesterday. Brought a tear to my eye, says Viv in Nebworth. I have to tell you now, I have good news and bad news. Firstly, thank you for buying the Groovy Gang glasses. Thank you for buying thousands of them, and the money goes to such a good cause. There's always somebody, I always think to myself, and I try and equate it in the fact that if everybody asks you for money, I always think, listen, there's people worse off than me, people a lot worse off than me. Is it any hardship to spend 25 quid? If it is a hardship, well then fair enough. If it isn't a hardship, well then this is a good investment. All I've got left in the double sets is 50. I've got 50 double sets left, and that's the end of the Groovy Gang glasses. So if you would like to surprise somebody this Christmas with some Groovy Gang, if they're a listener to LBC and they're a listener to the programme, then the Groovy Gang glasses are, and even Corey's got one. He thinks he's got 2, but he's got 1. You watch. I bet you anything, over the festive season, that second glass is going to vanish. I've just got this feeling. Yes, I've just got a feeling. I just know from bitter experience. Okay, well, I did put it in here, Steve, and it's gone. Yeah. Security must have taken that one. Where did that second glass go? So I've only got 50 sets of the double glasses left, and then it is finito. Okay, so if you could see your way clear, please go to the LBC website. Check on Steve Allen and it will tell you how to get a set of glasses. They're £25 for 2 glasses, and then there's postage and packing on the top, and all the money goes to Global's Make Some Noise to help people out who have had a really rotten time. And it can be all sorts of things. It can be as a result of people being abused at home. People, you know, we've heard a couple of clips of people. One man who was attacked by his wife, so they had to move him to somewhere safer. There was a woman whose children were going without food. These are the people we want to help, and with your help, we can help them. So 50 sets of these glasses left. That's what I've got, and if you would care to purchase them, I would be eternally grateful. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, I've heard that black cab drivers are doing London sightseeing evening tours around the Christmas lights. My friend has booked 2 hours for 50 quid. There you go. I don't know where you would find that out, actually. Probably on the internet, because people have got to sort of get out there and start sort of doing something to try and put, you know, food on the table over the festive season. So let's hope that one works. I mean, there's a field with about 200 taxis in it, about 200 taxis, and they're not going anywhere. Some of them will have to be scrapped. So that's not good, is it? Will Guyett said he can get me a television, 120-inch television, 120 inches. I mean, that's some size. And he said it's only £125,000. Well, I shall have 3. I shall put 1 in the bathroom. Can you imagine £125,000 for a television? It's a lot, isn't it? Have you got any? It's quite big, isn't it? I quite fancy the idea of a laser projector. Look at that. I love it when it takes up a whole wall. That's brilliant, isn't it? Doesn't tell how much that one is. Some of them are huge. Huge. My friend Paul Savoury had one in the room. In fact, the whole wall became the screen, and it looked fantastic. He had it sort of, you know, the projector fitted on the ceiling, which is lovely. I fancy something like that. Yeah, I've got surround sound. Everybody's got that. That came with the television. They've got little speakers, because when I first watched Jurassic Park, I thought it was coming through the wall behind me. Frightened the life out of me. I'm sitting there on the toilet. All of a sudden, this thing comes through the top. No, thank you. No, thank you. Steve Allen, Steve, Shane says, should I have one more beer this afternoon? I should point out he's not in this country, he's in Sydney. Steve, like you, says Maggie, I grew up with my dad in the Air Force. When you talk about your Christmas Day, it reminds me of happier times for me. This year I shall be alone, but memories are precious, and I will be listening to you. Thank you. It becomes like an institution, a Christmas Day. Even my boss, Tom, said to me, well, it's Christmas Day. You know, that's what happens on Christmas Day. Steve Allen is there to sort of get you through it. But only 50 sets of my double glasses left. That's it. Only 50 sets. So if you can see yourself clear to buying them, I'd be very, very grateful. Very great. And all the people who benefit as well. Happy birthday. I said earlier on, I didn't think you'd know who it was. Eileen Collins. Eileen Collins. You have no idea her birthday today. Go on, do you want to take a hazard a guess at who you think Eileen Collins is? I mean, a lot of you could cheat. And mathematician. No, not mathematician. Sailor. No, not so. That's quite an interesting one. It's wrong, but it's an interesting guess. Couldn't be further from the truth. And but I mean, if you sort of help people out, wait a minute, I'm just going to find out. I want to make sure that we sort of don't cheat. I know what you're like at cheating on these things. You go to the internet. Sorry? Makeup artist. No. I mean, she's not going to get a mention on the programme as having a birthday if she's a makeup artist, is she? I'll tell you she's... Yes, sort of. Yeah, she's 64. Astronaut, yeah. She was one of the first women to train as a US Air Force pilot before becoming the first woman to pilot a space shuttle mission. Growing up, she feared women wouldn't be allowed to become astronauts and planned to become an astronaut's wife. So she was a shuttle commander. A shuttle commander. That good. Also, Jodie Foster today, 58. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday dear Jodie and Eileen, happy birthday to you. Also, Isabel Blow died on this day. You know, you won't know who Isabel Blow is, but I can tell you, to a set of people, she was very famous. She was a journalist. She discovered Philip Tracy and Alexander McQueen. As a child, she dreamt of becoming a nun, started out as an assistant of the Vogue editor Anna Wintour, became engaged to her second husband, the barrister Detmer Blow. 16 days after they met, she wore a Tracy hat at both her wedding and her funeral. She died back in 2007, and I remember it vividly. In 1969... Oh, they'll know this one. You'll know this one. 1969... Pelé did something. Pelé did something. What did Pelé do? OK. He scored his 1,000th professional goal in a game against Vasco da Gama in Rio de Janeiro. I don't know anything about football, so I'm assuming there must be something really fantastic, which is great. And in 2002, who hung their baby over the balcony of a hotel in, I think it was Paris? Michael Jackson, absolutely. And that was over a hotel bar, and people went, oh, my God, a little bit dangerous. In fact, more than a little bit dangerous. Plus. What else do we have, actually? Oh, in 1983... Mrs. Janet Walton did something. Now, the clue is in her name, Walton, because they became known as the Walton... No. Sextuplets. She had 6. She spent years hoping to be her mother. She was 31. Her 6 daughters, born in 4 minutes, were all said to be in satisfactory condition. And that was way back in 1983. 1973, just the year before I joined LBC, President Richard Nixon went on television at the weekend to tell the American people, I'm not a crook. I made my mistakes, but in all my years of public life, I've never profited from public service. He said, people have got to know whether or not their president is a crook. Well, I'm not a crook. Mind you, did you see those people on the television yesterday? Trump's going to be the president of the United States. They're quite mad, aren't they? You've got all these barking mad people standing in the street going, yeah, because people are being fraudulent. No, they're not. No, they're not. You know, Trump, gotta go. Gotta go now. Simple as that. 84850. 84850. And somebody says, what time are you on Christmas Day? I thought I might start about 7. I thought I'd have a late start. I shall get up. I shall have some lightly buttered toast and some avocado spread on it. Not, but I shall have some avocado. I shall have some lightly buttered toast, and I shall pootle in here and do a show between 7 and 10. And I won't be doing. I don't do impressions of Nick Ferrari. I can't do an impression of Nick Ferrari. Or I might actually try. Which I think is unlikely. Steve says, Abigail, you will cheer up my Christmas day, so I'm glad that you're working. Me too. Thank you. Steve, a television bigger than 42 inches means you're common. Not for £125,000, it isn't. I mean, goodness sake. Steve, on your show yesterday, we talked about Gary Barlow. He sings the theme tune to The Adventures of Paddington. You can get it on DVD now, and it's very good, says Connie. I do like him. I don't want to see him on the Royal Variety. He's done loads of Royal Varieties. Stephen Mulhern's doing Royal Variety this year. Now, I wonder what he's going to do. Is he going to do magic? Because, he's a very good magician. And who was it the other day? There was, I think it was... an LBC presenter who'd seen a magic trick performed on the streets and he had no idea how it was done. And I was so tempted to write and go, I know, but I couldn't say anything because I'm an honorary member of the Magic Circle. So it means you really don't tell anybody. Well, you just wouldn't. You just wouldn't. It's I don't know, you just wouldn't. I can't tell you, sorry? Yes, you get kicked out of the Magic Circle. Yes, absolutely. Of course, if you brought the Magic Circle, you're basically, the whole idea is that you know things, but why would you want to ruin somebody's act? We had that Masked Magician, ghastly piece of work, and he just basically went on television in America and started exposing tricks. I mean, most of the stuff he was exposing was years old. We've moved on a lot since then, but he thought he was being really clever. I just thought he was being a complete turnip, but that was just my opinion. Oh, no, if you're an honorary member of the Magic Circle, I wouldn't dream of telling anybody anything. No matter how wide your eyes got at some of the things I can do with my hands, Luke, I would definitely never be telling you how or even why I do it. This music indicates that we're heading towards the news at 5 o'clock this morning. It's Steve Allen's Early Break. We are moving on a pace as we get ever nearer the magical Christmas day. I mean, it really is getting very, very close, very, very quick. I'm still waiting for Sandys to switch his lights on. It's taken ages. I mean, if he's not careful, I'll have my lights on before his lights are on. And normally we wait for him to put them on first. So I can't do mine until he's put his on. Which hopefully might be this week. Police probing Madeleine McCann's abduction are pursuing good leads. Here we go again. They must have run out of money. Every time they say that, we've got some photographs from the public. What, all these years later? I don't believe it. I don't believe there are any good leads at all. It's just that they want more money out of the pot. And so good leads, they've said. The members of the public have taken photographs. What? And they've only now come forward, have they? Not too sure about that one. The Ripper's brother says he's being kept in the dark on the funeral. I can't imagine why, but that surely... I don't know how it works, actually, if somebody dies whilst they're in custody. I'm really not too sure. House prices leaping £4,000 in a month, which is good. Which is good if you've got a house and you want to see it going up. Also, vitamin D slashes your risk of cancer. Do you know, I bought some vitamin D the other day because a friend of mine had told me about the benefits of it. And Prince William wants the truth about Martin Bashir, and he wants it soon. Plus, and I'm not even sure if this is true, Meghan's court admission, she did help the book's author. Because everybody was saying, well, where do they get this stuff from? You can't just ask, and it's a roundabout sort of way, I think. I've got a poem for you this morning by Effie Wallace-Smith. It's called The Rainbow, selected by Jake. He said it's very appropriate. So make of this what you will. So it's called The Rainbow. Love is a rainbow that appears when heaven's sunshine lights earth's tears. All varied colours of the light within its beauteous arch unite. Their passion's glowing crimson hue burns near truth's rich and deathless blue, and jealousy's green lights unfold mid pleasure's tints of flame and gold. O dark life's stormy sky would seem if love's clear rainbow did not gleam. Apparently that's appropriate. Whatever's going on there, we have no idea. And even if we did know, we wouldn't tell anybody. Steve. Wait a minute. Monica says, I'm perfectly fine to be called common. Perfectly fine to be called common. But we can't wait to get our hands on a 49-inch super-wide monitor for our computers. It's basically two large Ultra HD monitors side by size, just in a single one. A lot of mess less on the desk, says Monica. She said, our TV is much smaller and at the moment in storage. It's the moving process, Monica. Is my favourite Jewish cabbie, upgrading for her other jobs. Have you seen all these cabs in this field? There's a picture in the paper today, they were on the news last night, of Epping, a field of 200 cabs. Cab drivers who've rented them, and then they said, we can't afford to keep them going. Can't afford to have them out on the road. We're not making any money. And we came through town this morning. I think I was the third job of my driver this morning. And we saw, I think, 2 black cabs with their lights on. Nothing. One was parked up in Knightsbridge. There was nobody on the road. Nobody on the road. He was just sort of sitting there, hopefully, waiting for a job. But people were complaining yesterday on the news and saying, we haven't had any jobs and it takes hours to get them. The Sun have got with Jacqueline Josser heading to the castle for the finale. Well, they got it wrong with Joe Swash the other day. Couldn't have been more wrong. Couldn't have been more wrong. Stacey Solomon said no. He's absolutely not. If he is, she wants to know about it. Wills wants the Bashir truth. He says he's intervened in the row over Martin Bashir's interview with Diana. So we'll have to wait and see what happens on that one. I'm never too sure, actually. Never too sure what's actually true and what isn't true. Wills welcomed an announcement there would be a probe into how Bashir landed this panorama grilling. In a break with precedent, Williams said in a statement, the independent investigation is a step in the right direction. It should help establish the truth behind the interview. So obviously he wants to know if Martin Bashir lied about it, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? The answer is we don't know. We have to wait and find out. But whatever it is, it didn't seem particularly good, did it? I don't think it seemed particularly good. Text and emails 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Rich says, shout out to Mark, who's loving the show. I don't know if that's my show or his show. It's probably his show, I would think. And wait a minute, let's just have another one here, which is very good. So, Mark, yeah, I know you love it. Thanks so much. Thanks. Please buy some glasses, Mark. Thank you, Rich, for that one. That's fantastic. Fantastic. And then everybody's doing books, aren't they? Somebody called Ed James is doing one. He says, tomorrow I will officially be a published author. James O'Brien's a twice published author. Twice published. And I wouldn't even like to imagine how many times Ian Dale has been a published author. He has another book out at the moment. Do you know November the 19th? Do you know what it is? My former producer Sam says it's International Men's Day and World Toilet Day. So there you go, just a coincidence, he says. International Men's Day. What do we do on International Men's Day? Answer, nothing. I said, I don't know. An International Toilet Day. We were talking about that. There's a story in the papers today about bus drivers going, excuse me, where do we go for a wee? And the answer is there is nowhere. Even my driver this morning said there's nowhere to go for a wee. You basically have to find sort of, a quiet place to go and then just wee. I couldn't recommend it at all. And so, that's the way that it goes, isn't it? And another one here. Oh, Rogers says, you're quite right, of course, because if they don't sort out coronavirus, there's no need to worry about the climate change or electric cars. No, I agree with you. Also, all these empty petrol stations, what would they do? Put up houses. Put up houses or flats. So I'm sure that'll be absolutely wonderful. Also, when the gonads get tough, the tofu gets going. This is from the I'm a Celeb. And then the story about Jacqueline Josser returning to the ITV show, but turned down the chance to re-enter the camp. She's agreed to hand over the Jungle Crown. Well, yesterday they got it so wrong with the Joe Swash thing, and it was denied. Vernon and Jordan's meat dishes. It just looks disgusting. And Meghan has admitted getting a friend to pass information to the authors of the bombshell book, Finding Freedom. God, I wasn't aware we were still talking about that. I'm really not interested. Harry packing food parcels at an organisation which is supporting army veterans and their families. Harry was volunteering at the charity in California, which is good, which is very good. And apparently... Stuart, he's up with us this morning. He says, always a great show. Loving it. Thank you. Fantastic. And, as I say, Mark as well. Send us your address, Mark. We'll send you some pictures and some stuff like that. Pubs, Christmas opening plea. Salons, warning of ruin. And December's trade is crucial. Absolutely crucial. Although, have you noticed, the good news is no queues. No queues anywhere. You don't need to go queuing, and there's no shortages of anything at all. There have been, they go, we're going to lockdown, and people went, quickly, must rush out and buy toilet paper. Nobody's bothering at all now. Absolutely. Nobody is bothering. Here's Jack Whitehall playing football the other day, breaching lockdown rules. Oh, Jack, what is the matter with you? People are dying. The numbers of people dying of coronavirus are going up. Please self-isolate. It makes it so much easier. So much easier. And what did I order the other... I ordered something from Amazon, but I'm blowed if I can remember what it was. It was very nice, whatever it was. I like things like that. Also, EastEnders icon Ian Beale will be left for dead in a shock storyline. Well, they won't kill him off because he's Ian Beale. He's been there since day one. He's perfect for the show. He's absolutely brilliant. And who is the greatest soap character of all time? Come on. Ken Barlow. No? Who do you think, Luke? You think... who do you think? Of all time, yes. Deirdre. Not Deirdre. Not Deirdre. Gail. No, not Gail. No, not Gail. Ina Sharples. Not Ina Sharples. Not Ina Sharples. Not even the great Ina Sharples. Oh, well, I don't really know. Oh, no, that was somebody else. Dot Cotton. There you go. Dot Cotton is the greatest character of all time. How old is June Brown? She's... Go on. 83? No, add 10 onto that. She's 93. She's not... Well, I don't really know, Pauline. Well, I can do all your ironing, can I? Love her. Love her. She's been played since 1985, voted for by 28% of 2,000 people. She was followed by Phil and Grant Mitchell, then Hilda Ogden, and Tracy Barlow. Tracy Barlow? Good Lord. Oh, yes, because she's a bit evil, isn't she? She's a bit evil, I think. Bette Lynch, Peggy Mitchell, number 7, Jack Duckworth, Vera Duckworth, and Den Watts in EastEnders. Hello, Princess. I'm like all the characters. Oh, I don't really know, Pauline. I love stuff like that. Rod Liddell, talking about butter nonsense. This is how to... But they did a whole piece on Loose Women the other day on how to butter your toast. They brought in 3 toasters. There was a waste of money. Perhaps they can take them back after they've used them. 3 toasters they put on the toast. They could all have 2 pieces of toast. Ruth, who'd had to do the best acting she's ever done in her entire life and pretend that she really likes Alison Hammond. Oh, dear. And also a mum's attempt to ridicule Tesco for selling her a packet of prawns, which was 19 grams light, has backfired. Samantha Hollyoak, 47... was measuring ingredients for a sandwich when she realised the seafood was under its package estimate of 150 grams. And she shared it online, saying, "Shame on you, Tesco." She said it was intended as a joke, you silly old baggage. What do you mean it was intended as a joke? What did you write it for, then? She comes from Chandler's Ford. She said the photo drew 100-plus comments, with one saying, "You're buying prawns, not Colombian marching powder." Another said, "No offence, but you have too much time on your hands to be weighing estimated weight on packaging." Tesco's gave her a full refund. Well, I suppose you're happy, aren't you, dear? All the neighbours in Chandler's Ford going, "Oh, God, not her again." Are Little Mix going to separate? We don't know. We don't know. They might, but on the other hand, they might not. But one of them, Jade Thirlwell, is already being lined up for the first solo work. Now, what that is, I've got no idea. It might be to do with RuPaul's Drag Race. Might be that. It'd be nice to have your company at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's LBC, it's Thursday, which means you're ever nearer the weekend. Oh, good news. There is a God. Yes, Katie Price walks for the first time and says she's Superwoman. Sadly not, dear. You're a failed businesswoman. You're a bankrupt. You can't be a sort of a company director, and you're an ex-glamour model. In fact, you've got nothing going on in your life at all, except the photographer who goes out with you to take these silly little pictures which you feed to the press. She said, "Doctors said it would be 18 months before I could walk, and they can't believe how well I've healed. It's basically because I'm Superwoman." No, it's not. It's basically, you're just propped up, dear. That's all it is. Nobody's remotely interested. But she's sort of milking it for all she can. You wait. The latest bloke who she's trying to get pregnant with so she can have yet more children. She has no income. There's no income. You know, she has to rely on the fathers of these children to pay for them, which is a bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? And, as I say, she's looking old, ancient and haggard at the moment. She's got a new little boyfriend, and he's set up a company using her name with his father as a director, because she's not allowed to, because she's a bankrupt. And so I'm beginning to seriously worry about the future. I think sometime next year it'll go pear-shaped. He's been telling lies already. He was printing pictures of a house going, this is my house and all the rest of it, which isn't. It turns out to be his father's house. He lives in a little tiny flat, you know, which is nice, but it's a little tiny flat. Colleen Rooney is preparing for the Wagatha Christie battle. I mean, to be honest with you, they've been advised, both of them, her and the, whatever the other woman's name is, to actually sort of give money to charity and forget about it. You know, because this could be a very expensive case in the court. Also hidden in a lorry, cigarettes. Obviously people buy these cigarettes, but this is not just any old cigarette. This is 3.2 million cigarettes worth about £940,000 in unpaid duty. The lorries arrived from Calais. One carried a legitimate load, but the other had the cigarettes in 18 large boxes. Both drivers have been arrested, as you can well imagine. And police have been mocked for telling shops to stop selling eggs to children who pelted homes. Why would they be mocked? I mean, what children go in to buy eggs from a shop? Nobody, unless they're going to start throwing eggs. Very silly. I mean, it's like the graffiti artists, generally of limited intelligence, people who sprayed their little moniker on trains and on, you know, I mean, Richmond Station is absolutely awash with this blooming stuff. No matter how many times they go out there and spray it all off again. I mean, why don't they just have dogs going up and down on leads that could sort of sort these people out? It makes it so much easier. Very shortly, you'll be having your Christmas wreath. I love a Christmas wreath on a front door. So, do you have a Christmas wreath, Corey? No, probably not really, no. Not really got a door. There's not really enough room for a wreath on the door as well. So that's a shame, actually. Meant to be alive? What, a wreath? Do you know what a wreath is? When you say it used to be alive, it's twigs. It's in a wreath, in a round shape, and you hang it on the door to... It's got leaves on, yeah, you don't have to... It's not alive, it's not in a pot or anything like that. Are you sure you know what a wreath is? No, you don't. No. Do you remember the story of Davine McCullion? She did something unusual with her cleavage. She did something very unusual. And she rescued a squirrel. And she used to keep it warm down her cleavage. Well, it's gone. Not the cleavage, the squirrel. The squirrel's gone. Obviously had quite enough of it, I should imagine. And she took the female rodent in over the summer when magpies attacked it. She called her Sandy and made a special indoor woodland room, pulling in 2 tree trunks. Sandy soon became part of the family, with Davine taking her for walks in a custom-made harness. You're not supposed to be putting things like that in a harness, dear. I'm sorry to tell you, it's a wild animal, OK? And Davine... spelled D-A-V-E-E-N-E, the chav spelling, says there's a lot of people looking for it. It's been amazing. She won't survive in the wild. Well, she would have done had you not taken her in, love. And she said there's a reward of £50 for her safe return. Oh, just find a baby squirrel, give it to her, tell her it's that one. To get the 50 quid. And also, have you ever seen these wingsuit pilots? Have you ever seen a wingsuit? No point asking Corey if we didn't know really what a door wreath was. We're not going to know what a wingsuit is. Have you ever seen a wingsuit? Like a flying squirrel, yeah, just slightly bigger. And you put yourself in it, and then you bring your arms out, and it's all sort of rubber or plastic or something, and you float. People throw themselves off the top of mountains. Sounds a bit dangerous as far as I'm concerned. I've never tried it, actually, but, I mean... How do you what? How do you land? Well, you just crash into the ground. You know, how else? What would you think? You're on strings, controlled by Jesus or something? No, of course not. But this one here, called Vincent Reffett, he had a carbon fibre wingsuit, and he crashed into the Dubai desert, killed instantly. And this was in a training accident. I mean, it looks lovely. It's this thing could fly at 248 miles an hour. I mean, it does look amazing, but he's been filmed base jumping from the top of the Burj Khalifa, which is very high, and there we go. You're looking at pictures. Look at that! Look, whoa, 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 and crash. Because when you land in these things, you come in at a hell of a speed. Hell of a speed. He's done it off. Have you got the one of him dancing? Sorry, not dancing. Jumping off Burj Khalifa in Dubai. The same man jumping off Burj Khalifa. No. He the other one he didn't. He was doing. No, it doesn't say actually. Doesn't say. His name's Vince Refet. R-E for et. Vince Refet, and that's what he does. He was a base jumper. I was very clever, but I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't even stand at the top of that hotel. He died doing what he loved, yeah. But I mean, I wouldn't. Why would you want to do that? That's like sort of people who sort of sit by the edge of cliffs, and they go, "Don't sit by the edge of cliffs." I mean, it's very clever, provided you're wearing a parachute. See, that's what he's wearing there. Sorry, you can't see this, but it looks like it's a fiberglass shape of an aeroplane, and he says, "I have this feeling of freedom. I can pretty much go where I want, but always down." Obviously, because it's not going to go up, is it? I mean, it's very clever. And it does make it look as though, my goodness me, perhaps one day man will be able to fly by himself. I used to have dreams about that I flapped my arms and I rose off the ground. People went, "You can fly." And I went, "Yep." And then you sort of soared into the air and then whizzed around the bedroom a few times, and then ended up back on the wardrobe, going, ta-da! Which was quite, I mean, don't you dream about things like that, about flying? Yeah, I mean, could you imagine if you could get to LBC and you just sort of say, "I'll just be landing on the roof in a minute," and then you land by the front door and go, "Look, and ta-da!" That'd frighten the life out of Courtney. Courtney would be sitting there going, "Steve, what are you doing?" I go, "I'm flying." I'm flying. And doing it quite well, actually. Not in the case of this poor guy. Snow looks to be on its way. Temperatures falling to 1 degree. Don't want snow. Not just yet, thank you very much indeed. Forecasters say the cold blast is likely to bring the first significant falls of the winter in the next few days. It's pretty, but it gets your car very messy. And then you have to take it to the car wash. Actually, I need to take my car to the car wash. Also, archaeologists. Is this the one we were talking about the other day? No, it's in the New Forest National Park. At the Bewley Estate. They've uncovered a prehistoric ditch and Bronze Age urns. And this is they found evidence of a Stone Age settlement. See, I love stuff like that. I'm secretly hoping that under London somewhere there is a complete underground city, a palace or something like that. Or, somewhere where you'll go there and they go, "Listen, you go down these..." Have you seen the ones in Rome? They go down, you can access the Roman sewers and it takes you under Rome. Modern day, you go down into the sewers and you can walk along the sewers, and the Romans built them years and years ago, and I think that's phenomenally interesting. I'd love to do something like that. Alistair Armstrong, I think, did it and went down there, and he's walking along all these sewers that sort of crisscross underneath. Alexander Armstrong, him as well. He also went there. Clever clocks. And I mean, it looked fantastic. Looked absolutely fantastic, and I thought I'd like to go to somewhere like that. That's why we all like the film Jurassic Park, till we got to about Jurassic Park 37, in which case it sort of wore a little bit thin. The idea that you could take the DNA of a fly that was in a piece of amethyst or whatever it was, and then you could take that DNA and put it into something, and you could sort of grow a T-Rex. I mean, as if. That's it, but it's worth thinking about. People were asking whether or not it was actually true, and I don't, not really, no. What have we got here? We got reality stars, celebs on the farm here. Real A-lister, Montana Brown and Holly Hagan. Real major celebrities. Nope. Dodo birds. Line of Duty set to return to screens, and also Sarah Martin's heading back to the Caribbean for the 10th anniversary of Death in Paradise. Do you know, I really must start watching some of this stuff, because some of it's absolutely brilliant, and I thought to myself, that'd be quite nice, I could get into that. But I've ordered The Crown, Whether or not I think it's going to live up to my expectations, I don't know. There was also... what's this one? Shane Ritchie telling of his deep regret over blacking up for a series of performances when he was younger. I mean, listen, people did all sorts of things. This was all a long time ago. He's admitted his mistake, as indeed everybody has. It was a character in his stand-up act, was an Asian comic from the Punjab called Mahat Makot. I mean, it was so long ago. And he's apologised, and he said, listen, I appreciate the fact that things are different. Things are different. He might win. I'm a celebrity. Roger says Pat Butcher was brilliant in EastEnders, as was Bette Lynch in Corrie. Yes, I thought she lived the part in Corrie. I really did, actually. I thought that she sort of behaved, strangely. Lorraine says, as some silver or red bows on your tree, it'll look very classy. Oh, I don't think it's going to look classy. As long as it looks nice. That's all I really care about. It's just got to look nice. It's got to amuse people. That's it. Still listening in Adelaide, South Australia, where we've just gone into 6-day lockdown. The most restrictive, says Nick Nolan. In Australian history, the only consolation's that I've gone out and bought a fabulous case of Shiraz. And I can still listen to you. Case of Shiraz. Yes, the programme's so much better, Nick, after a case of Shiraz. So nice to hear from you this morning. I trust you. Thursday. Sorry, thinking back to the case of Shiraz. Thursday, the 19th of November at Steve Allen's early breakfast. Steve says, Shane, I've had enough grog. I might get some Kentucky Fried Chicken for tea. I nearly had it yesterday. I decided not to. It was a big decision. But now I keep seeing the adverts for the little sausages in batter, the little cocktail sausages with the curry sauce. I've been invigorated. Although actually, I'm waiting to go back to the doctors again for another thing, because we've had a blood test and bits and pieces. So we'll wait and see how we go on that one. Front page of the Mirror this morning. I'll do the front pages after about 6 o'clock this morning. They're talking about the partying over Christmas, the cost of Christmas, not the financial costs, but the cost if infection soar. And the cost could be that we go into another lockdown. They say 5 days of extreme lockdown for every day of fun with the family. So 5 days, it'll be a month of lockdown again, because we don't seem to have changed it. We still seem to be having record numbers of people who are dying. We'll have to wait and see. Keir Starmer in all the papers, refusing to let Jeremy Corbyn return to being a Labour MP. Well, it seems ridiculous that it only lasted 19 days. Nobody understood that one at all. And a medic... This is like a Christmas story. A medic who gave birth to twins whilst in a coma with coronavirus has described their survival as amazing. I absolutely agree. Absolutely. I've never heard of such a thing. She was in a coma and yet gave birth to twins. Plus, heading a football just 20 times can affect a player's memory, according to a study. So that's what people do. They sort of head... But you don't really see that anymore, do you? I mean, I know that they're still doing... You still see people heading ball, do you? Oh, right, OK. Yeah, I know what heading a ball is. I have seen a football match, honestly. Make it out like I've never been... Well, actually, I've never been to a football match. I've seen football matches on the... never a whole one. Never... Well, I mean, apart from the Aston, but that's different, isn't it? We go and see that because I'm an honorary member. And they're very grateful to have me, which is good news, because I'm the only person bigging them up on the radio most days. You can't buy publicity like that. I wanted to do it for another team, Axminster United, but they weren't offering the same kind of deal. So police probing this Madeleine McCann abduction are pursuing quite good leads after receiving photos taken by Brits in Praia de Luz. I mean, this is just ridiculous. So they've only just got this, have they? And they're still using the prime suspect, Christian Bruckner. I thought they've already been told that he's nothing to do with this. But why do they keep on coming up with this sort of thing? They say he's back in jail following hospital treatment for 2 broken ribs, which came from a scuffle with guards. But they've got some photographs with interesting things on. Well, all these years later, magically, we've got photographs. I'm afraid I'm way too sceptical for things like this. I think they must have run out of money again. I think they're after more money. Over in I'm a Celebrity, Please Get Me Into Here. Vernon Kay, they say another day for Vernon Kay, another name drop. That's the danger, isn't it, though? That is the danger of name-dropping. Jordan North, they say hard to see him back on the radio anytime soon. I don't think anybody knows who he is. Nobody knows who he is. Back on the radio, they say a new TV star is born. Yeah, if he's doing a programme like this. Beverly Callard, she's worried about letting people down, but there's no sign of that. Shane Ritchie, still joking about. Well, he was a red coat, blue coat, green coat. He was certainly one of those people who entertained. He's a very good signing. He's a very good signing. He's an entertainer. That's what he does. He's on. You know what I mean? He's sort of ding. You know, it's like quite a number of other people in the business. Holly Arnold, very quiet. No idea who she is. No idea who she is. But she's very quiet. She's a javelin star, so I'm assuming she's a Paralympian or something like that. Mo Farah, nice guy, but no golden highlights so far. He's just, you know, obviously doing it for the money. Giovanna Fletcher, very slow start there. You can't believe she's married to Tom Fletcher from McFly. He looks young, and she's, somebody says, I hope she bursts into life soon. I hope she doesn't. AJ Pritchard, and he's not... But the trouble is, he does what he does for a living. He's not, you know, he's not a Shane Ritchie. Jessica Plummer, she's an actress who was in EastEnders, now she's not in anything. And Victoria Derbyshire. I mean, I suppose she's got to come up with something after the BBC dropped her. You know, they've got to... Although a friend of mine wrote, and I mean, I can't tell you who he is because he's very well known, and he said, I've just seen the worst programme on television. And I said, what was that? Apart from the fact he'd missed the link between Philip Schofield and Alison Hammond linking in to Ruth Langsford. Somebody somewhere must have been having a dreadful laugh. They must be going, I tell you what we'll do. Alison, you sit there and just be your usual bubbly self, and then we'll cross live to Ruth. Ruth never mentioned her at all. She mentioned Philip, but she never mentioned Alison Hammond, who's sitting there on screen, like, hello. It was cringe-making. It was cringe. It was really cringy. No, it was the poor old... I've forgotten her name already. Somebody's sort of lunchtime programme, which is Steph McGovern. What a pile of rubbish. It's like somebody sat there with loads of money and thinking, if you throw enough money at it, we'll turn her into a personality. No. They put people on there. The cost of running that programme for lunchtime, it makes loose women look as though they're run on a shoestring budget. Which, to be honest with you, they might be. They've got a little studio, they've got a few producers, and they've got 3 people in the studio, and then the others they do on Link Up, some of which work, some of which don't work. Over on Steph McGovern's disaster of a programme, they've got loads of it. There's cars, fees, a set, people have got to be fed, and everything. What a waste of money. Terrible waste of money, and it's not working. Not working at all. But there you go. We'll wait and see, shan't we? So here we go. Oh, they've got them now. M&S Festive Food. 4 for $3. Battered mini sausages, chip shop style. And also, banging cauliflower nuggets. So I think that kind of justifies eating vegetables if it comes with a batter around it. Cheesy crumpets and Marmite. Oh, that's too good. You don't like Marmite? Oh, no, you get a bit... Yeah, there's not peanut butter, it's cheesy crumpets and Marmite, which they do in one of the coffee... Do you know, round my way, and they've closed it on Waterloo Bridge, Cafe Nero. That's closed on Waterloo Bridge. Didn't they have troubles a short while ago? How about pepperoni power pizza hot dip? That sounds like a sort of thing that Corey would eat. You'd eat that, wouldn't you? Yeah. But the battered mini sausages... They look particularly good, with a curry sauce. It's got to be a good curry. You don't want anything cheap and cheerful, do you? It's got to be something good. And I might have that today. No, I can't have it today, no. Stop it, Stephen. Don't have stuff like that. It's bad for you. Think healthy. The Yorkshire Ripper's brother says prison officials failed to tell him his serial kill sibling was dying, and he's now being left out of the funeral arrangements. This is Mick Sutcliffe. Was the only family member who kept in contact with Peter Sutcliffe, who died last week. Well, surely you'd know, because he's been talking about dying for some time. Even I remember reading about that, because it was a while ago that he'd said he didn't want it to be revived. And he said he couldn't wait. So if he was the only family member who kept in contact, obviously not. Obviously you weren't keeping in contact as much as you thought. He said the 15-minute calls from Franklin Prison stopped abruptly 3 weeks ago. He said he was right as rain. The last time I spoke to him, all of a sudden nothing. Well, you're obviously reading the wrong things. So, you know, he says, I knew that being blind, and even with his diabetes, he didn't think his time would be up yet. But I thought he was. I thought that's completely different to what I was reading. So there's another brother and two sisters, said Sutcliffe's crimes had tarred us as a family. So, I mean, who knows what they're doing? I don't know who it comes down to. I don't know whether it comes down to the family members paying for the funeral. If they say no, then we pay for the funeral, up to, I think, or the cremation, up to the cost of about £3,500. And I'm assuming if we're paying for it, they decide what's happening. They don't have to invite family members. That's what I was assuming. If they go to the family and say, listen, will you be paying for this? And they go, no. They go, OK, well, we'll pay for it. They have the facility to pay for it. It's whether or not they decide to do it. I've got no idea. BBC has appointed a senior judge to handle the investigation into Martin Bashir's interview with Diana. And scammers are targeting taxpayers ahead of the self-assessment deadline. Crooks posing as officials to con people into handing over details or cash. There's loads of these doing the rounds at the moment. Please be careful. HMRC has had 846,000 reports of dodgy emails and fears a spike before Jan the 31st. Carl Kahn from the tax office says criminals take advantage of the deadline to panic customers into sharing details and paying, believe it or not, bogus tax. Hence why I have an accountant. So much easier. What he goes, I follow. I don't take any notice of anything else that comes in. All the people in the soaps who you love, but it's Doc Cotton, a cultural icon, a testament to the fantastic talent of June Brown. I agree. And also to the fact that at 93, she's even better now than she ever was. Well, I don't know, Pauline. All right, it's not the best impression, but I mean, at least I'm making an effort, aren't I? Don't notice anybody else around here doing impressions of famous people. Goodness sake. It's no good asking me about PlayStation. I know nothing about PlayStation at all. I know what it is. It's quite expensive. It's about £600, isn't it, or something? And the boys play games, mainly with me and this programme. They go, oh, look, you're very funny. Not. And but I don't know. I've never had a PlayStation. So it doesn't really work for me at all. I'm sure it's very entertaining, very entertaining. Steve, have you seen the new underground tube shapes in London? No. You have? Do they? New tube shape. Oh, right. At Oxford. Oh, right. Good. Oh, they are nice, aren't they? Oxford Circus is particularly good. Are these for the festive season, or are they just leaving them up all the time? Oh, it's for the PlayStation. Oh, it's got nothing to do with tube stations at all. TfL did it, right. Oh, okay. Oh, right. Oh, it's very nice. Are they leaving them up there? Because just down where we cross the road by Trafalgar Square, the two people crossing the road, the little green men, it is two little green men who are crossing the road. We're all sort of, OK, yeah. And doing that, because he refused to cross the road the other day. Honestly, he said, no, I'm waiting till I see a picture of something that looks like me. I said, it's up there now, OK? And that was that. I like that underground sign there by Oxford Circus. That's fair. They should leave them up permanently. I bet that's cost a small fortune to put up there, hasn't it? 48 hours? What happens to it then? They take it down? Well, that's ridiculous. You're going to go and see it after the show? How exciting. No. No, I don't do games. I'm afraid I'm an adult. The only game I play is how much tax do I have to pay this year? That's it. You're going to go to Oxford Circus to take a picture of that? You sad people. You sad, sad people. It's not historic. It's a piece of publicity for a game. And you're going to go up there, and what, you're going to take pictures of you standing underneath it? Oh, my goodness me. Oh, well. So my bus arrives early this morning. And so I have now seen them, Dave. Thank you very much indeed. But I wished I hadn't. I wished I hadn't. But if that's what keeps the boys happy, then I'm happy for them. Steve. Oh, there you go. Somebody said it here. Exactly the same thing. Have you seen that PlayStation have teamed up with TfL? Oh, well, you can't wipe the smile off my two faces here. Oh, we're going up there, Steve, after the show. We've got to have a picture taken with it, and we'll send home to parent at Mill. Whippet. We're going to have Whippet collar done exactly the same. Whip PlayStation. I mean, it's quite a nice idea, but I wish they'd leave it like that permanent. I wouldn't have known it was PlayStation unless somebody had told me. Wish they hadn't told me now, but there you go. Steve, my friend Sue found these in M&S and thought of you. Battered sausages with curry sauce. Oh, listen, John Paul, you don't need to tell me. We've known about these for the past 3-4 weeks. We're very, very good, actually. Very good. And sent us in a photo as well of them. You can have them cold. No, probably not. You've got to heat them up, haven't you? I'm not sure I could go for... Actually, no, I'm going to have to go for them because they do look particularly nice. Very nice they look. I wonder if you could... I mean, do you have to sort of heat them up in the oven or do you just sort of deep fry them or something? 180 degrees for 15 minutes. And then you just dip them in the curry sauce. Yeah. At least that's a little bit more realistic than let's go and look at some PlayStation signs at Oxford Circus. You're going to have to walk all the way through Leicester Square, which is all closed off because we're building the new substation. They've boarded up the fountain in the middle. That'll be like Tracy Island. You'll push a button, it will go, and it will sink all the way to the base. And then a swimming pool will come in, and we'll all dive in, and there'll be fireworks and everything else. That'd be fantastic, wouldn't it? And they've still put the lights up in the trees, which is festive. We like that. Otherwise, it look very dreary. I had been telling one of the guys, I said, you're going to get graffiti artists all over the place. There's something the matter with these people. Danny Dyer has found an unusual item in an outhouse that had evidently been used for parties where he's living. Danny Dyer. Why? Danny Dyer. And Gemma Collins says, I'm a real-life witch. Back in the day, I was definitely burnt at the stake. Please don't make me say it. Please don't make me say it. Lights are just a little bit brighter. Wilko's selling all sorts of things. I quite like some of the things you can put in your garden, but once you've used them for Christmas, where do you put them? You know, if you've got these reindeer that nod up and down, they've got little motors in their head. They're quite nice. Not for everybody, of course. And oh, I can't do that one. That's a shame. It's another... We wanted to do one about Krispy Kreme donuts the other day, and we can't touch that one either. Because the moment they sort of appear inside the judicial system, we leave them. So bus and lorry drivers are caught short every day because of the lack of public loos. There are no public loos. They've taken them all away, which was a shame. A survey of 6,000 found 70% routinely have no access to toilet and washing facilities whilst out on the road. Commercial premises have a legal duty to offer facilities to drivers making deliveries. Did you know that? There was a load of drivers the other day, people riding those little mopeds, delivering your pizzas and your battered sausages and things like that. And they were saying, we want to use the toilets, and places like the places they're collecting from and delivering from have said, no, you can't. And now the authorities have said, yes, they can, and you have to do it. You have to let them in. Firms which fail to ensure the welfare of workers should be prosecuted for public health offences. You know, if you're employing somebody for delivering your pizzas or burgers or McMuffins or whatever they happen to be, or, you know, all sorts of different things, you have to let them use the toilets. I mean, some of the machines that they're riding look very ropey. Our bus stopped the other day. I was on the bus, minding my own business, staring out the window, and we stopped in the middle of Richmond High Street, and the bus driver opened the door and said to one of these moped delivery people, your lights are out at the back, mate. You need to get that sorted. And the bloke looked at him like he didn't speak the language. It was ridiculous. And you think to yourself, these people should be stopped by the police. Police are doing nothing about the scooters, about the skateboards. Nothing. We see them every day, whizzing up and down, high speeds, way too fast. Accidents waiting to happen. And if they're on the pavement, they incur my wrath. Eyes on the pies. Iceland and Asda treats are voted the best, which is good. But if you remember, Iceland won a couple of years ago. They had the best mince pies and the cheapest. £1.89 for 6 mince pies. You can't make them for this price. Asda's are £1.75. Better than those from Waitrose and Marks and Spencer's, which cost over £2.50. So you're better to buy... I mean, I used to go into Iceland all the time to buy their mince pies and then bring them into here. Because I used to pretend I'd made them. I used to take the box apart and then go, I made these last night. Nobody ever questioned me. Honest Steve Allen. And but I mean, why would you bother going anywhere else? First joint, extra special mince pies from Asda. Second, first joint, Asda. And I don't know who they're with, actually. Oh, it looks like it could be Iceland. I'm not too sure. Yeah, so, Iceland as well. They look delicious because they've got the most filling in and everything else. Taste the Difference mince pies from Sainsbury's, 11th. Luxury all butter mince pies from Spar, £2. They're all about £1.50 up to £2.50. Collection of mince pies at Marks, £2.50. They were 4th. And Tesco's finest all butter mince pies. But I mean, when you consider 6 mince pies with the filling for £2.50, it's very cheap. Very, very cheap. And I'm assuming you can probably freeze them. But do check beforehand. Do check. As The Crown tells the story of the royal intruder, Michael Fagan has many memories of the day he broke in. Oh, who cares? And he says, I felt sorry for the Queen. The palace was shoddy and reminded me of the house in the Addams Family. Well, it's a big old building. That's why they're spending millions... Oh, sorry, we're spending millions on it, bringing it up to date. They should have had it done years ago, but they didn't, I'm afraid. So it's Prince William on the front of a few of the papers. Also, anybody from Mince Pie Cereal... You can buy mince pie cereal now. Everything that doesn't sound very good, does it? Not so great. And senior royals drawn into Meghan's privacy case. And the senior royals are apparently, according to the papers, the Queen and the Prince of Wales, after she claimed to have consulted senior members of the royal family before writing a letter admonishing her father. Now, to be honest with you, it's getting worse. It's getting worse. As I say, that's why we don't really care about them. Also, Ruby Wax makes her peace with TV nemesis Louis Theroux after accusing him of stealing her job. It's an odd one, isn't it? I didn't know that. Wax, who worked with the BBC and presented documentaries with people like Madonna, revealed she was so gripped by the disease of celebrity, she'd get on the London Underground and say, "Do you know who I am?" She said she'd then go, "No, pay the ticket." And then Louis Theroux covered a similar subject. Yeah, I mean, I just every time I watch Louis Theroux, I always think that he's acting. You know, acting sort of quite badly when he went to say, do people not... You think, no, this is not you. Of course, I just felt sorry for him when he auditioned for the part in a pornographic movie. And he had to stand there stark naked while they took a picture of him. How embarrassing. I mean, really... dreadful. Being a really nice to be company, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. I trust you are well. So there's the Debrett's Guide to a COVID Christmas. I was trying to explain, actually, to the producer in the early part of the programme on what Debrett's is. I said it's for upper-class people. That's the only way I should actually sort of come up with it. And, of course, as Henry has reminded me, up the Aston, and tomorrow we should all be wearing our shirts as well. Got to wear our shirts for tomorrow. Will you be wearing your shirts, boys? You will tomorrow? Oh, no, you're not here tomorrow, are you? Oh, you are here tomorrow. You're not here tomorrow. You're both here tomorrow. Oh, let's say we don't want you, no. All right, we don't want you. And it's what? Big game tomorrow, yeah, very big game. Very, very, very big game. Very big game. Johnny says, finally christened the Groovy Gang glasses. Listening to Christmas music videos on YouTube as well. That's what we like to hear. But these new underground tube shirts, I wish people had stopped mentioning them because now I've seen the picture. They do look nice. There you go. I mean, tomorrow... Saturday, actually, really, but I mean, tomorrow's as good as. Premier League, so it's up the Aston against Brighton Hove Albion. No chance. No, for them. And then on the 30th of November, 30th of November, I think it's us, up the Aston, against West Ham United. Another northern team. And then on the 12th of December, guess who we're playing then? Guess we play up the Aston. Only Wolverhampton Wanderers. Why? Because they keep wandering off the pitch and they don't actually play football. So that's good, isn't it? My God, my shirt's going to get an airing this next couple of weeks. I should be up there. Got me rattle, got me scarf, got me bobble hat. I've got all the bits and pieces sitting in the director's box. I'll be up there. They love me. They can't get enough of me. They go, that's Steve Allen, It's fantastic. Somebody says, can you promote Margate? Don't be so ridiculous. Why would you want to promote Margate? So it's Football Shirt Friday, says Anthony, tomorrow. So the boys, I don't even know who the boys support, actually. Accrington Stanley, I should imagine. That'd be Corey. He was dreaming the other day, honestly. I'm just giving him a little bit of a treat. And he said, you're spoiling us. We dream of things like this. He said, when we were little, he said we used to dream of a piece of coal. And I said, I know. It was like that. You'd have that one piece of coal and you'd be sort of, should we put it off till Christmas Day or should we have it on Christmas Eve? You know, just to warm the hearth up a little bit. That's what they were like, you know. Dog, we said, we used to crowd round the dog. The dog was the only thing radiating warmth in their household. That was the the dog was going out breadwinning. Yeah, another one of them greyhound races. He won us £1 last week. By God, we went out and that were a day at the chip shop, weren't it? Sorry to whinge, Steve, but who are these people who complained about the Sainsbury's advert? I have no idea. I couldn't care less. I never understand why people complain about everything, actually. Steve says, Una in County Down, Iceland mince pies being delivered this morning between 10 and 12. Oh, lovely. Where'd you get the Glenfiddich mince pies? Where did I get them from? I can't remember. You might find them in garden centres, actually. But the mince pies, says Paul, are very good, the little ones, with extra thick double cream. That sounds quite nice. That's the sort of thing. I mean, you know, a good dollop of thick double cream on top of a mince pie. It's not very good for your cholesterol levels. Although actually, I've got a machine that tests my blood pressure every morning, and I'm fairly consistent. There you go, the Glenfiddich mince pies. Where are these on? Oh, you can get them from Walker's shops. £4.70 for 6, but they've got booze in. But isn't it funny? Now, here's an odd thing. I went to Waitrose. Did I buy them in Waitrose? I think I might have bought some in Waitrose. I bought a little fruit compote, and it was pineapple with rum. Tiny little thing. I mean, the amount of rum in it wouldn't have had any effect if you'd eaten about 30 of them. Bing, 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 bing. Flashes it up on the machine as you're buying it. She has to come over and look at you and decide whether you're over the age of consent. The Glenfiddich mince pies go through without a shadow of a doubt. Nobody bothers about them at all. I could have sat on the floor and gone, I had a mince pie. You know, but yet this little pineapple thing with a bit of rum in it, bing, 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 bing. I have to check that I'm of the right age. Unfortunately, nobody's ever asked if I am. They just look at me and go, yeah, he looks the right age. It's very disappointing, isn't it, when you think, I think I look quite young for my age. But nobody's ever said it. Nobody's ever said it. But yeah, so the Glenfiddich mince pies are from Walker's, and they've got booze in. And you can smell it. The moment you take them out of the packet, you can smell the booze. They're quite nice warmed up with either some custard over the top, or the thick double cream, or what else could you do? Ice cream. You can have them with anything, really. Condensed milk is very nice, or evaporated milk. That's very good. Although I opened the tin the other day and it was full. Well, it's obviously not evaporated, has it? Obviously making it up. I'm here all week. Well, till tomorrow anyway. So the COVID jab that could be ready in weeks, which is good news, and good for the over 65s. Hello, good for me. Well, I'm having to tell a fib about the over 65s. And it stops 95% of infections. That's good enough for me. Anything more than that, it would be an absolute cure. And here's a picture of Boris Johnson. Well, actually, it's Boris Johnson in the House of Commons on a television screen because he's self-isolating after meeting an MP with coronavirus. Also, Jeremy Paxman is still cross. I don't know why Jeremy Paxman was cross. I didn't ever think that he was cross. I just thought it was a bit of an act. The Mirror, the best soap star ever. They've got a lovely picture of Barbara and Hilda Ogden and Dot Cotton. Dot Cotton gets the prize for the best what? Dot Houghton. Yeah, well, she's a bit of a Houghton character, isn't she? Houghton. Now, why is Houghton important? Because that's where they live in Emmerdale, isn't it? They live in Houghton. Houghton. And have you heard Emma Willis on the television recently? She started dropping her H's all over the place. She's gone quite common. I heard it the other day and I thought, she never used to speak like that. All of a sudden, she started dropping her H's all over the place. I thought she's obviously been hanging around with the wrong people. That'll be the rest of McFly or McBusted or somebody like that, I should imagine. Front page of Daily Star. As Britain fought COVID, £10 billion worth of taxpayers' cash was trousered by some cronies of Bozo and other chancers. Our hapless PM says of the PPE contract shambles, I'm so proud. Yes, it turns out there are links, which there shouldn't be. Question of Spite. Ever since she was dropped with the two other blokes from Question of Sport, which the BBC owns, she's going out on tour with the programme. I think that's part of the deal. We're going to drop you, but you can go out on tour and do meet and greets. Nearly £200 their meet and greet is. £200. It seems a lot, doesn't it? Seems an awful lot. Plus rows of taxis and black cabs left to rust in a muddy field as trade has been slashed. But thieves have swarmed the sites like this to strip the cars of their catalytic converters. There's a surprise. Many drivers have nowhere at home to park, and with no money from fares coming in, they don't want to risk racking up parking fines. They reckon that one Essex field has 2,000 taxis. No. Load of old codswallop. They've said 200. 200, not 2,000 taxis. 200. Just Heavenly, the Vicar of Dibley. I do like them. It's very difficult to get hold of the box set of the Vicar of Dibley. I used to like them because Alice, sadly, is no longer with us, and she was lovely. Plus, Rebecca Vardy and Colleen Rooney have been urged to forget their libel scrap and give the cash to charity instead, because somebody's going to lose on this one, and it won't be the lawyers. Won't be the lawyers. So Dot Cotton, Vernon Kay was talking the other day about Hollywood icon Tom Hanks. He says, I interviewed him for the Polar Express years ago, and at the end I said, is there any chance you can sign the DVD cover of Forrest Gump for me? And he's like, no problem. And he met him again. See, the trouble is, you meet people, we all meet loads of people in the course of our work. You meet people and they sign things, and they're all very charming because they're doing a job. They're doing a job. Snow's on the way. So brace you. That's what they've said. They've got a lovely picture here. It's a serene sunset over Dorset's Boscombe Pier. My friend went running on Brighton Seafront the other day. She said, you've got a coffee, one of these places where you get a coffee from, a coffee shop. And she stood there drinking it, watching the sun coming up. She said the sea was as calm as a mirror. And she's so descriptive. And she said it was lovely. She sort of watching it coming up, and then she went home and had breakfast. I'll be like that with my little sausages in batter. You know, what did you have for breakfast, Steve? Little sausages in batter. You know, with a bit of curry sauce. And they say the white stuff could fall at lower levels across northern England from today. It's going to go down. I mean, I think today was going to be about -7. You know, it'll be a bit warmer if you're standing under the TfL sign for the Underground up at Oxford Circus. I should imagine it's probably like a heat wave up there. If you see two vacant-looking people up there in about an hour and 20 minutes this time, it'll be my two, OK? Try to resist throwing stuff at them. Honestly. They're obviously both fans of PlayStation. And you'd be mobbed, I should imagine. There'd be bus drivers hooting, beep, 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 as they run from one side of the road to the other. Oh, get a picture of me with this one, Corey. Oh, fantastic, Luke. We're having so much fun. We're so lucky to be working in smoke. And, in smoke. Cash nicked from Barclays customers in scams reach a record total. Apparently, impersonation scams include people pretending to be from organisations such as the police. They will never, ever phone you. They will never, ever phone you. Although I did see something on YouTube the other day, and it was some bloke in America who was pretending to be a policeman. And he pulled over the sheriff of the local town, but he didn't know. And the bloke said to the sheriff, he said, who are you? And the sheriff went, I'm the sheriff. Who are you? He's been arrested, of course. Another one of those sick people. What else we got? Oh, everybody's selling Christmas trees now. They're not cheap, are they? Even fake trees can cost quite a bit of money. Here's a picture of... Oh, no, Brits going mad for Scotch eggs. Do you know what a Scotch egg is? Sorry? Brits are going mad for Scotch eggs. Am I facing the right way? Is it on? I don't know if it's on or not. Yeah, Scotch eggs. Have you had a Scotch egg? No, you probably wouldn't have had it. They do a vegan one. That must be exciting. How exciting. Normally it's sausage meat with an egg inside it. What's yours got in it? Nothing. Nothing. Well, it was nice though, isn't it? But I mean, what would you know? You've never had the real thing. Yeah, I don't want to see another picture of a vegan item, thank you. Apparently it was invented... Who invented a Scotch egg? You never know this one. Never know this one. You could use this at home as a quiz question. Well, guess. I mean, at least play the game, for goodness sake. Otherwise, it's a bit one-sided, isn't it? Come on. Who invented it in 1738? John Logie Baird is not correct. Fortnum and Masons. Fortnum and Masons in 1738 invented the Scotch egg. The biggest orders for the hard-boiled eggs wrapped in sausage meat and deep-fried came from folk in Bristol, then Plymouth, then Bournemouth. It was people craving a tasty treat. Oh, nice. By gum. You know, lovely. A Scotch egg. They do one where the egg is still runny, don't they? I think, which isn't a Scotch egg. It's something else. 6:15, LBC News Time. Headline. Morning, nice to have your company. Elliot's back with us. He's just had an operation to have stents put in. Only two stent, amateur. I forget how many I've got now, actually. I've either got 8 or 10, I can't remember. Whatever it is, you can have more of them put in. I'm almost a pass, but listen, I'm ready for more stents. You have them put in if you get your arteries that fur up. And it's a very, and they do it while you're awake. They don't even bother putting you under for it. It's not worth it. It's too dangerous. So they do it, and they're very good at it. I've had 2 lots of stents put in, and very nice they are too. A lonely pig is in the paper today called Boris. He was picked up by the RSPCA. He's waited 2 years to find a girlfriend to swine and dine. I do hate these dating programmes on the television. Naff people who turn up in a far too good restaurant for them, where they go, oh, yeah. It's like the people who turn up on Naked Attraction. I mean, dear Lord above, I mean, the word exhibitionist comes into it. But Boris was rescued as a stray from East Anglia, taken in by a private boarding yard, and they used private boarders to care for him. He's had 713 days with his temporary carers, and they've now managed to find some space for him. He's a big lad. I mean, he is a big lad. He was sort of rescued as a stray. What sort of stray he is? He looks like one of those teacup pigs. Do you know the ones that they said, which turned out they weren't teacup pigs at all. They were basically just piglets. But this one here, he's made a journey, and he's a real character and needs a forever home. They're very clean, pig. They're about one of the cleanest animals, aren't they, pigs? And of course, then you can eat them, I suppose, afterwards. They're very clever. Pigs, yes, they used to have educated pigs at the circus. There was one that could count, and there was a horse that could count as well. Very clever. But he's a lovely, gentle boy who loves spending time with his pony pals in boarding. Oh, bless him. Do you think he doesn't know he's not a pony? Do you think he doesn't know he's a pig? Bless him. We used to live over the road in Yorkshire, actually, from the woman. I said at the end of our lane, and it wasn't even tarmacked. It was very, very rustic in Yorkshire. And, by gum, it was great. And, I have to say that in case any Yorkshire folk listening in. And she used to keep pigs in her farm. And then occasionally I had to go. And so a man would come round and get rid of it and things like that. But I remember little piglets everywhere. They're very noisy piglets. Very excitable. Very excitable. I thought they looked quite cute, actually. I always sort of grew up surrounded by animals, so I liked it. Steve says, Gem, I know when Christmas is nearly here, when the Radio Times is out earlier and earlier, awaiting this year's double edition. Yeah, you do get them, actually. You get the Country Life Christmas edition, which I always get. Paul says, Vicar of Dibley box sets made online, available online, but I thought there were more series, but only 3 were made, plus the specials. Oh, I don't know, actually. I don't know. And this one here says a lot of those cabs were surplus. There's a lot of cabbies had to upgrade because of emissions and switching to electric. Says this one here. And have you been to the Portman Hotel? No. I don't think I have, actually. I'm pretty certain I've not. I've been to many hotels in London, but I've not been to the Portman. Perhaps I should put it on my list. Britain's Got Talent winner. I bet you can't even tell me what his name is. You wouldn't know, would you? No, Britain's Got Talent winner? Wait, we just had one. We just had a winner. Yeah, what do you mean, really? Yeah, of course. Do you know what his name is? Sorry? JLS? What planet are you on, honestly? I mean, start eating food. It's obviously affecting you greatly. It's obviously withdrawing information from your brain. JLS. I mean, goodness me, honestly. JLS. No, it was a comedian. He's called John Courtney. No? I'm definitely facing the wrong way this morning. John does a comedy piano act. He's going to pay homage to Les Dawson. In other words, he's basically going to nick his act and put it up on the Royal Variety. And he says, I wanted to give a nod to some of the giants whose shoulders I'm standing on at the Royal Variety in my song. It's the perfect opportunity. I want to know what Steve Mulhern's doing. Hope he's going to do magic. Very good magician. Very good magician. It's Black Friday tomorrow. I have no idea what it means, apart from it's sort of discount days. You get sort of discount. And somebody's written in and says, very sad news that the flamboyant, that would be one word to describe Eric Hall, a genius character who did so much for music and football. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, I don't know how much was made up by Eric Hall. He was a great one at telling stories. And then somebody's written, Anne from the Scottish Border says, Ruth and Heyman dropped, best couple on TV. They've not been dropped. They've just been taken off that. Why do people say they've been dropped? Honestly, it's so annoying. And then somebody says, I don't know about getting rid of Heyman and Ruth. They haven't got rid of them. Where are these stupid people writing into the newspapers? They said Schofield is smug and should be got rid of. What? Listen, if ITV didn't rate him, they wouldn't put him on all these programmes. So, there we go. Diversity on ITV. Alison Hammond, now Queen of TV. Did she get the job because of her knowledge or expertise as a presenter? She got it because she's Listen, what they do nowadays, they asked, people to go on. Their agent would go and say, listen, I've got this girl. Why don't you pop her on? Try her out. She's very funny. She's very bubbly. She's very personable. Okay? And they put them on the television. If they don't work out, they don't use them again. How many times have you seen some bimbo from Love Island popped on Loose Women? They go, oh, so-and-so's on Loose Women. They're useless. Their only claim to fame is they can get their boobies out, and that's the state of it. That's how desperately sad it is. Or failing that, have a fake relationship with one of the himbos on the programme. That's all it is. You can't just put somebody like Alison Hammond on the television and go, oh, let's give it to her because she's black, because she's ethnic, because she's diverse. They're putting her on there because she rates with the audience. The reason she's been put on there is because somebody went through the whole of ITV's schedules and there were no black people on one day. Nobody representing anybody on the TV channel. And so, at this morning, bit late, admittedly, they've made a decision. They want to put people on there. So they've used Rochelle, they've used all sorts of different people. I mean, some people manage it, some people don't. Alison Hammond, they go, she's bright and bubbly, she's good, the public like her. She doesn't want to do dreary stories about coronavirus. She wants to do something that makes you feel a bit better about life. And so, I think Eamon and Ruth have had a good run, 14 years. I mean, listen, in television terms, that's brilliant. They've not been dropped because they're not any good. They've only been shunted, and they'll pop up again. That's how it works. Well, in fact, yesterday she popped up on Loose Women. As did Alison Hammond, who also popped up on Loose Women. I bet that was a bit of a surprise. I bet you anything. In the green room, if you could wire up the green room at Loose Women, what to do that for? You can just imagine, can't you? Because it was alleged that poor Ruth said the day before that, Eamon and I didn't come from a reality show. We've worked our way up. Well, that's fine. But 14 years is good. That's a good innings. I've never had any producers that have lasted 14 years. Can you imagine? 14 years. That would be... I don't know, actually. I mean, mainly people who work on my programmes, like most people, probably do about 2 to 3 years, something like that. Because all of the people who work with me are younger than I am. And whereas I'm a presenter, they're sort of looking to further the career and sort of, earn more money. And if that means that they have to go somewhere else, then they have to go somewhere else. I'm never bitter. I never pursue them to the other place and go, you shouldn't take them on, they're rubbish. I would never do that. It's not necessary. I generally pop it on a postcard and stick it in the post. So much easier. But no, it's because if people, you know what it's like working overnights. Anybody will tell you that, all right, now we're sort of daytime. This is breakfast time on the station. But, people get tired. People have relationships. It's very difficult for people to make relationships last when you're coming home, climbing into bed, getting up, not seeing your partner or, the lodger, or anybody else, who's sharing your bed at the time. And that's how it works. How long have 14 years they did. No, it's nothing on me. Still 14 years for television is very good. Admittedly, on Coronation Street, I think 60 years Ken Barlow's done. 60 years. Even Audrey Roberts, she's done 41 years on television. That's about, 40 years. I've done 41. But, 60 years is some going to be on a television soap. Ian Beale must have been on for ages and ages. But, I always appreciate that people in radio, they do move around a little bit. You do something, you learn as much as you can, and then you go, I'd like to try something different. And as I say, I don't stick pins in dolls. I don't think it's necessary, apart from the fact the woman who used to make them, of the producers, has died. And so I've had to have a go myself, but they all look the same. They all look like my Aunt Enid. No teeth and very little hair. which is a bit of a shame. But no, everybody has to do it. That's the way it works in the business. And I've learned to... I'll be all right. I've learned to accept that that's the way it is. I'll take a short break. Hey, welcome to the 19th of November. I don't think the 19th of November actually means anything to anybody. I don't think we're celebrating anything, are we, today? I don't think so. Apparently, Sandra says Black Friday is about businesses getting back into the black. It's about balancing the books. There's no chance of that happening, is there? No chance. I wish. Steve, how long has Lorraine Kelly been on television? I don't know. There's quite a number of us who've been doing the job for a number of time. Although somebody says 2 years working with you is a monumental feat for anyone. Well, you see, they do have the option. You don't have to force anybody to work on the programme. I've never had to sort of say to them, you will work on the programme. It doesn't work like that. You know, people do it because it's happy. All having fun. F-U-N, fun. And sometimes we have a laugh, L-A-R-F. And sometimes we have spelling lessons as well. And that makes it fun. Because it is fun. I mean, it's, you know, whichever way you look at it, it's a nice way to earn a living. You know, and you could talk to a lot of people. And it's, I've said before, you know, it is the best way to make a living nowadays. See, 14 years with you as a boss would be a miracle. The diet you're feeding them, says Monica. Oh, I don't know. And the trouble is, they're very good. They do share. I bring them in things, and they do take them home. I mean, Corey's, you know, makes smoothies. Basically, if you had them examined by a police forensic scientist, I mean, there'd be all sorts of problems. And I occasionally give them little treats, which they probably re-gift to other people. But that's quite good. Corey wraps his up. Yeah, he eBays the stuff, you know, as handled by Steve Allen. And then sometimes he just wraps it up and sends it off to his mother in a jiffy bag, going, I saw this and thought of you. That's what'll happen. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And another one which says, I don't know how many years actually Lorraine Kelly's been doing it. A fair number. Chris in Brentwood says, I've just ordered this year's Fortnum & Mason Christmas hamper. Wow, that sounds quite expensive, which we're looking forward to receiving. Because I love the building. Oh, I love the building. I've been in it. Although did you remember I told you I was very disappointed. I went into Fortnum's, go downstairs where they've got the fruit and veg and all sorts of cakes and bits and pieces. And there were two lads working on the booze department. I'm always strangely drawn to the booze department. Well, it used to be, not anymore. Except Selfridges, who had a whole department devoted to vodka, which I thought was, you know, it's like ending up in Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. And the two boys who were working in the booze department had one thing wrong with them. Dirty shoes. Filthy, dirty shoes. And I remember thinking, whenever I worked in a store, and I did work in a store, the one thing that my boss would be looking at is shoes. Black shoes, you put some polish on. You don't even have to sort of sit there with, you know, boot blacking and, you know, cherry blossom powder wax and all sorts of things like that. You can just buy a thing that you wipe over and it gives them a shine. And I remember thinking, I came back and said on air, I remember saying, I was quite horrified that somewhere like Fortnum's would have people in there without, you know, a floor manager going, go and get your shoes cleaned. Don't come in tomorrow with dirty shoes. I appreciate the fact that people who work in retail don't get paid a lot of money. But even so, you know, to clean your shoes is the way forward. It's an indication of how you see yourself with other people. You know, you make an effort. You know, I put on a clean new shirt every day, and I'm sure the boys manage to find something in their wardrobe to put on, you know, which is sort of clean and has not been worn too many times before. And they've got their shoes on and stuff like that. Today is International Men's Day, Steve. Maybe you could celebrate with a glass of Prosecco. No. No, I mean, it's a nice thought. Believe you me. I mean, don't think it's been removed from my thought process completely. But I'm just thinking, I'm doing it as an experiment. When I did with the cigarettes, I tried to get, and any of you who smoke will know how difficult it is to give up. Very, very difficult to give up. And I found it difficult, so I gave up on patches. And 2 years I gave up. Then I had one cigarette and I was back on them. And then I gave up and I haven't smoked since. And that was about 12, 14 years ago, which was good. Not easy. Really not easy. You know, really the most difficult thing I think I've probably ever done. But I had to do it to prove to myself. Otherwise people would go, oh, you're not strong enough to do it. So I thought, no, I can actually I can actually do it. And so with the booze, and I did like my Prosecco, and I have, as I said, got a case of extra dry Prosecco, and I could open a bottle now. Well, I'm obviously not right at this precise moment. Got to go and look at the new signs for TFL and the game, which is all very exciting up there. The boys are very much looking forward to that. They've checked they've got enough film in the cameras, and they've got their outfits to wear up there. So thumbs up, like that. It's going to be very tedious. And so I thought, if I can give up drinking, if I can give up smoking, I can definitely give up drinking for a little while. I might start at Christmas. I might sort of, end up going for a few glasses or something like that. But because of all the lockdown and because of all the not going to restaurants, the Steve Allen Lunch Club has been shelved, and that was a nice time for all of us. And we used to get through copious amounts of just about anything that had the word alcohol written on it. Joe Allen's. Did you get my email? There's an email from Joe Allen's which came through. It must have come through yesterday, actually, which the boys will put up because they've got another one of their events coming up. And this one's brilliant. And I will remind you again, just while the boys are finding that email, that I've only got 50 sets of my Groovy Gang glasses. The two glass set. I've only got 50 left. Only 50. All the money goes to charity. So that's, we've done lots and lots and lots of them. This is an evening at Joe's. It's on the 26th of November. If you go to their website, this, they've said, is the final act. Oh, my goodness. They say, unfortunately, instead of getting better, this year is bringing yet more uncertainty. And they say, they're going to close until the new year at the very least. So this is the third and final, an evening at Joe's fundraiser going live November the 26th at 8 p.m. They've got Dame Judi Dench, Sir Ian McKellen, Giles Brandreth, Jennifer Saunders, Maureen Lipman, Cheetah Rivera. All donations go to Acting for Others and the Joe's family. And they say, but it's not the final curtain. Thank God for that. Thank God for that. So go to the Joe Allen's website, an evening at Joe's. I mean, look at that lineup. And they've done it before. It did very, very well indeed. We had Kath in. She came in from Joe's. And it's a case of Dame Judi Dench, Sir Ian McKellen, Jennifer Saunders, Maureen Lipman, Giles Brandreth and Cheetah Rivera. That is a lineup you couldn't afford. That is a lineup you couldn't afford. And they've also got an artwork auction, loads of things. So, want to help out? Fantastic. Paul says it'd be great to work with you in the team. Oh, no, you don't want to work with them. Goodness knows. Honestly, no. They're not the easiest people to work with. Sometimes you're treading on broken eggshells. You come in, you think, I wonder what mood they're in today. Mind you, they also say exactly the same. They exactly say the same thing about me. Steve, I remember being told the shine on your shoes says a lot about you. I, too, hate dirty shoes and dirty trainers. Another one here, Sarah in Eltham. My mum worked in Fortnum's in the 90s, and having dirty shoes or clothes would have been a sackable offence because it tarnishes the brand. Absolutely. I mean, I don't have a boss, luckily, who comes down and goes, Steve, what are you wearing? Because I always think I look, as smart as you can do. But, of course, the argument is I am on the radio. And for on the radio, you don't need to dress too smartly, as Henry will prove out there. I mean, Henry is a classic example of somebody who literally, I don't know where he gets the clothes from. I really don't know, but he manages to stretch them over his ample frame, and they seem to work so far. Bless his heart. But that's good. So do please check out Joe Allen's website, because that is such a great lineup, and it's really, really brilliant. Really brilliant. And I'm praying for them coming back. I am praying so much. If I win a lot of money on the lottery, I'll be financing them for the next part of the lockdown. That's what we want, isn't it? Once we've got this vaccine in place, and they've said now 95%, it's good. That's all you need to pray for. And we get that. And then we can start going back to what is laughingly called normality, although for many people, you're probably forgetting what normality is. Steve, I've just finished night shift, and I'm trying to break your record of 5 cheese sausages. The Käsekreiner. Oh, Well, listen, if anybody beats me to the little battered sausages in Marks and Spencer's with the curry sauce, please don't tell me. It'll ruin my day. Ruin my day. 3:45, 10 to 7. Do you know, I think today we've had a bit of a result. We actually managed to get through all the texts and emails. An achievement. But I will remind you again of the glasses. We are now, as they say, they do it on all the best television programmes. We've now gone into the 50 last sets. 50 last sets of the 2 Groovy Gang Prosecco glasses, which make an ideal Christmas gift. An ideal Christmas gift for a loved one or an elderly person or anybody who just celebrates the excitement of Prosecco. But you can cheat and you can put orange juice or anything else in it. Declan in Vienna is the one who's tried the record of 6 cheese sausages. He said, first attempt, I downed 4. Tonight I thought, no bread, just sausage. Got to my 5th, had 1 bite and gave up. Yeah. He says, you truly are the cheese sausage king. I can't deal with the indigestion. Something nice about those cheese sausages. The worst thing is talking about food, but because it's breakfast, isn't it? And so I see no reason why we shouldn't talk about it. I bet Vienna's freezing cold this morning. Now, do you have the Christkindlmarkt in Vienna, or has that been cancelled for this year? Because I think all of our ones have been cancelled. I'm not even sure if in Kingston they've got one going on. I'm really not too sure. I'm gonna go and get some, because loads of people have sent me masks, and some people have sent masks in for the team, which is very nice. And we're always very grateful for things like that. And thank you very much indeed. And the person who sent me in the Donna Summer DVD, thank you very much indeed. I mean, I wish it had a note inside there, but it didn't. You obviously forgot to put it on, so you'll have to let us know tomorrow. William wants the truth about Martin Bashir. The BBC have said he's too ill. He's too ill to do anything. Well, here he is out and about again the other day. He's too ill to help the inquiry, but we've seen a picture of him doing this. He went out to collect a takeaway. Obviously not that ill, but you know what people are like. If you meet up at Christmas, the papers are telling you this morning that you may face another month of lockdown to pay for it. That's okay. That's okay. They have said that this vaccine could be ready within weeks. And that might change... Oh, God knows that would change it. Do you know what will change things now? Getting theatres back open again. People actually going out to the theatres, the restaurants opening, and life returning to normal. I know we've got Christmas lights up in London. I know that we've got one in... You know, there are trees going up all over the place. And I think, really, that kind of makes people feel a lot better. But if they keep going on about this electric car malarkey, most people can't afford to buy one. 30 grand they start at. Who can afford that? Who can afford something like that? So the petrol stations will close, but people used to drive up into London to see the Christmas lights. And the boys are going to do because they're fans of what do they call the game? What is the game? It's a PlayStation 4. 5. Oh, right, okay. Yeah, but... Yes, you are tube geeks. How fantastic. I'm so excited, actually. And so do you have a PlayStation at home? Do you play... You have PlayStation at home. Sorry? Do I want to come with? Absolutely not. Wild horses wouldn't drag me up. But can you imagine, at my age, being dragged up Oxford Street, standing there looking like a complete idiot, whilst everybody's going, what are you doing, Steve? They're taking pictures of a sign. Which is only going to be up there for 48 hours or something, or 24 hours. So you do have PlayStations at home, do you? Do you sit there and go like that with your little thumbs? I don't even know what a PlayStation is. I know it's a game, but I don't know what it is. Does it mean that you're playing at stations? You say, is it a bit like Thomas the Tank Engine kind of thing? Yeah, it's not like that. I don't know. You see, I've never played a computer game. I wouldn't play football. Oh, how boring! And so you go to war. What, on a football game? Good Lord, that's a bit of a rough game, isn't it? You go to war, so somebody kicks the ball in your net. You go, that's it. Bring the tanks out. They're out. Oh, I don't like the sound of that. And you play these games at home, do you? Good Lord. So you sort of sit there. I wondered why when it was, and I've tried to encourage them to watch television because it has moving pictures and stuff like that. And they would go, oh no, I'm far too busy, Steve. And I've suddenly realised, because they're on this thing called Play Station. And they obviously sit there playing football games or war. Whatever it is, it's very odd. It's not normal. And so it's like, well, who else did something like this? Somebody else did something on a television programme where they were a big fan. They were a big fan, and they sort of had to dress up as the person to go and meet them. It's almost like the Big Bang Theory. Sheldon has sort of lots of people that he admires. Anything to do with Star Wars or Star Trek, he seems to like. 84850. Steve, you've got competition, says Karen, with your wine glasses. Kylie Minogue's got a wine collection. Oh, I know, I saw it. I saw it, but don't worry. She'll be buying my glasses. Steve, and another one, which says, somebody else told me about this wine collection. Yeah, she doesn't have glasses. She's actually got wine that she's brought out, hasn't she? I haven't brought out wine. I haven't done that. Steve, never mind the shoes. Who was talking about people working virtually on Zoom without pyjama bottoms on? Oh, no. Don't like things like that at all. That's not very necessary, is it? I think I've done Zoom. I think I must have done Zoom when I had an appointment with the doctor. Ramesh Ranganathan, he says, why I've given up getting drunk. I think we've started a trend. We've started a trend on this one. Also, exclusive in the Eye today, the BBC's media ethics show for children, hosted by Martin Bashir. They're going to get to the bottom of it. Now that William's got involved. Nothing from Harry, of course, but there again, we wouldn't expect that at all, would we? And The Guardian are talking about the hopes the new COVID rules will save Christmas. We don't just want Christmas saved, thank you very much indeed. We want all of it saved. Don't we? We want all of it saved. We want to go back to normal. Debrett's. I mentioned at the beginning of the programme, I didn't get round to talking about them. Debrett's have given us a guide to having a perfectly proper COVID Christmas. And the no-no is eating dinner during a video call. The Etiquette Bible warns there's no need to watch each other chewing parsnips. How lovely. I was always quite worried, actually, that I was never in Debrett's. I don't think I wasn't in their in their league. But you never know. Never know. Steve, on Christmas Eve, says Patrick, when I was 5, my mum and I decided to leave a couple of mince pies and a small shot of cherry brandy next to my stocking as a treat for Santa. Later in the night, says Patrick, I was awoken by a movement, turned on the bedside light and shouted at my dad, that was for Father Christmas, Daddy. You're a greedy pig and I'm going to tell Mummy in the morning. I know. And then you learn the sad truth, don't you? Which is never so good. So, yes, I've got 50 sets, probably not after this morning, but they are there. 50 of the double sets of the Groovy Gang Prosecco glasses, which are very nice. And all the money goes to charity, and we help people out. Franco, the cabbie, is doing Christmas light tours. £80. It varied between 50. This is for the cab drivers who aren't getting any work at the moment. Lasts a few hours, and they take you around and show you all the lights in town. Should be quite nice, wouldn't it? It'd be better if it came with a box of mince pies. I might. Do you know, I've not brought in mince pies for the boys. I have actually. I think we did them ages ago. But I might try and get some other ones tomorrow. Because it's Friday, and Friday we can push the boat out. So you've got to go to the Joe Allen's website because you want to know how to log on to this virtual show with some top quality stars, and it raises money for such a good cause. Okay, and we keep our fingers crossed that everything turns out, hopefully, for the better. Steve, when my daughter was younger, she asked for a game called COD for her PlayStation. I thought it was a harmless fishing game, and then it turned out to be Call of Duty. I've heard of that, actually. That's the one thing I have heard of. But not for me, I'm afraid, but the boys, because they're that age. That's why they've got very active thumbs. Sadly, that's it for this morning. Thank you very much indeed for your company. It's been awesome. I have a free little bit extra podcast. Tom Daly droning on about his life. Get back to the diving board. Jordan North wins people's hearts and I'm a celebrity, if anybody knows who he is. And Ruth Langsford awkwardly ignores Alison Hammond. Wouldn't see me doing that. Seriously. A granny who celebrated her 99th birthday with a 99 cone. But they don't cost 99p. Jake said to me the last one he bought was about £2.50, £3. He's so bitter about it. He's never stopped talking about it. So all we got this morning was how he explained. All it is, in fact, really, you could save a small fortune. Go out and buy an ice cream cornet, okay, which will cost you the best part of £1. Go to Iceland and they sell a whole packet, a box of little mini flakes made by Cadbury's specifically to stick in your cornet. And then you could have a double 99. And they're like £1 for like 10 different flakes. And it costs you nothing to do it. So take them with you. Stand in front of the ice cream van, say, just give me £1 cornet, mate. Take the flake out, stick it in there and show it to him and go, see? You have in Iceland, That's where they sell them. That's where they sell. And they also sell the ice cream cornets. You can go and buy... Have you ever been in Iceland? Have you ever been in there? Very few times. I don't know, honestly. And you go in there and you can buy the ice cream cornets, and you can buy wafers, you can buy all sorts of things. And you can buy the ice cream, buy yourself a scoop, make your own up, and then... Bob's your uncle. You've made your own 99 and you've saved a fortune. You could probably do them for about £1 each. You buy a big tub of ice cream in Iceland for about £1.50. It's really cheap. Honestly. I shouldn't have to tell you things like this. Blimey, you got it on your doorstep. Go in there. But the Queen, 73 years. What's that called? What wedding anniversary is it? I know that there's... It's platinum. Is that platinum? Wait a minute. So 70... Well, you're in between platinum and diamond. Like she's going to worry about that one. Oh, Philip, look, you bought me a diamond. Says the woman who's got more jewellery sitting in vaults. Yeah, another diamond. Oh, stick it in the box with the rest of them. I mean, there's nothing... That's why the royal family for Christmas, apparently, go for silly presents. Like, you know, flannels, soap on a rope, novelty, things like that. They don't get, because they don't need anything else. Nobody's ever gone, oh, I bought you something from a top London store. Because what could you possibly buy Her Majesty the Queen? You can't buy her anything. She's got everything. You're not going to buy her a car. They've got cars. Yes. Well, I mean, you could trade in some of the family, couldn't you? You could trade in some of the family. I never said that. Corey said that. Yes, you did so. Tell fibs. Oh, you mustn't tell fibs. His parents could be listening. And unfortunately, the worst thing today is... What is the worst thing today? Jake's run out of clothes. Jake has now run out of clothes because they're all at home. And I said, obviously, big mistake, couldn't you... Because he can't go home because of the social distancing. So he's going to have to go to the local fancy dress shop where he lives, and probably next week he'll sort of come in dressed as a German prisoner of war or something like that. He's going to come in as something because he's got no clothes left. And I said, why don't you get your parents to wrap them up like a food parcel and then send them down? And he said no. So I've given him a couple of quid and I've said, go and buy yourself some clothes. Nothing worse than running out of clothes. I mean, I'm never going to run out of clothes. Absolutely never going to run out of clothes. Although at the moment, I can't buy clothes. But, I mean, I have got enough clothes not to have to sort of worry about it. You know, and Jake doesn't. I feel almost guilty, actually, really. I feel I should sort of be sort of shopping in the charity shops for him so that I've got 2 double wardrobes. The second bedroom has got a rail that runs the full length of the room, and I've got them hanging up as well outside the wardrobes. Well, if I was drunk, I could walk into the wardrobe, yes, but I haven't done that. I nearly, do you know, I went home yesterday and I thought to myself, I was sitting there on the bus thinking, do you know, today I might have a drink, and then I completely forgot about it later on, and I didn't have a drink. That's good, isn't it? I must be getting better. I'm obviously really super duper healthy, which is fantastic. The boys are very jealous because they all drink. I, of course, don't, but when I was their age, I used to drink. Now, you know, I do have a case of Prosecco. I do have bottles of champagne because the management here bought me a case of assorted champagnes for my 40th year. And very nice it is too. And some friends of mine had bought me Steve Allen champagne and stuff like that over the years. So I've got, there's no shortage of booze. No shortage of booze at all. And Steve, I've just picked up the glass from the post office, says Shane. I've now got the tea towel and the glass. Fantastic. Look at that. It's got all the way to Australia. All the way to Australia, that glass is very well done. Very well done. Also, we've got something unusual. You know, you hear of people who uncover things like tombs in Valley of the Kings or Valley of the Queens, and they discover these things. There's still many more to discover. This thing I'm going to tell you about now has not been seen for the best part of 14 years. It was found on a farmer's land some years ago, not in this country, elsewhere. And what is it? It's a T-Rex and a dinosaur that were fighting. Now, they think it was not a very big T-Rex. They think it was the smaller version, and they died together. and somebody found the skeletons. They have a complete T-Rex skeleton. It's worth about £6 million, and it was coming up for auction some time ago, and it's now been released. So you can see bits of it in the paper, and it's one of them has got its jaws clamped around the other one, and they died at that moment. And so somebody's had it locked away. I mean, isn't that the most fantastic thing? Isn't that the most fantastic? I mean, I thought that was just never going to see anything like that ever again. I was just a wee bit disappointed with the last time they found something. They said, we found a woolly mammoth. And I said, I can show you a woolly mammoth anytime you want. And they said, we've got a woolly mammoth, and we found it in the permafrost. And I thought I was going to be looking at something the size of Jumbo the elephant covered in hair. Or Christina Onassis, depending on which way you look at it. And when it turned out, apparently woolly mammoths were small. What? Goodness sake, honestly. Listen, Joan Rivers used to do gags about Christina Onassis. Do you remember? You probably don't even know who she is, do you? You don't know. Her father was Aristotle Onassis, who married Jacqueline Kennedy. And he was a Greek billionaire. And his daughter, she's dead now. She died years ago. And they used to do the joke that she was quite a hairy person. You know, because even Jake's had a little shave. The little moustache has gone now. Which which is good. I'm very pleased about this. I like the team to look nice. And they do look very nice on the programme today. We could almost do a group photo, but we're not going to waste the flash. And so we're not going to bother with that. We must have a picture taken, mustn't we, at some point of everybody, because we don't have any pictures. I'd hate to think that the one you're going to get is at my funeral, and they sort of hand out the picture, yeah, we've already got that one, thank you. You can have this one as well. And so that's why Christina Onassis was sort of very, very important in the scheme of things, because she inherited all this money from her father, and then she died shortly after. And I can't remember what it was, but Joan Rivers used to do a complete routine about Christina Onassis, which was sort of funny at the time. No. What, Christina Onassis? No. Oh, Joan Rivers is dead as well now. Joan Rivers is dead. Oh, we've got... Sorry? If she was a presenter... No. Oh, look. Why have you sent me this picture of you two from yesterday? Yeah, but it's... I mean, why is it that people have pictures taken, they go, open their mouths and lean forward into the camera? There's a friend of mine, I won't tell you who he is, actually, because he's a radio presenter. And every picture that he's got taken of himself, he's got his mouth open. Well, you don't. Sorry, Luke just said, he said you get a better jawline. You don't. Whereas Corey, he needs to go back further from the camera. Hull would be a very good place to go to, I think. And so I've got a picture of the boys from yesterday, because they went up to somewhere, and they had pictures taken underneath it, because they're both PlayStation fans. I mean, seriously, talk about a misspent youth. PlayStation fans. I still can't get into it. It just doesn't. Oh, why is it not working? It just doesn't interest me, PlayStation. I wish it did, but it just doesn't. I can't get excited about anything like that at all. The Underground. No, well, a friend of mine actually used to be on LBC. Used to drive my programme at night. And he wrote a book about the Underground, about all the stations. It's on sale in the London Transport Museum, and I get a mention on the book as well, because I can't remember what the book's called. It's very. If you type in book, and he's done the Underground all over the world. He's a big Underground fanatic. Why do you like the Underground then? Oh, well, you'll love this book. This is all. Corey loves the Underground. Well, we also like him being on the Underground. I'd rather he stayed there. In fact, is it not true that Corey lived on the Circle Line for the best part of a year? Just went round and round, and he would be falling asleep. People say, oh, leave him, he's asleep, He only used to come outside when it was raining so he could have a shower. And, it's a book about all the old, about the Undergrounds around the world. Wait a minute. Don't rush through it. Honestly, you rush through it. It's so annoying. So no, it's a big book. It's a big book. It's not a little book. I can't remember. Wish you'd not asked me that. It's you'll find it in a minute. You'll find it in a minute. We'll all find it in a minute. God knows we should do. No, it's definitely not cheap. But it's on sale. I tell you where you'll find it. Can you find it on the London Underground shop? Not the London. It's at the Transport Museum in Covent Garden. They sell it because I went in there and found it. Lovely, isn't it? Yeah, sorry. I hope not as well. That would be so embarrassing. So embarrassing. Yeah, you found it. Oh, good. It's a very expensive book, isn't it? Have you found the book? He's very prolific. He loves stuff like that. He's absolutely loving it. So at least we found it. There you go. Metro Maps of the World. Actually, there's a book before that, I'm pretty certain, by Mark Ovenden. I'm pretty certain. Very clever boy. Very clever. And there's another one, London Underground by Design. So that came out in 2013 in paperback, but I've got it in hardback. So we're just trying to... You can find these. I mean, he's obsessed with sort of... There he is. With sort of railways and stuff like that. Look at him. Still looks young. Sickening. And he's just obsessed with railways. He loves stuff like this. So there's London Underground by Design, Airline Maps, but he's had... I wonder if it's still in print. Anyway, it's a nice book. So if you're a fan of things like that, that would be the thing for you. Okay, Steve, remember the days when you could go and buy the square brick ice cream with the square-shaped cornets? Yes, of course. Yes, it was a brick, like a brick, and you wrap the... Look at... Oh, my goodness me. Henry's wearing a suit today. Henry's very smart today. You know why? Cressida Dick's in. Cressida Dick's in. And because Cressida's in, everybody dresses up. That's why she's not coming in on my programme, because nobody around here has got any clothes to wear. You know, we'd have to sort of have her coming in and go, I'm terribly sorry, there's a few of us don't have any clothes. Have to wear something smart. But that's good. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. In the 90s, says Roger, I had 30 pairs of jeans, Levi's, and about 100 T-shirts. None fit me anymore, so they're collecting dust in the attic. Give them to the charity shops. Give them to the charity shops. He'll buy them. He'll buy them. He likes stuff like that. I gave him strawberries this morning. Very excited about strawberries. They obviously don't see strawberries around their neck of the woods. I can't remember where they come from. They could be from a Dutch place. And I bought some... Look, I bought a big bowl of satsumas. Look, satsumas. We like satsumas. Do you want some satsumas as well, Jake? Yeah. Very good for you. You don't give them all to Corey. He takes them home and liquidises everything. It's all very busy. He makes smoothies. The only person in the world who makes smoothies out of oranges. Have you heard of such? I've never heard of that before. An apple. Well, apples I can understand pureeing. In fact, freezing apple. In fact, puree apples, which is quite nice, and then fill up those little metal tins you buy in Robert Dyer's, freeze them, and then when you take them out, add custard, and that's very nice indeed. I shall open the box of apple. No, they're not apples. What am I talking about? I nearly bought apples the other day, actually, but then I decided against it. I thought, no, satsumas. I'm convinced satsumas are healthier. I'm probably wrong. But, we go through the papers this morning. Also, bad news for music lovers. Nadine Coyle thinks a Girls Aloud reunion could be on the cards. I do hope not. And the app that will tell you what your cat is trying to tell you when it meows. They're always trying to tell you. People think that if you stroke a cat and its tail wags, it's happy, a bit like a dog. It's not. It's completely the opposite. Completely the opposite. 84850. And somebody else, James, not a big fan of the Steph packed lunch. You know why? It's just a mess. They've thrown everything at it. Presumably, the producers haven't got the faintest idea of what people want. Because when you look at Loose Women, that's just got a very simple studio format, whereas Steph's is just a hodgepodge of everything, and she's not a very good presenter at holding it all together. And so it's not working, I'm afraid. I wish it was, actually. I wish it was. But, it's dreadful. Steve, really frosty. Well, I forgot a downside to living in the countryside. Winter mornings tend to be ice cold, says Monica. Says, fortunately, I'm now in my warm car on the way to warm London with hot coffee inside. Almost. Have a very good morning. Shabbat shalom. Thank you very much indeed. It is definitely colder out there this morning. It's a lot colder than you think it is until you walk outside and then you go, blimey. That's not very nice, is it? So, but luckily I put a scarf on today. I brought a scarf, which sort of makes it feel a bit better. And what else have we got? We're going to take all your texts and emails. Today is my birthday, Steve, says Jean in Yorkshire. So I'm going to have a glass or two of Prosecco, my groovy gang, Steve Allen Prosecco glass, and I'm sure you'll make me laugh today. I do hope so, actually. I do hope so. It'd be dreadful if we actually got through a programme and there were no laughs. I know that there are loads, actually. And what else have we got? Oh, somebody, because what were they eating in I'm a Celebrity the other night? Squirrels. Have you ever eaten... No, you wouldn't eat squirrel, would you, at all? No. Jake would eat squirrel. You're not vegan? Well, no, they're not vegan. No, because they're meat. But then you've eaten things which aren't vegan because you're piscatorial, so it doesn't really matter, does it? You're a little bit flexible with what you eat. Yeah, he'd eat. Jake could eat. He said he told me piscatorial's not a thing. Yes, it is. It's fish. A pescatarian as well. Pescatarian and pescatorial. Or piscatorial. Or one of the two. Anyway, whatever it is, it doesn't make any difference. It's all just a bit of a fad. You know, oh, I think I'll be a vegetarian. Oh, well, you do that. You know, can we have meatballs with that salad? No, you can't. No, you can't. I was going to have meatballs the other day and then I gave up for some reason. I do like meatballs. They're quite nice. And so you get quite a lot of them for not much money. Some people make them. But I can't do stuff like that. Jobs at risk at Jaeger and Peacock. About 5,000 jobs, 4,600. They've still kept the stores open. They couldn't find a rescue bid, so that's not very good. Also, get the fairy lights up, they've said in the papers. We need this Christmas to be visible from space. More lights you have up, the better it is. That's what we like. And where's Holly Willoughby gone? 2 days running she's not turned up on the programme. People go, oh, that's not good, is it? Where is she? I reckon she's at home. She's got kids. One of the kids could be sick. They don't have to tell you that this morning, fans, not really fans if they start sort of having all these rumours, they were sort of saying, oh, is this, you know, has she been phased out? Of course she's not been phased out. Why would they phase her out? They had Alison Hammond doing it one day. That was an interesting scenario. And then the other day they had Davina. And she used the word cheap. And Pip Schofield reprimanded her. He said, no, it's... What was there were two words as opposed to cheap. One was affordable, and the other was something else. I can't remember what it was. Can you remember what it was? No, I can't remember. You're supposed to remember these things. We have such a happy little programme going. It's just we can't remember anything half the time. Also, Steve, I listen to you most mornings and I don't sleep well. And I've looked up the glasses and saw your photo and you don't look like you sound, says Tracy in the Isle of Wight. Well, you don't write as I thought you would have done, Tracy. Writing more for somebody called Greg. You know, I mean, that's the way it goes nowadays. I mean, what are you talking about? I've been doing it for 41 years. And along you pop from the Isle of Wight. Probably not living there at all. You know, and you go, you don't look as you sound. What do you expect? Long, shoulder-length blonde hair and singing Coat of Many Colours or something. You know, or way, way back many centuries ago. That would be so interesting. Steve, I'm in hospital in Tokyo. Wow. I can't speak the language. Well, actually, I wouldn't... It doesn't make any difference, actually, because everybody over there speaks the language. Everybody over there speaks. In fact, especially in hospitals. Especially in hospitals. You wouldn't find that anywhere else. As we know, Dolly Parton donated $1 million to vaccine research. Yes. Perhaps she could re-release Jolene. That was good. Do you like Jolene? Do you know? Great song, isn't it? She used to tell a story about how Jolene was a true story. Jolene used to work in the bank. And she set her sights on Dolly Parton's husband. She said, but I fought her like a wildcat. She said, and I won. She never got my man. Which I thought was quite good. Jolene, 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 Jolene. Please don't take him just because you can. Because she was obviously prettier than Dolly Parton, who didn't have money for makeup, so she used to put flour on her face and stuff like that. 4:30 is the... Can't wait to do one particular story of the paper for today, but I thought I'd save it for a little bit later on, when the producer is at a low ebb. It's a silly story. It's roughly akin to... Do you remember years and years ago, some Radio 1 DJ... I know, they call them DJs. Band Frankie Goes to Hollywood. And of course, the moment it was banned, it went straight to number one. People want to know why is something banned, and it turned out it was something and nothing, and it went to number one. So there you go. So where is this? I've got to find this little piece, actually, written by Jan Moyer, because I quite like it. Anybody got, have all the team got Alexas? Have you all got Alexas? You got an Alexa? You've got one? What do we have to think about it? You've either got an Alexa or you haven't got an Alexa. You've got an Alexa at home. Okay. Jake can't afford one. He's saving up for a T-shirt. And you don't have an... It's an Alexa. You know, when I go, hello, Alexa, blah, blah, you know, you haven't got one of those. It's called the girlfriend, isn't it? Change the dial, okay? Oh, bad news. The family curse strikes again. Whitney Houston's son has died at the age of 28. Too young. Too young. We don't like things like that. So, Jan Moyer talks about, you know, Christmas being visible from space, and then talks about Eamonn Holmes, who's been on the television every weekday for the past 30 years. At least that's how it seems. And his wife Ruth isn't far behind. They have been stalwarts of the daytime schedules since the invention of the cathode ray tube, and have presented the Friday episode of This Morning since 2006. That's a good run by any standards, which is what I said. Now they've been let go in a shake-up of personnel at ITV. A new diversity drive sees them replaced by Alison Hammond and Dermot O'Dreary, and they don't seem to be taking it very well. Eamonn is reportedly furious and upset. So what's new? Meanwhile, that's what she wrote. Meanwhile, in a recent interview, Ruth seemed to disparage young presenters who lack experience. We already put the work in. We didn't do a reality show and get an overnight job on the telly, she said, adding that her hubs has even got an OBE for services to broadcasting. When are BBC women, television presenters and sundry sacked stars going to realise that jobs like theirs are a privilege, not an entitlement, and that careers in show business, like careers in politics, almost certainly end in tears? I mean, to be honest with you, Ruth has still got her fashion collection, and she's got Loose Women. Eamonn hasn't got anything. I mean, so the good news is he could lose weight, because he goes on the programme and he eats. He eats. And to be honest with you, and I've said before, some of the time he looks as though he's switched off. You know, sometimes the camera will do what they call a tracking shot, and he'll be sitting there looking like, you know, I'd rather be somewhere else. And so, not because of that, they haven't criticised their presenting at all. What they've said is they want to be a bit more diverse. Obviously, Eamonn doesn't like the idea of people being diverse, and it's not like they've replaced them with sort of two people of ethnicity, unless Dermot O'Dreary's hiding something I'm not aware of. It's just that Alison Hammond is very popular, and they obviously had a think about it, and she's bubbly, and that's what they want. What you want on the television is a bit of bubble. We like a bit of bubble. It's like Loose Women, you know, used to be bubbly, used to be fun. Now it's half the panel airing the problems that they've got, and God knows if they got problems. And then it started the other day. You know, when you've got people on the television, they're talking about mental health and stuff like that. You know, if we're going to be talking about mental health, I want to see the experts talking about mental health. It's as simple as that. Simple as that. Talking about the fighting dinosaur fossils, we've even seen the mummified remains found by miners in Canada, says Andy, had internal organs and flesh on it. Wow. I think that's really clever. I think that's really, really clever to find these things. Imagine how many other dinosaurs there must be out there. You know, because I told you when they found the woolly mammoth, I was expecting some huge elephant, and apparently woolly mammoths were quite small. Luke could have been a woolly mammoth, couldn't he, really, in a previous existence? He's fairly sort of hairy and small. So, take that as a compliment, Luke. Because it's not, but I mean, take it as a compliment anyway. It doesn't make any difference, does it? And so when they actually found these sort of fighting fossils, I think that's amazing. It means that Jurassic Park becomes ever nearer reality. When you've got, you know, sort of, I mean, I frightened the life out of me, Jurassic Park, especially when the kids are hiding in the kitchen, in the metal cupboards, and the velociraptors, or whatever they're called, velociraptors, are sort of jumping on, and I'm thinking, oh, they don't look very friendly at all. And that poor man who was on the loo, and the T-Rex lifted the top off and then ate him. I mean, you can only hope stuff like that finishes fairly sort of quickly. It doesn't always. Danny Dyer used to have nightmares of hanging upside down like a bat. That's an odd one, isn't it, really? And guess what is rising? Sales of what? You never guess this one in a million years. Even if I gave you the answer, you'll try and work it out. The sales of what are rising? Paddling pool? No, not paddling pools. No, but you're close. There's a link there somewhere. There's a link there somewhere. What are sales of the... I mean, to be honest with... Sorry? No, you were better. You were closer with paddling pools as opposed to bouncy castles. Sorry? Jacuzzis, no. Jacuzzi. Definitely not, no, but we know where you're heading. And, no, mini submarines. I mean, when was the last time you looked through a catalogue and went, oh, look, Argos, page 37, mini submarine? Although, what's that big shop in America? They always have a flash catalogue that comes out for super-duper rich people. And they had a submarine for sale some years ago, a mini submarine, because you can get them that it's just got the bubble and it goes over your head, but they're using them to transport drugs now in certain parts of the world. They showed that on Gogglebox the other day. They showed the naked attraction thing with the bloke who was a virgin and had never seen people's bits before. Mind you, I'm working with a team of people like that, so it doesn't make any difference, does it? And then they showed you the drug thing. Remember I told you about the drug programme, where these people, no comment. Do you know so-and-so? No comment. Did you transport 5 kilos of heroin? No comment. Anyway, they were all found guilty, every single one of them. Stupid old men who should have known better. They didn't realise that their phone, one of which they thought was the safest phone in the world, could not be tracked. It was tracked by every single mast going up the M1. They had their other phone, and then they got this, whatever they call them, Urco phones, or I can't remember what they call them. But they managed to track it, and they also had cameras, dash cam cameras on their cars, and they took those off, and of course they had all the evidence of them transporting drugs from car to car. Real thickos. The leader, who was called something like Jaguar Palace or something like that, 20 years in prison. He'll not be seeing Christmas this size of the festive season. Monica says, fresh coffee in. I'm happy. Happy. Well, that's good, isn't it? Can't beat a fresh cup of coffee. This morning when I was standing outside waiting for the car, it was all I kept thinking of. What? Why would that be particularly funny, Corey? Is there a reason for that? Standing outside waiting for the car? What do you think? I'm sitting on a sleigh or something? Rudolph and all the rest of them are there? No. I have to wait for it because I'm always outside early. So if it turns up early like it did this morning, I'm in it straight away. And also I've got to, get little bits and pieces out of the car for you lot. Bring you in something. You're taking your strawberries home? Have you got them? Got your strawberries? Oh, bless it. Look, he's going to walk down the road holding a little packet of strawberries. Will we see you soon? Sorry? Sunday. Oh, God, so soon. And see you then. Off he goes into the night sky. The boys went up the other day. They went up to Oxford Circus to take pictures of the size. Yeah, please don't send me any more pictures. I don't care. I'm really not interested in PlayStation or anything like that. I'm really not. They seem to think I'm interested. So Corey sent one. I mean, seriously, if anybody ever saw these two out on the town, they'd be calling the police immediately. They were up there, they were taking the pictures, and they went home happy. Oh, we got pictures of each other on the picture. You do look immensely sad. It is one of the most tragic pictures I've ever seen. It's like, okay, and here we are with a lollipop. Yeah, well, we've got a lollipop. I bought them. People looking at you. I'm not surprised. There's two grown men, well, I say grown, two men out there taking pictures of a tube sign because it's got a link to PlayStation. They were so excited. Corey said to me yesterday, he said, I'm going to go and get the coffees now. And then, so then Luke can finish off doing the programme, then we can go up there I couldn't get out the building fast enough, let me tell you. I thought, I was very quick. I was down on the bus and I was practically home, before they'd even made it through the other side of Leicester Square. Of course, the nuisance is now that they've boarded Leicester Square off, you've got to walk all the way round the square, whereas before you could walk through the middle of it. Very annoying. What was the other one? Jilly Cooper says women are struggling to find love because men are scared of them. Not all men. The happy birthday to Joe Biden is in all of the papers today. Diana's pal praises William over the BBC programme, but yesterday he said that he was very happy the BBC were doing it. Harry, nothing. Not a thing. I get the feeling with Harry that he can't do anything by himself. I seriously get the impression that he's not the brightest penny in the box. He thinks he knows the answer to everything. He doesn't know anything at all. Also, the Only Fools scam. Now, do you remember Only Fools and Horses? They're going along the road. There's Grandad and there's Del and Rodney. And they go past a pub and Grandad falls at the hatch doors are open where they take the beer in and Grandad fell in. And it turns out that Grandad used to do this on a regular basis. He used to fall into these, he'd deliberately walk past a pub, fall in, and then claim compensation. Well, there's a pair in the paper. They've done the same thing. Just been thrown out of court because quite clearly they're not very honest. Elton John tells Rod Stewart, can you end our feud for Christmas? Because let's face it, they're both getting on a bit. They might not be here by next Christmas. And they've had a bit of a tiff, bit of an argument. I mean, you know, I know it seems very odd, but I never ever thought that Rod Stewart would be a tiff sort of person. Elton John, we've seen him having tantrums all over the place. You know, he had that when he was in the south of France and somebody shouted out "Cooey" when he was playing tennis. He threw his racket down and had the monster of all fits. Terrible, really. Steve, give me your opinion on the comparisons being made between Jack Grealish and Gaza. I've got no idea who Jack Grealish is. Not a clue. I don't know. Who is he? He's a what? Oh, the Aston... Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking about somebody else. Oh, that's Grealish. Oh, right. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah. Oh, good. Good. Yeah. I think we're actually playing on Saturday, aren't we? Brighton Hove Albion or something. Yeah. Looking forward to that one, eh? That'll be a walkover for us. I'll be celebrating with a rich tea biscuit, dunking it in a cup of tea. No fooling me. Steve, you should see the beautiful Christmas tree heading to London. OK, what, sort of wandering along by itself? Is it? Cut down in Kielder Forest on Tuesday. It's huge and very bushy. I don't think you'll be disappointed, said Jax. Is this the one that's going in Trafalgar Square? Put it this way, if it's bushy, it can't be the one at Trafalgar. We get the spindliest looking tree you've ever seen. I know, because I've been out there. And in fact, I work literally less than 100 yards away from Trafalgar Square's tree. And it'll come in and they'll do it overnight. And then put the dreadful lights on it, which is always... Vladimir Putin's health is apparently in danger. He started a coughing fit the other day. Not so good. Not so good. 99% of comments on Facebook say keep Ruth and Eamon and get rid of Phil and Holly. Well, that's just stupid. That's just stupid people. There's no way they're ever going to get rid of Phil and Holly. Seriously, they're not. They rate highly. And Ruth and Eamon, out. Mainly because he's such a bad loser on everything. He is the Donald Trump of the minor television celebrity movement. Seriously, Donald Trump go, oh, I don't think that. And Eamon Holmes exactly the same. Exactly the same. I wouldn't mind, but she's got loads of work. How many jobs does one person need? She's always been really good about that. I don't know why she's gone the other way on this. Steve, your lad should collect Space Invaders. There are some in London. You can buy a Pac-Man machine. They've just reduced it. I saw it on sale the other day. It came up on my telephone. Under 200 quid for your own arcade machine. I was going to tell our techie boy, but I thought, no, don't tell him. Keep it quiet. Keep it very quiet. And Albert says, what's the schedule for Christmas? Mind your own business. What's it got to do with you? Honestly, I'm sorry. Are you running the place? No. Goodness sake, what's the schedule for Christmas? What do you want to know? How much money we got in our bank accounts as well? God, dear, honestly, people are getting worse. Short break. Back up. Nice to have you. The Kielder Forest trees for Parliament Square. Oh, I've seen it. It's why we can't have the bigger version of that. But I think that when these Christmas trees grow abroad, they seem to be sort of all... Our one's just tall and thin, but they've got much better trees abroad. Can we have another one, please? Can we have one from the Kielder Forest? But the Parliament Square one, and the one that they have in Covent Garden is very nice and very bushy. See if it was Uncle Albert, not Grandad, that fell down the cellar, says Andy in Aberdeen. Yeah, whatever, somebody fell down the cellar, all right, and they've been doing it for years. Who cares who it was? It's only pretend. They don't really exist, the family. I heard from... every time I open up my phone, there's a picture that Corey sent me of him and Luke together. Corey looking like somebody who you'd be calling the police on immediately. And Luke doing his, look, I'm young, and if you can't see my double chins. Honestly, you have to laugh. My friend Ian says, another neighbour have their Christmas lights up. I can't put my lights up yet. They haven't put them on in Sandy's. It's getting ridiculous, isn't it? Absolutely ridiculous. And what was I looking for? I was looking for something, and I can't remember what I was looking for now. Oh, that's right. Somebody got in touch. Well, in fact, a couple of people actually got in touch. First of all, I've lost it. I got one from Jeff Stevenson, which I'll tell you about in a moment, who's a friend of mine. And, Lee Baldry. He's up this morning. Now, where is Lee Baldry? Where has he gone to? He's the TV presenter. Lee, you must know him, actually, because he does all sorts of... He does game shows, and he does Men's Health and everything. And if you saw him, you would know that he's what's commonly known as fit. Whereas, he's fit. So the producers managed to find lots and lots of pictures of Lee. Honestly, do you know, if I worked for a year, I'd never look like that. He does take his shirt off a lot. Yeah, but, well, he would. If you look like that, you take your shirt off. That's why you don't take your shirt off, Corey, because you don't look like that. Yeah, jumper on for you, wind cheater over the top, Billy Smart's circus tent, all the rest of it. But Lee is lovely. Absolutely lovely, actually. He really is. But I've not heard from him for a little while. Also, Bobby Warren's. Now, there's a man... I always tell people this because it always used to make me laugh. I would turn on the television and every programme, Bobby Warren's name would pop up on the credits. You know why? Because I can't remember, Bobby, what the title is for your job, but he is the man who sources things. So if you need a bright yellow Rolls Royce with pink dots on it, driven by an iguana, he'll find you that Rolls Royce driven by an iguana. And he's been writing to me now for a little while, which I like. And Mark Franklin as well, who follows me. When I say follows me, he follows me on Twitter, which is very nice. And Will Guide, of course, who's very envious of Monica's new screen. He says it's beautiful. It's beautiful. He's a character and a half, isn't he? Really, definitely. And now, where is this? I've now lost this. Oh, it's so annoying. You know when you lose things on the on the phone. Bonnie Lithgow. She's got my book. Do you remember I was after that circus book and she bought it when she was in America? I like to be in America. Okay, by me in America. Da 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 da. And I got one, and I keep losing the blooming thing. I'm going to have to go back and find it because it's from a friend of mine who used to be on the programme. Gary Hales was in EastEnders. He's a black cab driver. Then he was not very well, and he wrote to me the other day. And I remember thinking, oh, that's nice. But he wanted a favour. And I don't have a problem with favours, so I'll tell you about that one in a moment. But Jeff Stevenson, he says, hope you're well. It's been a very quiet and challenging year, as he gets a lot of his work from cruise ships, because he's a comic, and no stand-up gigs either. So you can imagine, all of a sudden, everything's taken away from you. So I got offered this short, low-budget film as an actor just after lockdown. We're doing really well on the film festivals with it, and I even won a Best Actor award in a film festival in LA. Big shock, I can tell you, as an old comic. And he said, here's the film I've been told I can send to industry people. And it's called Touching the Blue. Touching the Blue. So there you go. I mean, do you know, the funny thing is, Jeff, that they say this about people, don't they? They say that, you have one career and then you end up with another career. And so all of a sudden he's been doing cruise ships and he's been doing his stand-up act, and then lo and behold, he goes and makes a film. And he's been getting sort of some very, very good reviews, which I like. I'm very happy about things like that. Things like that make me very, very happy. And I'm going to find this other one in a minute. And once I've found it, I should better tell you what it is. Because at the moment, I'm not doing particularly well with it. But it will pop up, I promise you. And if I see another picture of Corey and Luke out there underneath a sign for that thing, I shall be spitting blood. That's the Twitter one, yeah. Yeah, it's very nice, thank you. I'm keeping it, so I can pass it on to the police. It's so much easier, isn't it, when you're being stalked. I wish I could find this blooming thing now. Everybody telling me about the mini sausages in batter, which I'm really very taken with. And, here's another picture. These are ones that Luke sent me of them on an underground station looking at all these things. This must have been the highlight of their day. Have you ever seen the thing, The Big Bang Theory? Sheldon absolutely loves Star Trek and stuff like that. And these boys are exactly the same. Exactly the same. Mr. Neil sent me a link. Des O'Connor. Mr. Neil, honestly, hope you are well. Actually, I'm looking forward to getting the next copy of the Magic Circular for Magic Circle members, because now I'm an honorary member of the Magic Circle. I was going to tell them I nipped up to a magic shop the other day. I was going to tell them all about it. I thought, no. Stephen Milne is listening from Sydney. There's another one, Stephen Milne, another one of these people who, seriously, if you look at he's a TV presenter, an entrepreneur. And if you look at pictures of him, Stephen, and fantastic, and he's got the tree of all trees. And somebody sent me a picture of a tree the other day, said, what do you think of it? I've seen more pictures of fantastic trees, over the past couple of weeks than I've ever seen before. Really lovely. Really lovely. Now, where is this thing? So I shall have to find it. It'll be coming up. It'll be the other side of the news. Only a few more sets of the glasses. Cheers from the Groovy Gang, the Prosecco glasses. Only a few of those left. So thank you very much indeed. Limited edition. Once they've gone, they've gone. It's as simple as that. And, oh dear, honestly. Do you know when you can't find things? You go through and they put a new thing onto the Apple phone, and it's got all new bits on that I'm not familiar with. And so, morning everybody, nice to have your company, nice. Steve, with it being Football Shirt Friday, hope you're sitting in your Aston Villa shirt, says Anthony. Hello. First person to notice. Thank you very much indeed. Boys are wearing theirs as well, although Accrington Stanley doesn't exactly do it for me on the programme, but we're doing quite well. Gary Hales. Now, you remember Gary because Gary featured on my programme, many years ago, many years ago, and he used to come in and do a regular piece for me. He's a black cab driver, but he was in EastEnders. Then he wasn't very well, but he has a friend called Paul who listens to this programme. And so he wrote to me the other day and he said, can you give him a quick mention? Absolutely. Steve says, Shane in Sydney, is Stephen Milne on the shopping channel? He is. He was on the shopping channels here. Very good. And he used to write to us on his way home from work. Pete says, who knows how big the mammoth was? Might have shrunk in the cold. It might have shrunk in the cold, which is good. Steve, talking about those battling dinosaur remains, have you seen the mummified remains of a dinosaur found in Canada? Have the lads search for that one? Did you, excuse me, you can't start asking my team to do things. Yeah, who's the boss? That's like James O'Brien the other day. It's getting very ratty, yeah. People sort of saying, oh, do these? Excuse me, I do this. And then they started playing things over there. And while he was talking, very shoddy yesterday. Don't know why. Not like them at all, actually. But sorry? Yeah, but the trouble is, when we say that, we're the lads. It sounds like a call from an old 60s mods and rockers thing, doesn't it? We are the boys. Biff, boff, bush kind of stuff. In my case, pick up your skirts and run like hell, which is the best way to do it. So anyway, Gary Hales is still around, and so Paul, there you go, you've had your mention this morning. But he's also, because he has, now, you'll have to tell me what this is. I don't know what this is. Gary tweeted something a while ago, and it says, as part of his diverse life, he's a funeral celebrant. I don't even know what that is. So he said, please spare a thought. Here we go. It's a formal... Oh, wow. It's a formal term denoting members of a group of non-clergy professionals who are committed to preparing and delivering high-quality funeral ceremonies which are not closely linked to any religion or to belief in an afterlife. So it's they aim for a funeral service to be a celebration of life that honours the person's memory. Do you know, I never knew that. I mean, we did have, when my Auntie Joan died, she had a funeral, and it was, I can't remember what they call it now, but it was a non-denominational funeral, humanist. It was non-denominational. It wasn't linked to anything like that, because some people don't believe in that, and I think she had quite a nice coffin. It's one of those baskets, which are very nice. They don't look very sturdy to me, to be honest with you. But he says, spare a thought for my colleagues. This is young Gary. in the funeral care industry, the funeral directors, the arrangers, the bearers, the crematorium staff, all of whom are working so hard at this time. They are. And we tend to forget them, don't we? We tend to forget things like that, and that's why it's a bit of a shame. But at least I now know what he does in between all his other bits and pieces. So well done, Gary. He's had a bit of a rough time recently, but well done. What else we got here? Mickey says, Steve, from a chilly and rainy Nairobi. My flutes arrived this week. Isn't the postal system brilliant? We can send something out from here and it can end up in Nairobi or in Australia. Is that fantastic? Or Sydney is Australia. I've just done Australia. What world is Luke in today? Ever since he's appeared, on my Twitter feed, all of a sudden it's like, because perhaps people will start following me, Steve. I said, I don't think so, unless it's police officers. Like all these peculiar pictures that they've taken of them, sort of. They were honestly like 2 5-year-olds up there on the station. Let's have a picture of I'll stand here and I'll do this, and then whoa, and then oh, yeah, And you think to yourself, when I was their age, I never did anything like that. Dan says, Steve, I'm in quarantine until Monday. Been working on my computer. Time for bed. 5 weeks till Christmas. Have you got an advent calendar? No, I'm sure I bought the boys' advent calendars some time ago, but I think they ate them. I think they've eaten them already. Have you had advent calendars? I'm sure you did. You can't remember half the stuff I get you, so, still could sit in there. It wasn't alcohol, no, it wasn't. Wayne the Trolley Dolly says, just checking, Steve, if you're definitely working Christmas Eve / day as usual. You're a big part of Christmas for us, and as I'm going to be in Pakistan, I'll really need your reassuring voice that makes me feel like a little bit of home is with me wherever I am. P.S. Next year is my 25th year listening. Isn't that for... Honestly, I feel like Eamon Holmes, but he only did 14 years on this morning. I've done 41 years. So I'm definitely working Christmas. Here we go again. This is where we have to get the calendar out. And we can tell you that... Wait a minute. So Christmas Eve... Wait a minute. Come here, you stupid... this phone is driving me mad. So Christmas Eve is Thursday. Monday, Tuesday. It's Thursday, so I'm here. The 25th, which is Friday, I'm on, but I'm on between 7 and 10. 26th, which is Boxing Day, I'm on between 7 and 10, which is the Saturday. Then I'm on the Sunday, which is the 27th, between 4 and 7. And then the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, normal. And then on the 31st, normal. On the 1st of January, I'm on breakfast again, 7 till 10. So I think that's what it says. I think that's... Yes, I'm pretty certain, actually. Oh, poem of the day. It's always... Wait a minute. I've got to find it, actually. It comes with a jingle. Unfortunately, I apologise in advance. We had to sort of make it ourselves. The budget had moved a bit by that time. So here is jingle of the day. Poem of the day. Do-do-do-do-do-do. I think what I should have done... We used to... Did you ever... You probably haven't done this before. But we used to do a thing like that, and we'd record it. Then we'd play it and record it again, and we would superimpose one over the other. So you could end up with... Poem of the day, and in the end you ended up with a vocal harmony. No, we shan't try and make it. No, it's a bit late now. But no, that's what we used to do. We used to record about 4 or 5 versions of it, then put them all together, one over the top of the other. It was quite a clever thing to do if you're a presenter. So today's poem, supposed to... Oh, look, PlayStation, shh, like that. PlayStation Square. The early morning producer for this programme, Jake, said to me, what theme would you like for the poem this morning, Steve? And I said, something to do with winter, because it's definitely a bit nippy this morning. There might be some snow over the weekend, not down in London, but it could be up north. And so he found this one. It's called Winter Branches by Margaret Widemer. So it goes... It's not very long. When winter time grows weary, I lift my eyes on high and see the black trees standing, stripped clear against the sky. They stand there very silent with the cold flush sky behind. The little twigs flare beautiful and restful and kind. Clear-cut and certain they rise with summer past. For all that trees can ever learn, they know now at last. Slim and black and wonderful, with all unrest gone by, the stripped tree boughs comfort me, drawn clear against the sky. Winter Branches, that's called, by Margaret Widmer. It's nice, isn't it? It's the best he can manage. And, no, so I don't know what I was expecting. Something about, you know, the snow crunching beneath your feet, which I quite like, actually. I like snow crunching. More of your texts and emails. Steve, are any of your boys an era-defining genius, says Monica? If not, they're even close to being Sheldon. They're not even close to being Sheldon. No, I know. I was thinking about the geeky side of it. But, you know, so they're definitely not an era-defining genius. Although, I mean, I think that, I mean, they do have qualifications, which is something more than the presenters got. I don't have qualifications. When I went into, what? Look where I am. Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, I agree. I mean, I can't knock that one. I went into Greg's yesterday in Richmond, because it's, to be honest with you, I can't really go that long without a bacon baguette. And I walked in, and all three of the girls in there, ladies, two are girls, one is a lady, and she said, bacon baguette? Extra bacon? I went, oh, I'm going to have to change it now, aren't I? She said, no. She said, we like regular people, so that's good. Everybody talks to me, I tell you. I'm just one of those sort of people. Urgent traffic notice. Sorry to Joanne Webb, says Monica. Try to avoid Dartford crossing northbound. Accident. Motorway closed. There you go. She'll be checking that even as we speak, because she's got the travel coming up very shortly. Whether it goes into the first one, I've got no idea, but it might come into the second one. Steve, since the melting of the ice sheets 12,000 years ago, the sea level's risen 120 metres or 400 feet. It's the basis for ancient stories of a great flood. I think there must be so much stuff. If you could defrost the whole of Antarctica and Arctic, what would you find underneath? We know that under one of them, a mile down, there is a subterranean lake. I think that's like finding King Solomon's mines, isn't it? I'd be very cold going there, but I'd love to do that. It's like, I always wanted to stay in the Ice Hotel. And in the Arctic Circle. I never quite got round to it. Apparently you can't do it every single night because it's way too cold. But I quite fancied that idea of the Ice Hotel. They make it. And it's got the bar and all the rest of it. The glasses are made out of ice. Looks fantastic, because we did go to the Arctic Circle. And that's where we saw the Aurora Borealis every single night. The kids saw it. And they absolutely loved it. Absolutely loved it. I thought it was great. I was smoking, so it was such a long time ago then. A friend of mine trained Steve last year to be a celebrant. She's now self-employed and takes on weddings and funerals as a celebrant. Celebrant work's becoming very much in demand. Well, if Gary Hales is doing it, you know, we're not very good at dealing with things like that, are we? We're not very good at dealing with sort of people's life finishing. And I think we should. Other people do it better. We don't do it particularly well. Perhaps we are getting better. What was the other one? Jilly Cooper says women are struggling to find love because men are scared of them. Don't know. One of the boys have sorted out for their respective girlfriends, Christmas presents this year. Have you sorted out what you're going to be buying for them? Oh, it's all done, is it? If she's listening. Oh, right, it's all done. Nothing. Not a peep. Nothing at all, if she's listening. Why would she be... Does she listen to check whether you've actually made it into work, do you think? You know, he's been telling her for ages, I work on LBC, work on Steve Allen's show. And she's going, well, he's never mentioned you. The Antarctic is a desert. Lovely. I love it. Did you see that programme that David Attenborough did, where they took all the ice and snow away, and then all of a sudden it becomes this green and verdant land with all the plants and all the rest of it, and then within a matter of months you're back into the depths of winter. No thank you very much. That was where you get the packs of wolves chasing the deer and stuff. Oh dear, honestly. I'd be that deer going, run, run! Quick as possible. There's a shortage of Christmas turkeys this year, they've said. Do you think they're doing that so that people will panic? I mean, why would there be a shortage of Christmas turkeys? I mean, sorry, are they not breeding or something this year? No, load of old rubbish. Don't believe it. There's loads of turkeys. There's no shortage of turkeys. That's like, oh, there's a shortage of toilet paper. No, there isn't. There's a shortage of kitchen paper. No, there isn't. David says, will you be opening the telephone lines over the festive season? Oh, absolutely, as always. We'll have a bank of people answering them. Yes, would you like to speak to Steve Allen? Hello, would you like to speak to Steve Allen? They always do it every year. Every year the management go, would you be opening the phone lines, Steve? I would go, I don't know. We start off with all good intention. At the moment, we're sort of trying to do a bit of creativity on the programme. A little bit of creativity. Whether it works or not, I don't know. But it's obviously testing Luke this morning as he's sort of trying to do it. And we're not sure if it's working or not. So, is it getting there? Think it's getting there? Okay, you're going to show me or play it to me. You're going to play it to me. Okay, so the idea is we're actually trying to sort of do it for the jingle. And so Luke, you know, I mean, to be honest with you, it's given him lines and everything. He's gone into deep depression over making this thing. But this is what they've made so far. Oh, hang on a sec. Okay, you just let me know. I'll fill until we get there. In other words, I might as well just sort of bring in the entire Mormon Tabernacle Choir. Make it so much easier, wouldn't it? Other stories of the papers. So Philip's joy at the great grandkids homemade tribute to 73 years of marriage. It's lovely, isn't it? 73 years. The stories they could tell you. And they always look immaculate. You know, you never see Philip in a pair of jeans and the Queen in a pair of velour tracky bottoms, do you? Okay, ready for it? Okay, so this is what they've done. I mean, bearing in mind, you have to play along with this. We might not be very good at it, but this is what we've got so far.
Poem of the day.
Sorry, made me sneeze. Sneezed all over it. So I wasn't quite sure what you've done to it. Play it again to me. I'm not sure.
Poem of the day.
Sort of, but it sounded a little bit like sort of I was singing through an organ, a harmonium or something like that. Poem of the day. You know, kind of sounded a little bit like that. Hello, Sparky. You know, kind of thing. This does, or sort of. Do you believe in love at first sight? You know, I could be Cher. I could be the cheaper version of Cher. Yeah, I think back to the draw. I mean, I think you're on the right lines, but it's not quite there yet. Strangely, Pamela says, Steve, Ruth and Eamon called Rylan their TV son, and he came from a reality show. Yes. I didn't want to say that. Rylan came from a reality show. You're right, because if it's to be believed, and you have to take these things with a pinch of salt, the papers love it, of course, and anything to kick Eamon when he's down, because he's. I mean, they've had 14 years. I could understand if they'd only had a year and then they decided to change it, but they've had 14 years, and they were looking for somebody different, somebody to add a bit of diversity. And so that's what they've done. But they've only got one person. I mean, Dermot O'Dreary's not diversity, is he? He's just another presenter. But you're right, they talk about Rylan. Mind you, I mean, do you remember on the day that Philip Schofield came out on television? And, you know, Eamon sat there and you could see he was thinking, I'm not sure about this. It was not sort of... It didn't flow as well as it should have done. It should have flowed an awful lot better. But I got the feeling that maybe all was not well in the camp. Helena says, you make my morning so much better. Good, thank you. Steve, Australia must have been underwater, if I remember. They found a fish fossil in the middle of Australia, and that's a desert, says Shane. And, Steve, I've just Googled Corey, Luke and Jake. I must be getting on, as I can't believe how young they look. They are young. They are young. They are, I was going to say they're a third of my age, but they're not. But they are young, Nina. They are young. Most people in radio are very young nowadays. They start young, so when they get to, you know, sort of mid-30s and things like that, they can then move on. You've got to learn the trade. You've got to learn the business, and the more you learn, the better it is. I mean, I think out of all the people on here, my programme seems to keep producers the longest. I don't think anybody keeps producers as long as I do. I mean, I don't know how long have you done now, Corey, on the programme? But 2 years? About 2 years. I mean, I normally keep them three to 4 years, something like that. It depends. You know, if something happens at home, then things might sort of change. But we seem to keep them more on this programme. because, we have a... Doesn't always work all the time, but, but most of the time, sorry? You're not pets? Well, we do have to decide to keep you, don't we, Luke? Sometimes we decide not to keep you. And they're called people let go. But listen, you've amended it slightly. OK, we've amended it slightly, so are we allowed to... The newsroom love it. Well, don't take any notice what they say, for goodness sake. The newsroom are liking it, are they? I love that. Who's arguing? What, Luke is? Oh, dear, honestly. Sorry about this. There's obviously a bit of an incident going on in the studio. David Blackburn says, you remind me of Bob Ross painting, Happy Little Clouds. We are a very happy team, actually. We are. And there seem to be so many of us. We have amazing loyalty. Amazing loyalty. And which is quite good. Steve, would you go on that tourist submarine trip to view the Titanic? Yes, I would. Yes, if I had the money, yes, I would. It's about £40,000 to go down to the Titanic. I'd be frightened because, if that thing, mind you, it would be all over in a matter of seconds if the seams on the thing burst. But I would love to go down there just to see something that you've heard talked about, and you've seen the images, and I've seen the Disney film, which is, I think it's called Into the Abyss, and I just thought that was amazing that the Titanic is down there and it's falling apart, but you can go onto the ship. You can't, but they sent little robotic things onto the ship to show you where you've done it. Have you? Is it already? Okay, so we're going. I'm very good at filling, believe you me. If there's one thing my boss will always say, he said, you're never going to be short of words. Never short of words. It's just programme content. We go to a little bit relaxing. It doesn't matter, does it? So here is this the finished result, or is this we're getting a bit nearer? Getting a bit nearer, okay. So now it goes like this.
Poem of the day.
See, it doesn't sound as though it's all together, does it? It sounds as though it's drifted. The last one, I think, drifted it a little bit. You need to tighten it up a little bit so it sounds as though they're all together at the same time. Listen, I'm not overcritical. God knows I'm not overcritical. But don't book yourself in over the festive season. And Harvey says, I've just turned on as you played the Poem of the Day jingle. I'm so sorry. John says you hear about the Cher tribute band, Cher and Cher alike. Thank you. I quite like Cher. I mean, I think for her age, she's an absolute miracle. Absolute miracle. Steve, if you could have anything for Christmas, money, no object, what would you pick, says Tina from Greenwich. If I could have anything, I said the other day, I'm going to stand by it. I'd go for a vaccine for coronavirus. If somebody could will me anything and wave a magic wand, I would love everything to go back to a year ago when we thought we were sort of looking forward to the year, and then we ended up with this on our doorstep. Thank you very much indeed, and 1 million people around the world. I'd rather see the back of that. I'd rather see us with all of these coronavirus vaccines available to everybody. Available to everybody. I wish that they'd make it so that you could literally get it. You could go and get it in the supermarket, squeeze it onto a sugar cube, like we used to do with, was it penicillin or something, and then swallow it, and that was it. It's the idea that you've got to go to the chemist to get the injection, or you've got to go to the doctors. But that's what I would wish for. I don't really, funnily enough, I don't need anything for myself. I've got everything. I've got everything that I need. There's nothing that I really want. And somebody says, are you not a millionaire? I never discuss things like that. Good heavens above, that would be so churlish. Steve, the Titanic tour has a 2-year waiting list. They're letting women and children go first. Da-da-da, you're barred. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da. Steve, poems from the Christmas special edition. Yes, I think actually over the festive season, I'm not sure if we're still going to be doing the poems over the festive season. I think we'll probably do them Christmas week. Don't keep smiling that, Luke. They'll have you arrested and locked up. Seriously, it looks very scary. Steve, you sound like the Cadbury Smash robot. Do you believe in love for high? Just like that. But definitely I would go down to the Titanic, definitely. But how interesting that a lot of you now picked up on Ruth and Eamon calling Rylan their TV son, whereas Ruth allegedly criticised Alison because she came from a reality show, whereas they've worked their way up on it. Exactly the same as Rylan. Rylan was from a reality show. He wasn't he didn't come from a school of that kind of, the hard knocks. One last effort. Okay, well, I'll give you one last try this morning, just before we hit the news at 5:30.
Poem of the day.
Well, it's Luke amuses himself with this. He sort of sits there with a big smile on his face while we're listening to it. It's so funny. So funny. You've never been so happy, have you? No. Takes a lot, it really does. Let's have the news headlines, shall we? It'd be quite nice, wouldn't it, if Elton John and Rod Stewart made up for Christmas? People always do that. I always think, if you have a row with somebody throughout the year, make up at Christmas. It makes it so much easier. You can always fall out with them on January again, can't you? Priti Patel broke the ministerial code, so finds an inquiry. The Oxford injection gets a huge trial boost. They've said it appears to be good. This is good news. That's the news that we want to hear. Plus, who got to be a millionaire? Few people did. How did they do it? I was reading, I think it's a programme coming up on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. And I quite like the idea because I can't remember half the time. The only one I remember is Judith. And they asked her a question and it turned out she knew the answer. She knew the answer because apparently somebody had come up with it some sort of days before. Whatever it was, I remember thinking, that's very, very clever. And she ended up, Judith, what's-her-face, with the £1 million. Although nowadays, £1 million, it's not really that exciting, is it? Although, to be honest with you, if you don't have £1 million, it's very exciting. Once you do have it, it's even better. So Jan Moyer talking about TV fame is a privilege, not a right. This is Eamonn Holmes being all grumpy about the whole thing. Listen, go and find another job. Mind you, they dropped him from his radio job, put somebody else on it, and he doesn't have a clothing line, although I don't know why. I mean, he should have capitalised on that one ages and ages ago. Happy birthday, Joe Biden, 78 today. Many happy returns of the day, and it'll be good. So here is this piece on the... Let's see if the boys know any of the answers to all these. I don't think they will do, actually. Robert Bridges, and he won in 2001. This was 11 days after the coughing major, the ghastly Charles Ingram and his even worse wife had won his later disputed $1 million. This is a 47-year-old retired city banker. He's now 66. And his £1 million question, they won't know this. You won't know this. Which scientific unit is named after an Italian nobleman? Pascal, ohm, volt, or hertz? Pascal is incorrect. It's volt. Volt. That was his £1 million question. What did he do with his money? He's understood to have taken a master's in Shakespeare. He returned... playing for charity with Judith Chalmers and won $32,000, having answered the £250,000 question incorrectly. What's he doing now? Unknown. He declined to take part in the new show. Interesting. Who is this one? Pat Gibson, 59, a software engineer, now living in Wigan, married to Sheila. £1 million question. Which of these is not one of the American Triple Crown horse races? Arlington, Million Belmont Stakes, Kentucky Derby, or Preakness Stakes? Which one was it? No, it was Arlington. Arlington. And so he went on to have a distinguished career in quizzing. You see, I think people are... I mean, it was like... who's the woman who was on Eggheads? No, not Julia, no. No, not Judith. Who was the old... I think the answer is... What's her name? Daphne. I mean, she knew the answer to everything. I was convinced she had an earpiece in and they were going, it's the Barron Knights, and she would know the answer to something. And she'd sit there and go, is it the Barron Knights? And you'd think, how does she know everything? She knew everything, In Oasis, what was the name of the third sound engineer from the left when they recorded their latest album? I think that was Bruce. Bruce was the one. How do you know that? She knew everything. Judith Keppel is 78. now, and her question was, which king was married to Eleanor of Aquitaine? Now, I've heard of Eleanor of Aquitaine, but she says that question made the hair stand up on the back of her neck. 2 months before the programme, she'd been in France, how lucky, and visited an abbey church which was completely empty except for these 4 tombs. One of them was Eleanor, and next to her was her husband, Henry II. So, sorry. That was ridiculous. I mean, honestly. So, she says, if I was much younger, I might have gone out and bought a Lamborghini. She invested most of it, although I did upgrade the car. She's back in the UK for 17 years. She's been a regular on Eggheads, lives alone in London. But, I mean, amazing, actually. Absolutely amazing, all these people. And they've made a programme about it. I just thought Judith looked, because when they gave her the question, it was like a case of, how did she remember that? How lucky to get that question when she'd only been in the church the week before. Richard says, are you going to sign up to be in the virtual audience for this year's Royal Variety performance? No, I'd forgotten about that, actually. And Ian in Folkestone says, right about the weather, it's so cold. Me and my dad are listening to you in the city, and Mum Edith is listening up in bed. I'm so glad you're on over Christmas, because Christmas without Steve Allen would not be Christmas. It is true. And 84850. And somebody said, I got my first smartphone and have been amusing myself looking at weather around Europe. I lived in Crete for 6 years, and it's amazing. When you look at the temperatures there. Don't you think they're so clever? John says, I'm surprised they got rid of Ruth Langsford, the longest-serving presenter on This Morning. It's a bit like shooting Ken Barlow. Yes, well, that'll never happen. He's done 60 years on Corrie. 60 years. They got rid of Ruth because they were the two doing the Friday. They were looking for 2 people to do Friday. You can't have 2 women presenting it. It doesn't look right. So they've kept, the slot on the Friday because it gave, I think, the 2 main presenters a day off because they used to do the Friday. So it was a case of, listen, we want to have a little bit of change. They've done 14 years. Why not have a change? Seems to work. Eamon, of course, not happy because he hasn't got any other work. He'll turn into Mr. Grumpy. Actually, no, he won't turn into Mr. Grumpy. He is Mr. Grumpy. And, Steve, how about a John Cooper Clarke poem of the day? The Bard of Salford. Aye, Ian, the Bard of Salford. We've had him. Yes. And somebody says, thank you for being there all the time. Thank you. Yes, we like being here, actually. We're very, very good. We're very good at being here every day. Also, wait a minute. Could you run a competition for Groovy Gang Prosecco glasses, says Monica. My favourite Jewish cabbie. Well, I don't think I can, actually. I think I've only got a little. I've only got a few left. If my doubles. We had 50 the other day. That was all we had left out of the 6,000 glasses. Around the world, glasses have popped up all over the place. Steve, as an electrician, I thought I'd try and change my radiator in the bathroom. Turned out to be a disaster. Have you and the producers tried DIY? Absolutely not. Absolutely. I wouldn't trust these 2 here. Wouldn't trust them. I tell you what, imagine they come around and go, oh, don't worry, Steve, we'll put your new boiler in. No, thank you. No, thank you. Steve, we had a non-religious service funeral for my sister. We didn't have a celebrant and did it ourselves. We played music, read poems and spoke about her ourselves. It was beautiful as we gave her a good send-off, says Linda. I know. I want to be there for mine. I want to make sure. And another one says, I think you've hit the nail on the head with Eamon Holmes. A real turning point was the awkward response he gave to Philip Schofield's coming out, says Simon in Harrogate. Alison is at least lively and not taking herself so seriously. Well, no, she said that. She said she doesn't want to do COVID all the time. She wants to have a bit of fun. You can leave Dermot O'Dreary to do that, although he's an awkward presenter anyway. He's certainly not the best. He can't sit still. He has no discipline. So maybe that'll help him out a little bit. Hope so. Can't believe that the Queen and Philip have been married 73 years. 73 years. The Sun this morning. Where's Holly? She misses this morning again. She's only missed 2 days. You'd think she'd gone away, on a sort of a boat. And would you Adam and Eve it? This is an old story by Joe Casper on page 3 of The Sun today. Dick Van Dyke is getting 830 quid a pop for talking to fans in his jokey Cockney accent from Mary Poppins. I did this story more than 3 weeks ago. It was in the papers 3 weeks ago, and obviously Joe Casper, perhaps he's some new boy at The Sun. He's done a story that was so old, it was old when I did it, because it was about the time when they were doing all the celebrities who do these little jingles for you. You know, hi, this is Dick Van Dyke. Steve, I love listening to your programme, or all that kind of thing. And he says, you know, introduction, he tells fans, tell me what you want me to say and I'll do it. Neil Jones from Strictly charges 25 quid for messages. There's all sorts of it. But this is an old story. Really, very shoddy. Very shoddy. Here's Perry Edwards. She's apparently in a group called Little Mix. And they might be splitting up, but they might not be splitting up. The bad news is the other one's getting back together again. We think. Girls Aloud. God knows. That'll not be good. I mean, put it this way, you know what's going to happen. Girls Aloud to get back together, but you'll find the Cheryl won't want to be in it. Is it Cheryl? Cheryl who? Yeah. Sorry? No, not Jessie. No, I mean she's not in it. But no, in Girls Aloud. Miss Cheryl Cole, that's right. She won't want to be in Girls Aloud again, will she? She was a bit of a failure last time round. And she hasn't... It's not Cheryl Cole, no, it's Cheryl what? Yeah, she's been married about 3 times, hasn't she, or something? But at least she's happy. She's got a son called... Can't remember, Bruno, Brian, something like that. Tree, Stump, who knows? Could be anything, really. I never follow these things. They just give them... Or it could be... I'm sure he's Bruno, isn't he, her son? Something like that. They don't know either. I'm just sort of chucking it up into the mix of things. I don't know what she's done now. Now there are no programmes where she can, sort of go out there. Bear. I ask you. Bear. Elton John wants to make up with Rod Stewart and will send him a Christmas card after years of feuding. Why don't you pick up the phone, dear? The trouble is, Elton's 73. He says, if I saw him in the street, I'd give him a big hug. Well, you're not likely to bump into each other in Lidl, are you? Let's face it. Not going to happen. Last month, Rod said Elton snubbed him when he invited him over to play football. So the trouble is, I mean, Elton sort of swings him roundabouts, isn't he? Blows hot and cold. 5:45. Are you on TikTok? I don't think so, no. I don't think so. And I haven't seen the new Chaser on the Chase. And, Steve, are you and the boys celebrating the Feast of St. Edmund today, says Donny. I don't think they are. But Chris in Oban says, did you hear about Lewis Hamilton trying to stop a watch company from using the name Hamilton? Yes, he's just lost. He's just lost the court case, actually. The watch company was founded in 1892. Nearly 100 years before Lewis Hamilton was born, says. I know. Obviously, somebody says, oh, look, there's a watch company and they're using the name Hamilton. You know, I'm surprised he didn't get the West End show stopped at the same time. But no, he's just lost the court case. Very expensive. Steve, Dolly Parton's new Christmas musical arrives on Netflix this Sunday, says Seth. Are you a Dolly fan? Love Dolly Parton. Love Dolly Parton. I've got her live in London. I've never seen her live, but I've seen the show. I should imagine they're exactly the same around the world. Steve, Eamonn Holmes does have other TV work. You've seen him and Ruth advertising that foot thing, says Paula. Yes, I have seen that, yes, but that was filmed ages ago. I remember seeing that last Christmas. Steve, Christmas Day, will you be dressing up as Father Christmas? I don't think so, no. And Monica says, it wasn't me. I didn't ask for any competition. Who's texting you as me? Monica, your favourite Jewish cabbie. It's a bit worrying, isn't it? There's people now masquerading as other people. Good Lord above. Deck box clever to trick Ant with his 45th birthday gift, because the amount of money they're earning, seriously, it's just not the same this I'm a Celebrity. I mean, they've already started saying it could either be Shane Ritchie or it could be this DJ who's called Jordan North, who seems to be bagging all sorts of things. Whether or not somebody being interesting on the television translates into the radio, I have no idea. Vernon Kay, according to one columnist, has been, doing very well. Sure, he made a mistake during his marriage to Tess Daly, but the Strictly Come Dancing presenter has long forgiven him, so it's high time the rest of us did too. We did ages ago. In fact, we now hate the other person because she's milked it for all the publicity she can get. And the country's biggest superstar once wrote, I will always love you, on the same day as Jolene. Now she's helped with the creation of Madonna's successful COVID vaccine, thanks to an early financial investment of $1 million, which is fantastic. Another one here. It's amazing, actually, this particular columnist sort of toadies up to the ghastly Paul Burrell. Goes, oh, God, the man who claims that Diana called him her rock. Where? Where? Show me where. Please show me where. I would love to know. Love to know. And an asteroid the size of a London bus has missed the Earth by a fraction on Friday the 13th. Apparently it came within 240 miles last Friday. I'm surprised we never saw it. Nobody noticed till Saturday. Size of a London bus. And here's dreary old TV presenter Melanie Sykes taking a punt on romance. She returned to Venice to see her gondolier toy boy. Yeah, you notice he never came over here. She had to go scraping herself back over there again to go, oh, hello. And then they managed to get a picture of her taken while he's obviously, it looks like he's just on the paying gig as far as he's concerned. She's 190, he's about 23, I think. But they were spotted on the canals after a trip on his gondola. But to be honest with you, if it was interesting, they'd be going off somewhere else. He's sort of typical, good-looking gondoliers. Oh, one cornetto, give it to me. Delicious ice cream. And so poor old Melanie's having to sit there looking like an idiot. Why is he not driving around town in his Lamborghini, dear? And why are you having to go to see him? Couldn't you persuade him to come here? Obviously not. Nadine Coyle reckons the Girls Aloud reunion is on the cards. Could mark 20 years since Cheryl Tweedy, Sarah Harding, Nadine, Kimberly Walsh and Nicola Roberts teamed up. Nadine says there's always talk. Yeah, there's always talk. Don't do it. You're not going to fight. I mean, put it this way, Cheryl Tweedy won't do it. Definitely not. Sarah Harding can't do it. And what does that leave you with? Nobody. Nobody. She says, I can work less, have a good quality of life and not be part of this madness all the time. But this is what she was saying, Nadine, back in 2013. We'd had a break, go back to that pace of working and scrutiny. I think people were like, forget this, I can work less and do other things. I agree with you. Do you remember the story the other day, the BBC's gender-neutral term of fisher people? They forgot to say fishermen. They said fisher people. And here she is. She's a female fisherman who has dismissed the BBC's gender-neutral term fisher people as a load of bollock, which kind of makes perfect sense. It's absolutely, I've never heard of so much rubbish. Mind you, we had this other story, didn't we? I've now lost the blooming thing. What was the story? Oh, that's right, it was the Fairy Tale of New York. And apparently, if you listen to one of the BBC stations, you can't hear it because they think that sort of young people are offended by it. They are so living in the dark ages. But you can hear the same record on Radio 2 or Radio 6 or whatever they call them nowadays. And you think to yourself, well, obviously the people on Radio 1, their intelligence level must have gone down a bit. They're going to start censoring records now. But as I say, the more you ban something, the more people want to hear it. Who cares? Who cares? Good Lord above, honestly. I mean, they were talking about some of the young people who listen to this Radio 1 thing, whatever that is. And yet, here they have one of their geriatric presenters in Wales at the moment. 30. That's really old for presenting music to an audience of 12-year-olds, isn't it? That's like being a children's presenter. Most of them are in their 40s. Can't have people like that on the television. Hello? It's like, have you ever seen the crowd on Milkshake? God, blimey, what are they on? Milkshake, mama, 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 more milkshake. No, less milkshake. You've got there was some people on there the other week. I don't know. Where do they train them? Hello? It's Pin the Tail on the Donkey today. It's like watching the presenters on Gemporia. Seriously. God. Dear me, honestly. They were trying to sell you a candle the other day. Nothing to do with jewellery at all, but at least they keep it going. And this one the collectors are going mad for. They had some lovely jewellery, and this is the most valuable gem in the entire world, $24.99. Yeah, absolutely collectible, provided you collect Christmas crackers. So I haven't seen the new Chaser. I don't even know who the new Chaser is, but I'm sure it'll be somebody fantastic. They're always very clever, actually. Steve, we might have to drop the name Lewis from the well-established John Lewis. It'll just be John. Well, actually, the rate they're going, there might not be any John Lewis. They're over there in their Oxford Street store, where the boys went the other day, to get their pictures taken with the police station. And they're going to hive off 45% of the store for office space. Because, department stores now, you know why? Most people order online. So you don't need to go out and buy. Mind you, somebody just raised a point. How is Melanie Sykes going to Venice to see her toy boy? Is that essential travel? Well, it is if you need publicity, yes, and God knows she needs publicity. Steve. Is it St Edmund's Day, says Bill? Was he the patron saint of Anglo-Saxon England before the Normans replaced him with St George? I don't know. I'm not well up on things like that. Perhaps I should do. Sidcup Julie says, I know you're working Christmas. Will it be 4 till 7? Some of the days 7 till 10. Christmas Day 7 till 10. Boxing Day 7 till 10. New Year's Day 7 till 10. It's traditional. We like to be traditional at LBC. We like to do a little bit. There's all sorts of things that we've got coming up for you over the festive season, which is lovely. But don't forget those Prosecco glasses, of which we are down. They're selling very well indeed. We had 50 sets of the doubles the other day, and I think we are much depleted, and so they won't come back again. So you have to get in quickly if you were looking for a suitable present to give somebody and give money to charity at the same time. It's the give and take. We happily take your money and we give you a pair of glasses, which are from the Groovy Gang, which are very nice indeed. You don't have to put Prosecco in there. You can put orange juice or tonic water. You can put anything you like in there, actually. It makes no difference at all. It's just the fact that you've given to charity, which is lovely. There was a teen boy. He was in a job the other day, but he was told he was immature. I get told I'm immature. I love it. They always go, act your age. You go, what do I act? If I acted my age, you'd be talking to a pile of dust. There's no point at all in acting your age in this day and age. It's like the boys yesterday. Oh, pictures. We can get pictures of this sort of computer thing that apparently everybody's on about, and people queue for it. People get very excited about queuing for computer games. You'll probably find at Christmas, what's under the tree? What's under the tree? What's Corey's girlfriend bought him? Oh, it's not PlayStation. Did you not hear Steve mentioning on the programme about PlayStation? The games are about £70 or something. It sounds a marvellous value, but just not for me. Steve, looking forward to your Christmas show. Phil Vickery made delicious gingerbread yesterday. However, now we can't say gingerbread man. It has to be gingerbread people. Please tell me you're not. Please tell me you're joking. Gingerbread people. Actually, I just nipped out to, had to, because nobody gets it from me. I had to go and get my own cup of tea a minute ago, because I'm self-distancing, or social distancing, and having a look at the breakfast programme, getting ready for Cressida Dick this morning. They look so smart out there. It's almost as if they've been dipped. It's like somebody's, have you ever seen, what was that? Is it Wallace and Gromit, where they sort of pick somebody up and they go along and then they just sort of dip them and then they take them out of the... It's exactly like that out there. They look really smart. It's like Burton's and Hepworth's window come to life. Well, two of them anyway. I mean, very smart. I mean, really. And I said, perhaps this is an indication we might have to smarten you two up. We might have to sort of start, even their hair is immaculate. There's not a hair out of place in there. I mean, Henry, seriously, they look like models or bookends. Yes, Henry. I know Henry. He's even got a pink tie on because he's in touch with that side, and he does look very good. I mean, they look very, very good. So I was thinking this is an indicator for this programme. We might need to sort of smarten ourselves up a little bit. Corey, you might have to have your hair cut quite short. Okay, I know you don't want to. Lockdown. Well, very shortly they will be opening up the hairdressers, won't they? Because look at me. I look like Tarzan. Seriously. Phil Vickery has shared a photo with me. Gingerbread figures, apparently. Do you know, I don't think I've ever had gingerbread... Oh, my goodness me, they're very nice, aren't they? And he's got a gingerbread house. Do you know, in Costco, they do a gingerbread kit. And it's all the flat pieces, then you sort of stick it together. And the gingerbread house is very... I don't think my mother ever made gingerbread men, women, or anything else. I don't think we ever had gingerbread. I don't know why. I've had gingerbread cake before, but never a gingerbread biscuit. I bought the boys lollipops some time ago, and they were quite... And also, I noticed that David, the newsreader, I bought him a set of lollipops. He left them on the desk. So I've said they can have them. Seriously. Because he said he was looking forward to a bit of a sugar rush. And I said, eat them. Why not? They're all luxury flavours, aren't they? Bubble gum and things, except Luke's. Luke seems to have the odd set of them. Roast pork, scampi and chips, turkey, crispy duck. Can you imagine if you really had crispy duck flavoured lollies? It wouldn't quite work the same. Although a lot of people, I mean, I should remember each and every time, but I tend to forget, actually, that not everybody will be having turkey this Christmas. If you're American, you can have it twice. Have it for Thanksgiving and then have it for Christmas. I love it. Steve, the new chaser, Dara Ennis, is an Irish ex-contestant. Ah, I know. I've seen him. But Peter says he sat there devoid of all personality, looked like a stunned rabbit caught in headlights. The trouble is, to be natural on television is very, very difficult. That's why when Frank Boff died, and I said I thought he was the consummate professional, irrespective of what he got up to in his private life, that's up to him. You know, the boys leave here and go and take photographs on tube stations and everything else. They're not normal, are they? But, you know, when you saw Frank Boff on the television, he was a very, very natural presenter. He made it look effortless. You know, he went from one thing to the other. It was all, you know, Terry Wogan was a little bit like that, but with a little bit of sort of affection into it for the things. You know, the old Wogan, touch the old leg and all this kind of thing. You know, everybody's got a thing, but Frank Boff was, you know, it's like watching somebody doing a game show. Unfortunately, everybody thinks they can do game shows, and they can't. You know, there are the past masters of game shows. One of them was, you know, I used to love watching Des O'Connor doing... Did you ever see the Yes-No interlude? The Yes-No interlude was where it was part of... I can't remember which game it was part of. But anyway, they would ask you a question. So you'd be standing there, and he'd go, so your name's Corey? And you go, yes. Go, bang! You weren't allowed to say yes or no. So you'd have to go, I think so. It was on Take Your Pick, and it was a lovely thing to watch because I used to play along as well, and I used to fall for it all the time. So you go, your name's Corey. You go, it is, and I go, oh, where did you go on holiday? You go, Greece. You went to Greece, yes. Bing, you're out. And if you got all the way through, they gave you £100 or something like that. It was good. It's good. Dallas says, I'll never get to see the new Chaser as our satellite TV provider dropped ITV from our bouquet early this year. No more Chase, Vera, Endeavour, Cold Feet, Doc Martin and many, many more. That's not good, is it? Mind you, at least you got the radio. Maggie says, gingerbread person, the world's gone mad. Well, I have to call my son my offspring person. Well, you might. But, and Lee says, I don't think you can say ginger anymore either. To be on the safe side, call them human-shaped biscuits. But the trouble is they're not human-shaped biscuits, are they? Unless you've got... Wasn't there a film about the gingerbread man? Didn't he crop up in a television advert for the festive season? Didn't he? I know on one of them we got talking carrots, which I think is slightly peculiar. And what sort of medication would you have to be on to think a carrot could talk to you? But there was a gingerbread man. I'm sure there was a gingerbread story. I don't know why. I've just, in my mind, I've got this image, and I'm very rarely wrong, as you know. Very rarely wrong. Steve says, Ellen, I accidentally, wait for this one, saw my partner open our 2 Groovy Gang glasses, which were meant to be a Christmas present. He didn't realise how fast they'd arrived. Even better is we're now going to get them out on December the 1st. Yeah. Don't forget, please, I'm expecting all of you to pull yourselves together and get as many lights as you can for your Christmas tree. We want to be seen from space. We want to show, wherever this blooming coronavirus came from, that we're not going to be held back. Okay, we're gonna go absolutely mad. Joseph in Bethlehem, and before you all go, really? Yes, really. 34 days, 17 hours and 50-something minutes until Christmas, which is lovely. See, the latest iPhone cup has 8.5 billion transistors on it, and the latest graphics chip has 28 billion in the space roughly the size of a postage stamp. Listen, I never cease to be amazed by looking at my phone here, and it's not a latest iPhone, but it's an iPhone, and it's a case of it's got music, phone number. Where is the music? You know, if you have a record collection, you physically take the record out, but where are they in here? Where are they? They're not there. I mean, I shouldn't imagine the boys have got any music on their stuff apart from some weirdo music where you stand there and go, whoa, like that, and sort of shake your head a few times. Goths, ladies and gentlemen, goths, even though Corey constantly denies it, but I know he is. And but where is the music in these telephones? Where does it appear from? I don't know where it comes from. or how it works out. I can, and then photographs. Look at these perfect quality pictures, better than any 35mm camera that I never had. And it's Phil Vickery taking pictures of his. I don't know why gingerbread men have always got their arms out to the side. Why can't they have them in front of them, like the snowman? You know, the snowman always used to cover his bits up, didn't he, with his little stumpy arms. But I'm liking that. I bought a little house the other day. I bought it in the garden centre, and it's got a light inside it, and I put some batteries in it, and that made me feel a bit better about Christmas. I'm determined to enjoy it this year. I don't care. I don't care what, you know, I might sort of end up with a cold, but I hope not. Steve, Prosecco snow globe. Oh, that's the, yes, isn't it a set of lights inside? Wait a minute, here we go. £17.50, a light-up Prosecco snow globe. That's quite nice, isn't it? Shake for Prosecco. Well, that's nice. Where does that come from? You can buy those in the stores. I might have to pay a visit. Is that M&S? They've not got them in my one. I've not even seen the little sausages. I might have to go out today because it's I love a snow globe, but I've got the good snow globe. You don't need to shake it. You push a button and a fan blows all the stuff around. It's nice, isn't it? I feel very festive today, actually. I'm hoping that everybody else is feeling particularly festive as we head into... Because this is the weekend. I've noticed that Christmas trees have started appearing, real Christmas trees outside shops for sale. So people could have them early this year. But as I say, I'm just waiting for Sandy's, the fish shop, to turn his lights on. So far, nothing. He's got one of the biggest snowmen outside you've ever seen. You won't miss his shop, seriously. I mean, the national grid goes into overdrive when he turns the lights on. It's like watching National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, which I love. Steve, maybe you're referring to the gingerbread man in the Shrek cartoon. Teshan, I am. You're absolutely right. Well done. And I think, you know, Ray Liotta would be happy. They played that the other day, actually. All I kept thinking was, when I heard the Ray Liotta thing, I kept thinking, I got that, because I talked to him. I got the Ray Liotta thing. Steve, can a fisherman go into the baker's and buy a gingerbread man, or are they now just fisher and ginger people? I don't think you can talk about ginger people, can you? I've got a thing about ginger people. I don't know why. I think it's fantastic. I think there is a big difference between ginger and red. You get somebody who's got red head. I mean, I've had a number of friends over the years who are ginger. And I quite like... I'm not working with anybody ginger at the moment. I don't... Oh, yes, I am. I tell a lie. I am, actually. I've got one person on the team who's ginger. You know who that is, don't you? Yeah. Yes, absolutely. I don't know what colour do you call your hair, Corey? Does it have a name? What did it say on the bottle? Used to be blonde. Of course it did, because you were a goth. Used to, yeah. And did you used to put black eyeliner on under your eyes as well? You weirdo, honestly. What colour's that? Is that natural colour or bottle? Well, you laugh. I mean, I don't know. It might be bottle. I've learned not to sort of question things. I mean, obviously, Luke's colour isn't natural, is it? What did it say? Sun-kissed or something on the bottle. You've got autumnal brown. You've got fallen leaves, mate. That's what you've got. Autumnal brown. I remember I used to put a rinse through my hair some years ago, and used to buy it in the chemist, and people remember it, and it came in a little sachet, and it was purple, and you put it through your hair, and it gave you it didn't make anything at all, it just made your hands purple. I used to walk out the door and people were going, run, the purple-handed man is back. You know, run up the road as quick as possible. But it's true that, I mean, ladies are the only ones who colour their hair. Although we did used to have a sportsman years ago, used to run our sports department, and he used to dye his hair. I don't know why, because he looked perfectly good with it as grey and white, but certain people like running a rinse. Philip Schofield dyed his hair for years. He was known for it. And unfortunately, under studio lights, it came out as purple. I mean, Henry's hair colour, that's not natural, is it? You could tell that's not normal. I think he puts a little rinse through it or something, sort of dark auburn or something. There's so many different colours, aren't there? So many different colours. I was always a big advocate, although I've never obviously worn them, of wigs. They sell them on the television. The Ideal World shopping channel, they sometimes do Raquel Welch wigs. And they've got all these different things. And the model that they have on the programme, she puts them all on, and I think they look really good. It's quite an easy thing to do. 6:15 and a little tiny bit. The LBC News this morning. Company, welcome to Friday. Of course, this is fantastic news if you finish on a Friday. and then you don't have to come in over the weekend. But we're here on Sunday between 4 and 7, so I look forward to your company. Heather, my Norwich nurse, says, today I start my leave. Me and Mr. H should be going on our first ever cruise to celebrate 40 years. I will recreate the atmosphere by sitting on the edge of the bath in a cocktail dress with a Prosecco in my Groovy Gang glass in hand and Titanic in the background. Keep safe and sanitised. She trekked all the way down, did Heather, when we did our last show at the Leicester Square Theatre. And it was the most dreadful weather we've ever... It was the worst weather. It rained incessantly. It was just really, really awful. But she made it down, which was good news, and is still a listener. So it obviously goes to prove that even people who've seen me in person still want to carry on listening to the programme, which is very nice. I'm sorry about that. I mean, I'm slightly dodgy about cruises at the moment because it's the easiest way to spread an infection on a cruise ship, and we've seen the most... I mean, whether or not they actually recover from it, I don't know. It isn't like going on holiday where you go and you sit by a pool and do all these other bits and pieces. Sitting on a cruise ship, it's not quite the same, is it? Not quite the same. Although, you know, if I won a lot of money, I would probably go... The first thing I'd do is, do you know, I'm going to take a cruise. I'm going to take a cruise and just... I just fancy doing nothing on a holiday, but I don't do holidays. I'm the world's worst person, but I like the idea of sitting at the edge of the bath with a glass of Prosecco in one of the Groovy glasses. And literally, I mean, I've said it a million times, and I have to thank you again, and the charities are particularly thrilled as well that we've sold a lot of glasses for charity, and it goes to Global's Make Some Noise, and this year it's even more important. I mean, every year it's been important. Every single year it's been important when you look at what we've been able to do to help families who've lost children, you know, children who are they have terrible illnesses that they might not recover from, and we've been able to change things. And because of the coronavirus, it's in a way as bad because it's affected so many people around the world, not just in this country, not just in America, but everywhere. There's nowhere around the world that's not been affected by coronavirus. And so somebody came up with the idea of being able to help the people who'd suffered. And we've had people with children who've come down with coronavirus, people who've had relationships that have split up, people who've lost people. And so the money that you've helped us raise, and it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. Just on this programme alone, we've raised a sincerely huge amount of money, and that's all down to you. That's down to you saying, well, you know, we like to help out charity, but you're being given something in return. So we've had the tea towels, we had the tote bags went even better than even I imagined. And then the Prosecco glasses, and I have to be brutally honest with you, that when we talked about the Prosecco glasses, and they said how many they bought in, I said, do you think we're going to sell? Do you think we're going to sell these? And blow me down. With your help, we've literally pushed the boundaries. So I thank you very much indeed for that. You're very loyal, and you're very good, and you've done something that's very nice. That you'll never know the people you've helped because we don't issue a list of names of all the people who've been helped by Global's Make Some Noise. But take my word for it, they'll be very appreciative. And so it's kind of done anonymously. But you end up with the Groovy Gang glasses as well. They're thrilled too. They've never been on the side of a glass before. In fact, they didn't even know until we did the glasses they were in the Groovy Gang, because I'm very selective. I don't just let anybody in. You're all honorary members, by the way, of the Groovy Gang. But I think you'll find that all of the double sets have gone. I'm pretty certain all the doubles have actually gone, I think. You might have to go online. If you go to the LBC website, which is lbc.co.uk. Steve, ladies are the only ones dyeing their hair. Have you seen Rylan? Oh, I know, that's about the worst dye job I've ever seen. It now looks absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And, Steve, last night I accidentally swallowed a bottle of invisible ink. I'm now in the Chelsea and Westminster Hospital waiting to be seen. There. Producer wasn't sure about that one. And, Steve. Paula says, Earlier I heard you say it's Phil Vickery taking pictures of his... I hope you're not sending Steve naughty pictures of yourself, Phil. No, he's gingerbread men. Well, actually, I mean, they're always men, aren't they? Aren't they always men, gingerbread men? I don't know. But Laura in Narnia likes it, so it's gingerbread people. Ridiculous. Madness, isn't it? Absolute mad. We've gone mad. I mean, it started years ago. It's nothing new. Years ago, you couldn't say blackboard, manhole cover. That was another one that was very unpopular. It had to be, I don't know what they called a manhole cover. Perhaps it was a person cover or something. Whatever it was, it sounded ridiculous. And I gave up. I said, there's no way that I can be PC. I just can't. It just sounds so silly. Steve, do you remember the original Take Your Pick with Michael Miles, and the chap in the Yes No was Bob Danvers Walker? Well, he was Bob Danvers Walker was the voiceover, wasn't he? I seem to know. Dave in Barkingside says, Nathan managed to get through the 30 seconds without saying yes or no. You won 10 bob, known as 10 shillings. 10 shillings in those days. If I opened a birthday card when I was younger and there was a 10 shilling note inside, or even a pound note, I thought I'd arrived. What's the matter? You've just seen Chris Moyles. You sound surprised. I mean, were you not expecting to see him? What was he wearing? He came up in the lift. You said hello to him. I've told you, stop hanging around people. They don't like it, all right? Honestly, it's sort of like, it's like legalised stalking around here. They go, oh, I've just seen Amanda Holden. Stop it. Leave them alone. Oh, Steve, I've just seen Kelly Brook. Do you think she'll have a picture? Leave them alone. Honestly, they come in this studio, they couldn't care less. It's a case where I'm working on Steve Allen's show. It's not quite the same, not as exciting as Kelly Brook. But I could be if I went to Switzerland and had an operation, but that's another story. It's a what? Nobody waits around for you, no. Well, probably except when you're going up to the station to have pictures taken, something to do with the PlayStation. So happy birthday. We wish Joe Biden a very happy birthday, 78. They're so old now, aren't they? Over in America, they get old. Hope he's going to live long enough to enjoy this, but we're never too sure. Also, the Oxford jab. I'm holding out my hopes on that one, which is good. I do like the app, which tells you what your cat is trying to tell you when it meows. Apparently, every meow means something different. As anybody who's got pussycats will tell you, they know what they're saying. Boris Johnson's government faces court action, say the Mirror. They're still doing the old sticking the knives in between the shoulder blades. And phrases cats say, I'm hungry, which actually is the main one. I'm happy, let me out, leave me alone. Because all cats want to do is eat and sleep. You know, sometimes you have to push them out the back door. God, out you go. Stroke me. Where's my mummy? I'm in pain. I'm here. I'm resting. I'm angry. I'm scared. I love you. That's nice, isn't it? That's nice. You have cats? You don't have cats. You've only ever heard meow. Well, that's because you don't speak cat. You need to see the film Dr. Dolittle to teach you how to speak different languages. Because they don't do meow. They purr. They don't meow. Have you ever heard a cat doing meow? Of course they don't. Where'd you get that from? They purr. That's a bit frightening, wasn't it? Sorry. Apparently, the US firm Aquilon, which developed the free app Meow Talk. So there's a free app called Meow Talk. Don't download it. I couldn't bear it. But they do that sort of... makes your tongue go all funny, doesn't it? When you do things like that. So the family's facing a shortage of Christmas turkeys. Load of old baloney. There's no shortage of Christmas turkeys. Why would there be? I'm sorry, have we had sort of a pandemic in the turkey world? Not that I know. Also, I can't believe we buried Bobby Ball already. His funeral was in the papers last weekend. And we've still got all these people, some of which you've never heard of, in the jungle. Well, it's not the jungle, is it? It's Wales. It's Wales. And that's it. Some of them are doing well, some of them are not doing very well. And also, in the people trying to get hold of this PS5, the websites have crashed. Hustler selling the machine for £20,000 and people going, it's worth the wait. I'm so glad I'm not into gaming. News headlines, 6:30 at the news desk. See, 24 minutes to 7. Friday morning, 20th of November. Apparently the weather this weekend's going to turn a bit icky. It's a bit cold out here. In fact, it's an understatement. It's very much cold today. And a top school has sparked anger by selling 300 rare books from its library. Experts fear they may be taken abroad. This is, first of all, they've had... It's Rugby School, by the way. Rugby School. So, this is the one that featured in Tom Brown's School Days. They've got a second edition of Shakespeare's comedies, histories and tragedies. That's sold for £48,000. Whilst a 1685 fourth folio of his works made £38,000. A first edition of Dickens' A Christmas Carol sold for £8,500. A copy of Robinson Crusoe, £8,000. Rugby School, founded in 1567 in Shakespeare's home county, auctioned the book to raise funds for bursaries. Professor Michael Dobson of Birmingham University's Shakespeare Institute said, "It's a shame the books are quite likely to go into private collections and leave the country." It's awful, isn't it, really, when they sell these? Are they allowed to sell them? I suppose they are. But it just seems such a shame that all these things, somebody will buy them and they go, I was amazed at how much a first edition of Christmas Carol went for. Not as much as I thought. Not as much as I thought. Richard says, don't forget the most important cat thing. I'm not taking that bloomin' tablet. Yes, we remember the giving a cat a tablet. You can find it on the internet. It's well worth it. Steve, love your show. The word men, plural of man, is the word women. So they're going to change women next to lady people. Says R in Ipswich. I don't. To be honest with you, I've lost myself some time ago on that one. I really have. 84850. steve@lbc.co.uk. Run as fast as you can. You can't catch me, I'm the gingerbread person, says Debbie. It doesn't work, does it? No, it's supposed to be run as fast as you can. You can't catch me, I'm the gingerbread man. And that's why. Manhole cover is now inspection cover. And Simon in Essex says, it's my Scouse nephew's birthday today, so as a surprise, I put a tenner in his nan's purse. Somebody says, I bought the double Prosecco glasses for my daughter as a little Christmas present. She'll be very surprised. We both love you and came to see your show. I won't leave my name. It'll spoil the surprise. Oh, lummy. I like a surprise, sort of. I sort of like a surprise. No, I mean, we've... I forget, how many of the tote bags did we sell? I can't remember. It was thousands, wasn't it? 6,000 tote bags, I think, something like that. And then we sold another 150 tote bags. Yeah, 150 extra tote. We found another 150 tote in a cupboard, if you please. Where is this cupboard? It sounds like Narnia. You go into it, and they go, we've got some tote bags. You go, you haven't. But we did have 50 of the double sets of glasses. Now we don't have 50 of the double sets of glasses. Best-selling novelist Jilly Cooper has bemoaned the death of the wolf whistle. I can't believe anybody would ever do the wolf whistle in this day and age. But Jilly, 83, famous for her steamy tales of well-heeled people behaving badly, says she now feels sorry for those women who are looking for love. Do you know the one thing she's very good at? If ever you interview Jilly Cooper, because she's old school, she'll do the interview, then when she goes home, she writes a thank you letter, a little thank you note, and puts some, I think I got some chocolates. And it was just a thank you note. And you think, blimey, you don't find that now, do you? Nobody writes a thank you letter. People should, but they don't. Also, this T-Rex skeleton is amazing, actually. The first complete T-Rex skeleton revealed along with the Triceratops it was fighting as they died 67 million years ago. The dueling dinosaurs are preserved together in what is thought to be a fatal predator-prey encounter. Both the remains are among the best ever found. Their body outlines, skin impressions and injuries, including Tyrannosaurus teeth stuck into the Triceratops body, can still be seen. Each bone is in its natural position and scientists will have access to biological data, usually lost in the excavation. It was found in Montana in 2006. Worth, they say, a lot of money, but when it came up for auction in 2013, they were unsold. They failed to reach the reserve price of $4.5 million. I mean, this is for somebody who is super duper rich and somebody who knows what they're buying. I mean, I don't know how big this thing is. It sounds fantastic, doesn't it? The bones are all in the correct position. They found it. It was in, I think it was bought by the Friends of the North Carolina Museum for an undisclosed sum and then donated. It's a 14-ton skeleton. It's not exactly small, is it? Entombed in sediment, took years to extract them and to arrange for the sale, and so far only a few dozen people have seen them. Only a few dozen. I mean, I'm quite excited by it, and I'm just looking at photographs of what it would have been like. So they're going on to display, announcing the purchase. The museum, which plans to start building the exhibition next year, released incredible photos of what it called one of the most important paleontology, of our time. Head of paleontology, Dr. Lindsay Zano, said the preservation is phenomenal. And we plan to use everything. I mean, this you could open up as a separate exhibit in the museum and get people to pay for it. People have paid to go and see something like this, definitely. Firemen are now firefighters, but are policemen now called police people, says Alan. Listen, you're asking the wrong person. I wish I knew. And Matt in Bournemouth says, I recently bought 2 sets of those tiny LED battery-powered lights on a bendy wire, which are great. The set I got from a garden centre were cheaper and better than the ones I bought online, so good on the garden centres. I don't think I've been to a garden centre recently who don't have Christmas decorations and lights and things like that. It's a big part of their income over the festive season. I mean, the lollipops that I bought, the luxury lollipops for the boys, they came from a garden centre. So I didn't need to go to a sweetie shop. Just went to the garden centre. And in fact, I saw them immediately. I walked in and went, right, having those, so I bought them all. As you do. Exclusive. She's tough. So who knows? She's making it all up about being a vegan, ? This is Beverly Callard. Corrie's Jim says why my Bev will win, because they were an item together in the show, not in real life. Kristen Stewart and Mackenzie Davis, our gay Christmas movie. I don't know who Mackenzie Davis is, actually, which doesn't really help, does it? I've heard of Kristen Stewart, but I've never heard of Mackenzie Davis. We went through a phase of lots of Hollywood actresses coming out as gay. It didn't seem to work in the male side of it, but it seemed to work the other side. And the front of the Daily Star are talking about the new jab joy. Typical, they say. You wait all year for a coronavirus vaccine, and then 3 come along at the same time. The Oxford one's looking very good for sort of people of a certain age, which is good. I like the story of the wife who was shocked when her husband painted their house all the colours of the rainbow. It's like being in What's the Story in Balamory. Wouldn't you like to know? My ex-producer Mark says, where's my half of the chocolates for the Julie Cooper interview? I've eaten them. Anyway, Karen Goldsmith's hubby Mike had wanted to paint their home ever since a trip to Albufeira in Portugal. He loved the colourful buildings near the water and wanted to do the same to his house. Yet when she returned from a city break, it was multicoloured. Pics were shared on Facebook and many commented, including, glad they're not my neighbours. You see, I don't mind that. I wouldn't want to live next door to it, as you can well imagine. But I still think it's quite a nice idea. But it should be allowed, but preferable, they say, to the drab grey houses nearby. But that is Balamory, isn't it? All the houses in Balamory were all different colours. Which, as I say, is great as long as it's not next door to you. Heavy company. Apparently, tree stumps carved into mushroom shapes at a park in Swansea have been removed. Why? People complain they look like willies. I mean, to be honest with you, I've never heard of people carving tree trunks into mushrooms. Must be the biggest mushrooms you've ever seen, which is quite interesting. And Marks and Spencer's have been. I should have done this at the beginning of the programme because this is one of my pet hates. Marks and Spencer's have been slammed over a series of social media posts in which they appear to rebrand Christmas as the gifting season. OK, Facebook and Instagram users have accused the high street giant of wrapping up the festive season in political correctness. The ad shows the Canadian fashion influencer Shumidi wrapping presents. One follower said, "Dear M&S, it's not gifting seasons, it's Christmas, a celebration of Christ's birth." No, it isn't. No, it isn't. You've got it wrong. Christ wasn't born at Christmas. The Christmas that we celebrate is the Christmas of going from one season to another. It's got nothing to do with it. It was hijacked by the church. If you actually work it out properly, if people bothered to do it, you would discover that Christ was born in something like July. Nothing to do with it. What we've actually got is, you know, the Christmas tree, which was brought along by the Victorians. Prince Albert brought in the Christmas tree and the decorations. Coca-Cola changed Father Christmas into a red suit from the green suit because it was all to do with sort of the new year. And we were all sort of forest people. Nothing at all to do with Christianity. Nothing to do with it. In fact, the last thing they'd be doing at Christmas is going to church. Definitely not. And somebody says, it isn't also just Christmas, it's Diwali, Hanukkah. So for many people, it is the season for gifting. And what's the matter with that? What's the matter with gifting things to people, showing people at the end of the year? I mean, most people got food years ago. I mean, the boys, as opposed to having the sweets and the lollipops, have given me a list now of bread, butter, jam, and things like that. It's basically I'm doing a Red Cross parcel, which is slightly peculiar. Steve, I got one of those Glenfiddich mince pies yesterday and had it hot with a dollop of ice cream and extra thick double cream, says Paul. Well, you're just going to blow up completely, aren't you? It's terrible. Steve, I've signed into Tesco online, in a waiting room now. They release their Christmas slots at 7 a.m. I bet they're all gone when I get there. You're not seriously booking Christmas slots now, are we? Are we booking them already? There's no queues for anything. You can go out and buy everything. And then what they do I can only tell you about Marks and Spencer's. People then queue up and you hand over your details and they go and get your parcel of food. I always get my brother to go and sort. I don't do anything like that. Also, thank you for the Joe Allen Act 3 YouTube shout out for the 26th. Listen, if you want to see a lineup of people, they're doing a virtual show with, God, the best lineup of people I've ever seen in the West End. And it's to help them, and it's to help Joe's and a load of other people. So just go to Joe Allen's website. It's like going to the LBC website. It's very beneficial on so many different levels. So go to Joe Allen's website. They'll tell you when this is. They'll tell you how you get involved. And you can you'll tune it in on your computer. It'll be a very simple link, nothing complicated. And you'll see people like Judi Dench. You'll see some fantastic West End stars, really fantastic West End stars, and they're all doing it to give a little bit back to the industry. Let's pray it goes very well. The last one went very well, very, very well. So go for that. I'm 74, Steve, and thankfully survived so far. We're so close to a vaccine. Don't lower your guard for a couple of days. My granddaughter was born last week, and we can't hold her. A family is for life. Yes, I mean, listen, I'm holding out all hope. 3 of these vaccines now look promising. They look, especially at our age, even better. Steve, I still write thank you notes for birthday gifts, Christmas presents, and also Jackie Kennedy and Diana, says Carol, always sent thank you notes. Good enough for them, good enough for us. Yes, my mother would write, and I know you would do the same, and your mum would do exactly the same. Steve, we're on that Christmas thing again. Pagan, innit? It is. It's pagan. That's why it was green. It's got nothing to do with Christianity at all. You know, that's why people say, oh, you know, Christmas is this. And then people get very angry about putting up, you know, decorations and decorating the tree and all the rest of it. That's part of it. Giving people presents and celebrating Hanukkah and celebrating, you know, all these other different festivals that go on. Why not? Good Lord, if you can put a smile on somebody's face with a little present, then do it. Then do it. It's better. How do I choose the right colour for my house? Oh, you'll know. Houses shout out beige. They shout out beige all the time, I think. I don't think they've ever shouted out anything else. Hope for the vaccine in the UK within a fortnight. Oh, please. Please. I'm not sure about all these people who are doing the... They were going to be teaching people how to give injections. No. I'm going to wait for the doctor, I've decided. Where is Holly Willoughby? Will she turn up today? No, of course she won't on this morning, because it's Friday. And until the new year, you've still got Eamon and Ruth. Looking a bit grumpy, I should imagine, today, because especially now they've been... As somebody said, even Jan Moyer said in her column, whether you agree or not, it's a privilege to get a job presenting on television. You know, to have it for that amount of time is very nice indeed. I love the picture of Philip and the Queen. sitting there looking at a homemade Christmas card, and the caption says, "Is it really 73?" I mean, 73 years. It really is. It's quite something. It's a homemade card from William and Kate's children. We're not sure what Harry sent, if indeed Harry sent anything. And the all papers are criticising him again because they've said, "I'm sorry, should you not be sort of looking forward to this investigation to find out how Martin Bashir got an interview with your mother? Would that not be helpful?" But as you all know by now, he does whatever he wants to do, and he does it his way because he thinks he knows best. But obviously it doesn't work like that. Corbyn will be suspended as a Labour MP for 3 months, as the party last night faced calls to place him back under investigation if he refused to retract the remarks about an investigation into anti-Semitism. The fashion chain collapsing. This is Jaeger. I didn't even know they were on the high street, actually, Jaeger. I really didn't know. But the other one is Peacocks, which is a sister brand. And this all falls under the Woolen Shop, isn't it, I think? Or I can't remember what it's called now. But 4,700 jobs could be at risk. They're not closing at the moment, but they haven't managed to find a buyer. There's 500 shops, 4,700 jobs, and a business that survived 136 years. Both been wrecked by COVID restrictions. Both chains are owned by the retail billionaire Philip Day. Administrators said the search for buyers continues, so there'll be no immediate job losses. But if they've not found one up until now, it doesn't sound, excuse me, very likely, does it? Which is not so good. Postman Pat has to be post-person Pat. Yes, I mean, it does get quite ridiculous, doesn't it? You're never sure about all these things. You're never sure. But at the end of the day, it will all sort itself out. Listen, I hope you have a fantastic weekend. I hope we don't get snow. I know it's pretty for the kids to look at, and they go, yeah, snow and all the rest of it. But for people who have to drive, it's not so good. But we are back on Sunday. I'll be here between 4 and 7 on Sunday morning, so I look forward to your company then. Do check out on the LBC website, lbc.co.uk, about our Groovy Gang Prosecco glasses. All the money going to such a good cause, and I thank you seriously for everything that you've raised so far. And I have a free little bit extra podcast. You can find out what I thought of the one-off episode of Loose Men. The cast of I'm a Celeb don't know Shakespeare's first name. Davina McCall is told off for using a certain word on This Morning, but what was the word? You'll have to listen to find out.